Ladies and gentlemen, we're excited to welcome you to the AI Plus Fusion Summit hosted by the Special Competitive Studies Project, or SCSP. We are honored to have Representative Don Beyer and Representative Chuck Fleischmann with us today. Now, please note the following. To find the restrooms, please exit this room and turn right. Please note that the emergency exits are located at the front and back of this room. Please find your seats and silence your phones, as programming will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ili Bayraktari, President of SCSP.
For everybody to sit down.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats and silence your phones, as programming will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ili Bayraktari, President of SCSP.
Hi, good morning, everybody. On behalf of the entire SCSP team, welcome to the AI Plus Fusion Summit. When I look around this room, I cannot notice and thank so many people who have helped us get to this point from the moment we launched the Fusion Commission. I see a lot of people that helped us, policymakers, innovators, investors, industry leaders, scientists, all of those that helped us build the Fusion dream into reality. So thank you again for being with us here today. For decades, Fusion was a promise that seems so distant over the horizon. But at SCSP, we saw we are at the breaking point. We saw the scientific breakthroughs at our labs, we saw investments going into our companies, and we saw the urgent need for energy to power our national AI goals. We also recognize that this is no longer just a scientific dream, but it's also a global competition. The United States has long led the world in fusion science. Now we see the competitive landscape clearly and understand the opportunity to build on our leadership especially as our other nations like China execute state-led strategies to dominate this industry. So we asked this simple question: how does America win the fusion race? And thanks to our board member, Nadia Shadlow, we answered by building a commission on the scaling of the fusion energy. And I'm really grateful for the strong bipartisan support from our co-chairs, Senator Candwell and Senator Risch, and all our commissioners who challenged all ideas and build a new path forward. The result is our final report, Fusion Forward. It is a strategic blueprint for American leadership and a call to action for an industry, government, and our scientific community. Our work on the commission was about laying the foundation. Today is about building on it. This summit is a starting point, a place to build the partnerships that will construct the machines, power to our grid, and really secure a better future. We're talking about a technology that will reshape the world stage and open up a new era of human progress. The challenges are big, but for the first time, the goal is within our reach. And to help us launch this vital conversation, there is no one better to frame the stakes and opportunities ahead. So it is my great honor to begin our program with a fireside chat with the Secretary of Energy, and please join me in giving him a warm welcome to Secretary Chris Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning, Secretary Wright. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's start at the top. It seems to me that you have a new strategy at Department of Energy. You have put fusion from day one in your points, in your public posture, in your social media. Can you tell us why fusion, why now?
Fusion matters, and it could matter massively if we successfully deliver on it. Yeah, we just released, I think it'll be on the website earlier today, the DOE Fusion Science and Technology Roadmap. Took me longer than I had hoped to get my fabulous Undersecretary of Science, Dario Gil, who's here today, and he'll speak in more detail later. But we wanted to design an effort that's synergistic with commercial efforts, not competitive. If they're building a big tokamak, we don't want to build the same big tokamak. We want to do what is it that we can add to commercial efforts to speed the realization of the promise of fusion, which I think is gigantic. I worked on it 40 years ago. It isn't that we've gotten nowhere in 40 years. It's just a hard problem to replicate the sun on Earth.
You're not new to fusion, sir. You've studied this in your undergrad studies. What was 30 years away, fusion moment? Why do you think it's now here?
So, I mean, the nerdy technical reason is the Lawson criterion we've been able to achieve has continually gone up. We've made progress over the last 40 years, and we're about there. The maybe more honest reason is we're just at a different place today. Number one, we have AI, which I think will be a tremendous enabling technology for fusion. And then the development of fusion will be an enabling technology for supercharging the growth of AI. We're also at a place where it's not just research in labs, slowly funded and chosen in a couple efforts, but we have commercial money in the game. Lots of different efforts, trying different approaches, different technologies. Commercial money's less patient. It's driving hard, it's made great progress. And maybe a third reason is China. China has had massive investment since our NIF breakthrough and maybe since a few years before that. From 2019 to today, China has spent maybe close to $10 billion on fusion. And they're not as open and sharing of what they're doing. And so we have reason to be concerned about that. It is important. I think it's good for the world if the United States is the leader in fusion.
When we spoke at the AI Expo, sir, we had a great conversation about the role of our labs. And you mentioned the ignition that happened at our Lawrence Livermore facility was a breakthrough moment. Can you talk a little bit about the role that labs have played in over the years is really putting and not losing sight of the promise of the fusion energy?
Yeah, the labs again, since I was a kid, I never went into the labs, but if you loved big science, if you loved telescopes or accelerators or nuclear physics, the stuff you read about most often happened at our national labs, 17 of them spread across the country. And fusion's no different. You know, that 3 years ago now at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, this NIF, National Ignition Facility, first got a Q greater than 1, just at the target, not at the wall plug, but at the target. That greater than 1 is now over 4. That, I think, brought some confidence and brought some money into inertial confinement fusion, in addition to magnetic confinement fusion. There's a number of commercial entities there with different approaches. Laser technology continues to grow rapidly. Like, I think we're going to see commercial facilities with much more energy on target at NIF, but they'll be smaller. But they're built and they're possible because of the insights, the breakthroughs of what we saw at NIF.
Right. You mentioned China. Obviously, sir, it goes without saying that they are a serious competitor in this space. They've invested, they're building massive infrastructure projects. They have talented individuals, much more, a bigger number of graduate students in these kind of technology areas than we do. How do you assess Chinese efforts so far? Where do you think, how far they have come?
I think the Chinese efforts are serious. You know, they have 4 separate centers. They spent, again, probably close to $10 billion, major facilities under construction right now. They've got top scientific talent. So I think China's serious and moving fast. What China doesn't have is the commercial sector we have. We have billions of dollars of private money in different companies backing different strategies with different biases. We're going to naturally get a broader choice. We're also, I was at the Princeton Plasma Fusion Center just a few weeks ago, so another DOE lab, very early mover in building tokamaks, and a growing student population there, PhD students, postdocs, and one of their big questions that they asked to me as a lifelong entrepreneur is, should I stay in research at the labs or should I go to a commercial company? And of course the answer is it depends. You know, what you want to do, what your personality is, what your talents are. But that's a great sign that we have more students excited about it, they can see it's coming, and we need both. Right. We need the commercial efforts, but we need the labs. You know, fundamentally, we're about to start producing a lot of very high energy neutrons. Well, you got to have materials that can survive very high energy neutrons. But you don't get a lot of very high energy neutrons until you start creating fusion reactions. So I think that's just one area where we can work together. You know, every company out there that's doing something has to have a material design that can both absorb the energy from these high energy neutrons and materials that'll survive them. That's a great national lab problem. Just survivability of materials and designing materials that have different survivability characteristics, and then share that with the commercial space, whether you're doing magnetic confinement or inertial confinement, for all the different companies to share some of these basic insights we'll develop.
Yeah. To pull a thread on that, sir, what do you think we need or DOE has to do to accelerate that? What's something that it's serving as an obstacle to move from the labs to the grid?
So right now, one of our challenges is funding, right? When you know, I'm new to government, but when I come into government, we collect $1 in taxes and we spend $1.30 or $1.40. Like, clearly you can't keep doing that, right? That's in the short run, you can scuttle by, you know, people want to buy the US government debt, but that is a train wreck in the long run. So one of my goals and the Trump administration goals was we have to shrink our expenditures. We focused on corporate subsidies. In the next 10 years, we had around $1 trillion of energy-related subsidies into businesses, mostly for existing technologies. Like, we gotta stop spending that money. But then when you arrive in that mindset, and we're looking everywhere to cut unnecessary things for the government, of course, to an average budgeting person, you gotta cut 30 or 40% off everything. And I've had the political challenge to sell not everything. In fact, there's things we spend money on today that we should spend more on, not less on, even though we have a big budget deficit. And basic fundamental science is absolutely one of those. You know, who's going to do the basic science of material survivability? Who's going to try to understand what dark matter is and dark energy is? So I am passionate about the critical nature of our national labs, and investment in those. We have to decide that government has finite resources. We need to spend less on some things, and those have to be bigger numbers, and more on other things. But our three big efforts in the broader science area is AI. That one's got great traction. We have massive commercial dollars in it. We have great ability for synergy there to scoop some of that private money in partnership with our labs. But the next two are earlier on than AI, fusion and quantum. Quantum sensing, quantum computing. But I think all three of these truly are absolutely transformative technologies. I could not be more excited for the times we live in right now. Think of emerging scientists right now. We have just three world-changing technologies that are just emerging. But fusion is nowhere near the scale of AI today. But my God, the upside of it is just, it's hard to imagine. So we need to continue to bring confidence and private money into it, but we need to bring more government money into it. We've been spending it at sort of a low-level research effort. China's government expenditures on fusion are way beyond ours. So in a budget-cutting time, I and everyone in this room have to help sell our people in the House and Senate. They appropriate the funds that we need to invest more, much more than we've currently been spending in fusion and quantum.
No, you're absolutely right, sir. And you know, in the last 14 months since we organized this commission, you know, under the leadership of Senator Cantwell and Senator Rich, you can see movements on the Hill regarding understanding fusion. Why is it important? Why we need to spend more? There's a fusion caucus also on the Hill. So there's energy behind fusion, no pun intended. But I think we're getting there in terms of like understanding why this energy is one of the pathways towards a better future when it comes to, you know, clean energy, securing our nation, empowering our AI actually going forward.
Yeah, to follow up on that, we need to make a cell. It's urgent, it matters, but as you just say, it's a great cell. I've never talked to anyone and laid out what fusion is and what it can mean, and they said, I don't really care about that. That doesn't matter. It is a great cell, but things don't just happen. We have to make them happen in this cell. One of the ways I lay it out, you know, today we have about 1 billion people that live like us, right? That wear clothes made out of hydrocarbons. We got light switches and we travel around with motorized transport. We get to go to technical conferences. We work on cool research. It's pretty awesome. But that's 1 billion people. There's 7 billion other people on the planet that want to live like us, desperately want to live like us. And in a real world, in a continually economically growing world, they will. We consume 5 times more energy per person than they do. Like, it's just simple math. We need massively more energy to make the world a better place, to make it a safer place, in fact, to make it a cleaner place. If you go to wealthy countries, in the United States, the air quality has gotten better my whole life. I grew up in Denver, Colorado. We had a terrible brown cloud. Now we get to see beautiful mountains, even though the population grew 4-fold. That's what wealth brings: longer, healthier lives, cleaner environments. We need more energy. The recent fashion, the last 5 or 10 years, has been a belief that wind and solar, and it's affirmed with batteries, that this was going to transform the global energy system. Roughly $5 trillion over the last 20 years has been invested in wind, solar, and batteries. And last year, it delivered 2.6% of global primary energy. 1.2 for solar, 1.4 for wind. 2.6%, $5 trillion. And relatively low value energy. It's only in one sector, electricity, and you're not sure when you're going to get it and when you're not going to get it. That is not a way that's going to transform the energy in the world. That's not a way that's going to drive AI to just unheard of levels. Fusion could. Fusion, we think of it for electricity, and that's our first application for it. But when you generate these high energy neutrons and get absorbed in a blanket, we're going to generate high temperature flowing fluid. We can convert that into electricity, which is awesome, but we can also use it for process heat. We can do everything with it. We can do it in a small amount of land, and we can scale it up to massive scale. If you want to transform our world, our economy, and the quality of life of 7 billion people, fusion can play a major role in that. Where we've spent massive amounts of money before is never going to play, just because the physics don't work, it's not going to play a meaningful role in it. Fusion is real deal, real deal.
Obviously, I agree, sir. And I would argue while in Washington we have spent time talking about fusion and convincing members that this is a key to our future, our private sector has not stopped. You have seen, even since our last conversation, you have seen investments, you have seen partnerships between state and local level with our key companies. Part of our fusion commission, we have talked to almost every fusion company, and they are there, they're doing remarkable jobs, different pathways towards that fusion energy outcome, but they're there and they're hopeful that this is the moment that we can press forward and invest, and so we can accelerate this. So how do you explain this duality? You visited some of these companies, I've seen. There's a massive energy behind these companies right now in terms of investments and partnerships and really making fusion breakthroughs.
It's hard to overstate the catalytic effect of artificial intelligence. You know, we're early on in it. When I was at the Plasma Fusion Center in Princeton or any other facility, the impact of AI to allow, replicating the center of the sun on Earth is hard. This is a very helpful tool scientifically to do that, but it's also been massively political catalytic. Every politician, every state around the world, energy went from like one of the issues. People used to tell me, it's just one sector of the economy. We don't need to do that as much here. And my answer always was, it's not one sector of the economy, it's the sector of the economy that enables every other sector. Like energy's different. It's special because it makes everything else possible. Because of AI, that belief is widespread today. Everybody's excited about energy innovation, energy advancement in their state. It's bipartisan, it's across the country. This is helpful because, again, it's a hard problem. We need that support. We need that welcoming business environment for fusion companies and building fusion research facilities. We need that support if state governments are going to lean in with matching funding on fusion. What message does that send to federal politicians? This matters. People believe in it. So I'm very optimistic. I just don't want to ever sound complacent. We need to all work together to help push this ball to massively step up United States government, federal government funding in fusion. I focus my efforts in the spring on AI because AI is transformative. And that sale, I think, was successful. Chike Fleshman, who you'll hear about from later today, has been a passionate guy on AI, on fusion, on all of these things. And you'll hear a little bit from him about how we get people excited about this. But again, the sale is there, the sell is real. Look at the people in this room who are top technologists, entrepreneurs, policy people. We are coming together to make fusion a reality. The other thing that's great for fusion is we have multiple approaches. We have magnetic confinement in fusion, we have laser fusion, and we have another really electric or electromagnetic confinement fusion. Multiple pathways here. It is an exciting time.
Just to piggyback on the AI, sir, because last time we talked, which was late spring, you were obviously passionate about the AI trajectory where we're going. I asked you about the lab project that you have launched, Manhattan Project for AI. Can you tell us more where we are right now with that? How do you see this now evolving in the next couple of months?
Yeah, so my view of AI is it's just like this, like fusion, but it's just a little bit broader. It's this enabling tool that's going to make humans more powerful. Better at, making memes of turning people into claymation figures, so maybe not massively world-changing there, but AI can do so much. It's going to make our businesses more efficient, but the thing I'm particularly excited about is it's going to make scientific discovery move faster, and that's related to fusion and quantum. We're going to figure out, we need the human mind, the human creativity. It's just a supercharger for that. And fortunately, there's such huge commercial money in it that data centers right now are being developed everywhere people can get energy and permits. So we put out who wants to build on our national labs? We got a lot of land, we'll work with you to get quick permits. 300 responses. And one of the things I've said is we want people who would move fast. You don't need to tell the hyperscalers to move fast. We want to build, and we want some of your compute. You know, so we're doing deals now where people are going to build large data centers and give maybe 20% of the compute out of that data center for our national labs to drive science forward. And of course, fusion's one of those big areas. And then I've also emphasized speed. We could have a new AI for science data center installed by the end of this year, entirely funded by private capital at one of our national labs. So I think businesses are ready to meet this challenge. They're not like, we're not arguing about, you know, little terms around the edges. They realize the time is urgent. We want to show the government can move fast and quick and lean in, and I think we're seeing that in the private sector as well. Again, first in AI, but we need that same effort, and I believe we will get it in fusion and in quantum.
We're getting close to the answer, but two last questions. Number one is, I know just fusion and quantum AI is not your preoccupation. You worry about other energy sources and resources we have and working with our allies. How do you assess our state of play in the energy space right now, globally? And then lastly, you know, next 6 months, what would be your key priorities? We talked last spring. I understand now you're focused on fusion, quantum, and AI, but the next 6 months, what do you think are the key milestones ahead of you?
So again, I mentioned AI's catalytic role for people understanding how critical energy is. The Russia-Ukraine war did the same thing, right? And when I traveled through Europe and meet with people there, they had, I would say honestly, enfeebled their energy system. Germany and the United Kingdom today produce meaningfully less energy than they did 20 years ago. 20% less energy. They've spent a ton of money on it, and they produce less at a higher unit price, which means their industry is left. And now they became dependent too much on Russia for their even supply of energy to run what they've got left. So that has been transformative as well. So in Europe, so the fastest growing energy source today by far is natural gas, right? So one of our pitches is US natural gas production is growing so fast, we can produce a crazy amount. It's just how much can we move with pipelines and LNG export infrastructure. But our goal is to displace all Russian gas in Europe as fast as possible. Because natural gas is much cheaper than oil, but you need infrastructure to move it. If Europe no longer imports any gas from Russia, they're not going to get the money from selling that gas. They got one pipeline that goes to China, and they got a certain amount of LNG infrastructure. That's all the gas they can move. Their ability to sell gas is declining. Their ability to fund that war is declining. But when you go to Asia and you look around everywhere around the world, people want to be part of AI. They see the huge upside in it. But to enable that, you have to have reliable, dispatchable electricity, and people are game for finding that any way they can. And in the short run, that's dominantly natural gas. But it's also going to help a renaissance in fission. We got big atoms we split and heavy atoms we fuse. To me, they're both on this nuclear spectrum. I think we're going to see fission energy rise quickly. There's money and excitement going in that. Man, it is an awesome time to be in energy. We finally have an appreciation because the rich countries thought they'd solve the energy problem. It was all good. We don't need any more energy. We just want to produce it differently. That mindset has changed. If we want to change the world with AI, we need more energy. And that's opened the eyes that, well, maybe the rest of the world needs more energy too. So I think energy has come from one issue to a front and center issue. God bless President Trump. He's East Coast real estate developer, but he's always known instinctually energy matters. More is better. More produced from the United States is better. We can bring peace and prosperity by having more energy. So he is all in on this. Is President Trump going to be all in on fusion? Absolutely. In fact, you'll see announcements on this in the future. So I could not be more excited at the time. I thank everyone in this room who's working in AI, who's working in fusion, who's driving innovation. I thank my friend Eli and the fabulous group he runs that's been all in. How do we figure out what are the big scientific issues? How do we mobilize people and motivate action and get smart people that are passionate? You're a meaningful driver of this effort as well. And I thank you for that. He visited me a few months ago and he said, what can we do? I said, we got to mobilize everyone on fusion. Of course, he knew plenty about fusion. But I said, we need up-to-date data on what's happening in the US, what's happening in China, where this could go, how do we do this kind of efforts. I've asked commercial businesses that same question, and everyone has stood up. You guys released a great report recently. DOE just released one as well. Look, we're gonna get the fusion ball moving. I think we will see more progress in the next 5 or 10 years, much more progress than in all of the history before on fusion. To everyone sitting in this room, we're finally gonna see the reality of fusion come. First in the electricity grid, ultimately in industrial process heat to make things, and hopefully we can rapidly scale that up as we figure out the most efficient topography and technologies to harness fusion. But man, again, it is awesome, and I thank you for your help, and I thank everyone in this room for your help in making it happen.
Secretary Wright, thank you so much. What an incredible start of the day. Thank you for your service. Thank you for putting really national security, AI, and energy at the forefront. And as always, thank you for coming by our event. Truly appreciate it. Please join me in another round of applause for Secretary Wright.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My friend. Graphics.
Our next fireside chat, titled The Fusion Scoreboard, Assessing the U.S.-China Fusion Competition, will be moderated by Jason Dean of Washington Post Intelligence. Please welcome our speakers, David Lin, Senior Advisor for Future Technology Platforms at SCSP, and Jimmy Goodrich, Senior Fellow at the University of California Institute on Global Conflict and Cooperation.
And music bump go.
Our next fireside chat, titled The Fusion Scoreboard, Assessing the U.S.-China Fusion Competition, will be moderated by Jason Dean of Washington Post Intelligence. Please welcome our speakers, David Lin, Senior Advisor for Future Technology Platforms at SCSP, and Jimmy Goodrich, Senior Fellow at the University of California Institute on Global Conflict and Cooperation.
Let me grab something real quick.
All right, thank you. I am Jason Dean. I'm the lead technology and AI analyst for WP Intelligence, the Washington Post's new business insights service. As we just heard, fusion energy has quickly become one of the most consequential aspects of the US-China competition technology, and the two superpowers have very different approaches to this battle. To dig into where that race stands, I'm joined by two of the leading experts on this subject. Jimmy Goodrich is a senior advisor at the RAND Corporation and also at the University of California Institute on Global Conflict and Cooperation. And I've known Jimmy for 20 years, since we were both in Beijing. He's one of the foremost authorities on Chinese technology, strategy, and capabilities. David Lin is a national security and technology strategist with over 15 years of expertise examining US-China competition in emerging technologies like fusion. Spent a dozen years helping to shape US-China tech policy at the CIA and the State Department, and now leads forward-looking initiatives on critical technologies for SCSP. David, let me start with you. You helped assemble this report that they heard about from Ely, and I think you have some slides to help us crystallize where this race stands right now.
Appreciate it, Jason, and I'm super excited to share some of the China analysis that the SCSP and the commission team was able to pull together. And really, kudos really go out to Abby, Caleb, and Nicholas for helping pull this report together and pushing it out last week. Maybe I'll back up a little bit and just talk about fusion is more than just an energy generation technology, but the first nation who's able to commercialize it and scale it will really have the opportunity to reshape the whole geopolitical landscape. And that's the key reason why we're seeing the US and China pursue this technology so rigorously. So the panel is called the scoreboard, and so this is our proposition for our scoreboard here. And where you see on this Venn diagram where we identify areas where we assess China to be leading, where the US to be leading, and some areas where we assess the competition for fusion specifically to be contested. So on the right, you see the US leading in scientific breakthroughs and private funding. On the left, China leading in government funding, supply chain and materials. As we know, news from last week, China exerting its rare earth export controls, showing its dominance in that field. And then in the middle, you see contested R&D infrastructure, and really derivatives from the R&D infrastructure are talent and publications. And so this is our scoreboard. This is our lay of the land. And three things I really want to highlight, and this is all in the report, so I encourage everyone to go download and read the report. Three things I want to highlight are scale, speed, and cash. And these are three themes that we'll see very prominently in China's fusion build-out. So first is scale. As the secretary mentioned before, these are the 4 key centers of China's fusion build-out. And it's important to have satellite imagery of these facilities just to give the audience a sense of, again, the sheer scale of these facilities. Fusion, as we all know, is today at least, still pre-commercial, so it hasn't been commercialized yet. And so it's also energy infrastructure, which requires a lot of upfront investments, both in terms of infrastructure and capital expenditures. And so if you look at these images, it really gives you a sense of just, you can see these from space, right? These are huge facilities, and the government in China, at least, is shouldering all the burden here for this pre-commercialized technology. So scale. Now for speed, let's focus on this facility on the far right, Xinghuo, which in Chinese means new fire or spark. And I wanted to pick this facility in particular because, well, first, China is building a fusion-fission hybrid architecture, which no other company in the US is pursuing for a multitude of reasons, and we can talk about that later in the conversation. But secondly, because it's also a stark illustration of how fast China is able to build these huge infrastructure projects. So on the image on the left, June 2022, on the right, October 2025, you can see how this turned from just empty farmland to a sprawling R&D complex. And here is a quick GIF of what that looks like from over the past year and a half. So again, if you focus on that donut-shaped building in the center, you can see how over the past year and a half, again, it turns from a pile of dirt into the sprawling R&D enterprise. And this facility, still not operational yet, it's supposed to go online in 2030, so we'll see if it gets there. But again, the speed of which China is able to construct these first-of-a-kind deployments is truly astounding. Now, last is cash. Secretary mentioned how DOE is assessing that China has spent some upwards of $10 billion on fusion. Our estimate puts it more conservatively at $6.5 billion since the beginning of 2023. However, that $6.5 billion excludes some known Chinese fusion infrastructure projects that we excluded for a multitude of reasons, but the $6.5 billion is a conservative estimate. If you include some of these other facilities, that estimate skyrockets upwards of $13 billion. And again, this is $13 billion since the beginning of 2023. As we all know, the National Ignition Facility in December 2022 demonstrated net yield positive in their ignition experiment. And since then, we've seen fusion expenditures really take off in China. So scale, speed, cash.
Jimmy, we just saw on that slide the comparison. Take us a little deeper into the difference in China's strategy versus what we were hearing earlier from the Secretary about what the U.S. is going to do.
Great, and excellent work by David and SCSP sort of highlighting the scale and speed of China's build-out. I think if you step back and look at the Chinese approach, as we heard from the Secretary as well, it's very much driven by the public sector in China. You have their China Academy of Sciences, the China Academy of Engineering Physics, two government-run organizations. One is civilian, China Academy of Sciences, the other is the military, the China Academy of Engineering Physics. And those are really the two main hubs of China's fusion activity. It's only recently that China has seen several startups to compete with the private companies here in the United States. And even, as David's data points out, half of those startups, if not more, are heavily funded by the government as well. And so you have a majority public sector government effort as opposed to the US effort, which is really driven today by the startups. The other main factor driving China's step back, their energy security is fundamental for them as they rely heavily on imported fossil fuels, more than the United States. And so fusion energy has been seen within Beijing for decades as sort of the holy grail of their overall national energy framework. The other driver that is accelerating a lot of Chinese efforts is some forms of nuclear fusion, particularly on their R&D side, have a significant nuclear weapons science application, particularly for inertial confinement fusion, for laser ignition and pulse power. And as China is building up its largest nuclear arsenal in its history, it needs a lot of these facilities for nuclear weapons modeling. Just like the National Ignition Facility, 90% of the time is actually not doing fusion, but it's doing weapons science. And so that's another main driver for China's fusion efforts, is that civil-military fusion aspect of their program.
China's been ahead for decades in civilian fission nuclear energy. Is that giving them any advantage? Is that giving them any tailwind in the fusion
Well, I mean,
race?
China's civilian fission program is building over 24 30-plus nuclear reactors right now. And what that's enabled for China is a huge engineering industry that can scale up and cost down nuclear power plants pretty much faster and cheaper than any country in the world. Whereas fusion today still has not moved to a on-the-grid power plant. So, can China take advantage of that cost and that scale they've been able to deliver for nuclear as they could in fusion? A lot of that's going to rest on if they can prove a lot of these concepts in their pilot facilities, which they're building right now.
David, you talked about the speed. Give us a sense of the timetable here. So we know from this end, the Commission's report talked about having more than one industry-led demonstration fusion plant in the U.S. by the end of 2028, and starting to build commercial fusion plants by the end of the decade. How does that compare to China's timetable for fusion energy?
So China's industrial policies come in 5-year increments. Actually, starting next week, we'll start to get glimmers of what the 15th 5-year plan looks like for the next 5 years of China's industrial planning. Fusion was highlighted in China's 14th 5-year plan 5 years ago as a major, I think they called it a major S&T infrastructure project. And I think you see some of China's major fusion infrastructure projects really take off over the past 5 years, but some predate that. And again, going back to the speed, China's really able, I think there were, we highlight in one of our newsletters, SESP newsletters on fusion, a TikTok video that was floating around of Chinese construction workers building their BEST facility. It's BEST is one of their fusion facilities. And they're welding at night. So it's almost like a 24 hours, 24/7 building operation. So that, again, demonstrates the speed and scale by which China's been working on its fusion infrastructure.
Jimmy, so we're talking about the urgency on the Chinese side. We heard some urgency from the secretary earlier, but in the context of a discussion about this as a race or a competition, do you feel like people really looking at it that way in the U.S. Heretofore? I mean, there's still a lot of cooperation in nuclear energy.
Right. I mean, in sort of the global science of fusion energy and high energy density physics, it's quite an open community. I'd say, when I started doing research in this space about a year ago, the overall awareness of China's activities is quite low. And that's actually, China has spoken openly about its civilian tokamak HTS program, but they do not speak openly at all about their laser ignition or their pulse power programs, as those are classified military programs. In fact, their laser ignition facility, the Shenzhen 3, was classified until they had it operational. The current two facilities they're building, a 50 mega amp pulse power facility and a laser ignition facility, are also in the 14 five-year plan that's not public. They have a classified version as well that's not been made public. And that's overall the strategy that China's taking, is this civilian military side, but obfuscating as much as possible the military side of things. And again, it's those hybrid dynamics of both energy dominance and nuclear weapons science that is driving China's overall ambitions here.
Do you think we're getting sufficient understanding of where China is?
I think
now?
we're starting to. I think the work that SCSP is doing, the work that the institute that I'm affiliated with, UCSD, which is a partnership with the Lawrence Livermore National Lab, starting to increase some research here. And also it's forcing some, I think, healthy conversation amongst the private industry around what to publish and when, who to hire and who to engage with. As you're a fast-moving startup, you're not necessarily thinking about sort of the risks to your intellectual property or the technology, but there's a half dozen startups in China, a dozen labs all pursuing this very aggressively. And what we don't want to see is the US invent the technology, have first proof of concept on the grid in the United States, and then China take the technology, innovate some on their own, and then scale it up. And then we lose the race like we have in many other energy and advanced technologies.
I mean, one of those is semiconductors, and I'm curious about the workforce side of this, David, because in chips now we're trying to reshore the semiconductor manufacturing industry, and one of the issues that companies are finding is we don't have the talent for that industry. We haven't developed it, we haven't invested in it over the years. What about the nuclear workforce in China versus in the US?
Yeah, I mean, some would say the workforce follows the infrastructure, especially in these more pre-commercial industries. Ask PhD candidates on campuses today, one of their key determining factors why they go to certain places to work. And it's because they have the lab equipment, they have the facilities, and they have the financial resources that they're giving their researchers. And so the danger that we fall in here is if China is able to commit a significant amount of resources toward fusion science, build the infrastructure, build the research facilities that researchers want, they'll have this gravitational pull of pulling the world's talent into it. China also recently executed its K visa, or implemented its K visa. Sorry, execution was the wrong word there. But implemented its K visa, which is intended to attract STEM talent to China, and it has several perks along with it. And so you see China building all the infrastructure, both figuratively and physically, necessary to kind of commercialize this still emerging technology.
It's so striking, the difference in the U.S., the way that is led by not just the private sector, but really by the tech sector, fusion. When we're talking about advantages on either side, Jimmy, what do you think, what kind of advantage do you think that gives the U.S.?
I mean, the definite clear advantage is in the private sector, in the startup capital, in our VC funding, the philanthropy that's also involved with long-term vision for fusion energy financing. On the other hand, we cannot not have a robust public sector because there are still many scientific, particularly engineering challenges that need to be proofed out. And that's where these major facilities in China are going to bring a huge benefit as their companies and their scientists will be able to tinker their way towards success. And a lot of this, you can see the Chinese approach, they don't have a clear idea of which pathway is going to lead to fusion first. They're investing in all pathways like we are, but they're all predominantly in government labs. Now the challenge they may have is they may not move as fast, they may not be as nimble, but they will be sustainable for the long term. And the risk, of course, in a US privately financed environment is if there's a market dynamic where that financing is squeezed, then the Chinese companies and labs will have the longer term advantage. And so I think we need to invest also in our public infrastructure to keep pace with the private infrastructure in the US. If you say, for example, in Pulse Power, the US hasn't built any new facilities in 3 decades, whereas China's building 6 new Pulse Power facilities across the country. And that's going to give them a huge advantage in all the different domains, fusion energy, weapons science, astrophysics, that are going to benefit from this. I think we also need to step back and look at China right now is in a era of big science. And so it's not just in fusion, it's in chemistry, material science, astrophysics, marine biology. China's building national labs, research vessels, investing billions into science. And this is one of Xi Jinping's top priorities for the party, outlined in the 20th Party Congress.
In our last minute here, I just want to ask you a quick lightning round for both of you, 10 seconds or so. What do you think is the most important thing the U.S. needs to do to give itself a leg up in this race? David, you first.
Build up national capacity. The U.S. has innovation velocity, but China has clearly demonstrated construction velocity, and we need stronger government capacity, like we talked about. We have a very vibrant private sector ecosystem driving fusion right now that needs to be backed up by the public sector.
Jimmy?
I agree, and again, don't let up on the gas on the private side. Deregulation is important, ensuring that fusion remains regulated in the way that it is now and not overregulated like other industries that we've approached, particularly in energy. And then on the public sector, investment in our people, in our infrastructure, in our facilities. We have to remember there is partially a national security dynamic here as well. And in laser ignition and in pulse power, if we don't invest, China will be at the cutting edge, the global frontier of nuclear weapons science, able to model weapons simulations beyond anything that our facilities will be able to do because they'll be higher yield, more powerful, coupled with advanced computing and AI, and those will have significant national security implications for the U.S. So this is not just about our economic security, but it's also national security, energy independence, and our own nuclear deterrence, which is critical.
Thank you both. I feel like we just scratched the surface. A lot more conversation to come today, and I encourage everyone to read the report that they both worked on. Thank you.
Thank you.
For our next fireside chat on accelerating fusion R&D, please welcome Sir Stephen Cowley, Director of the Princeton Plasma Physics Laboratory, and Scott Parent, Vice President and Field CTO at ANSYS. This conversation will be moderated by J.P. Alon, Associate Director of the Department of Energy Fusion Energy Sciences Program.
All right. Is the mic on? All right. Good morning, everybody. Great to be here with all of you. Jean-Paul Alon, Fusion Energy Sciences and DOE. It's an exciting time for both AI and fusion, and so it's so appropriate that we're gathered here to talk about the impact that AI has, not just in fusion energy in general, but in particular also in ways that AI as an enabling tool can accelerate or help accelerate our way to get fusion on the grid. And so this morning, of course, I'm joined by two good friends, Sir Steve Cowley from Princeton Plasma Physics Lab, the director there, and also a member of the commission, as you've heard, of the recently published report on Fusion Forward. And so, Steve's great to have you here. And another good friend, Scott Parent, who's a VP and the field Officer of Technology in ANSYS. Scott and I have known each other for a while, and lots of great stuff that's going on in ANSYS. We'll get into that in a little bit. But Steve, I wanted to just chat with you a little bit about, we've been talking a lot about R&D and the needs and the gaps that are there for Fusion. And a lot of the history, in fact, in our program has very much looked at the ability for us to really take advantage and leverage our understanding, knowledge developed from a lot of our, of the research done in the national labs, of course, Princeton included. What are some of the aspects, do you think, Steve, with respect to AI now, that are coming in and really providing an additional tool, let's say, on our quest to realize fusion? What are some of those aspects, Steve, that you see there, and how are you seeing that convergence between AI and fusion energy working out?
Well, so, we've had AI in the fusion research environment really since 1989, when in fact a colleague of mine, Chris Bishop, wrote the control system for the Compass Tokamak, right, in the UK back in 1989. And since that time, we've been using AI tools for the control. In the last 10 years, groups at General Atomics and at Princeton, Egerman Coleman at Princeton, have been using it to control the system. And we see this on NIF too. But I think that there's something about fusion that's going to benefit from AI more than pretty much any other technology. It's because it's a very, very complex system that we're trying to put together. And if we want to compete in this race, we're going to have to use AI to optimize the system. And we've only scratched the surface of that at this time. We're very lucky that the Department of Energy's program has developed an amazing predictive capability. The exascale computing that we now have, we can calculate roughly and sometimes precisely what happens inside these machines. We've got to integrate that together with AI, and we've got to use that to optimize the future. That will shorten the time to fusion, that will reduce the cost of development, and it will optimize the future device. That's the big challenge that we're facing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. No, couldn't agree more. And Scott, of course, with the leading simulation company like ANSYS, you've seen, in fact, in other industries such as automotive and aerospace, the impact that these digital tools can have, for example, in accelerating design, accelerating advances in the research and development, let's say, of a particular technology. Scott, how do you see, for example, ANSYS playing a role and also seeing this convergence of these advanced digital tools with fusion and fusion energy?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, JP. It's great being here. I think a couple of things. One, to Sir Stephen's point here, we have years of computational effort that have gone into AI, and computational physics and computational chemistry play very, very well. They're another version of computer science and computational science that play very, very well together. If we think of engineering organizations, and this is really where we've moved from just R&D to thinking ahead to the engineering problem, the manufacturing operational problems, having these digital assets that we've created in R&D to test scenarios and to do sophisticated system, subsystem, and component level analysis, we can then package those up and get secondary value through manufacturing sensitivity. Think about what the folks are trying to do here in Massachusetts with such a scale of spark and the manufacturing challenges and the sensitivities of those challenges in terms of output and performance. If we wrap all that up into a new, if you would, mantra for engineering, this is this idea of digital engineering, where we take specifications, whether it's a hypersonic system or whether it's a satellite or an automobile, and we flow that down through these models of models and systems of systems, we get to do just what Stephen talked about in terms of optimization. We can do that in R&D, and then do it again in manufacturing for sensitivities around materials, sensitivities around construction complexities. Look at the stellar design and the complexities of that, which are derived through computational analysis. AI layers in very well on top of all of that. And I think it allows us to go faster in those versions and scenarios we want to test. And it does the same thing when we get out into operations and we have things that are time dependent, like fouling or or wear or reliability that we want to study. So I think it's exciting. It's an exciting time, as Stephen mentioned, but it's also an exciting opportunity to layer these technologies to advanced pace that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, no, excellent, excellent, Scott.
I think, it's going to be very important to address this problem. We can't just outspend China to get fusion first.
Right.
We've got to be smarter, right? And part of that being smarter is to lever the important tools that are around right now. And those, AI is the tool here. We can calculate a lot of these things, but it takes us a long time. And when we have AI, we can reduce that time scale so that we can start optimizing the space in which we want to go into there. And it becomes a digital twin of the future fusion reactor. Then all the blind alleys of development get shorter, right? All the routes to fusion get easier. The US has a lead in this. We should keep that lead.
Yeah, absolutely agreed, Stephen. I think one aspect about AI as an enabling tool that we don't often talk about is the fact that AI needs data, and data, of course, in terms of being able to acquire it, inherently necessitates the metrology, right? The diagnostic systems that need to, in fact, acquire that data, and also, of course, the prototypic systems and the environments. And I don't know, Stephen, maybe you can expand a little bit. We've seen Princeton, other national labs also take a lead in figuring out how to acquire that data for fusion. I mean, fusion energy and its development will rely quite a bit, and the use of AI, frankly, on well-curated, well-defined data that we need. Could you maybe expand a little bit how the laboratory is thinking about this and how you guys are thinking about it from a broad term in terms of supporting fusion energy development?
Yeah, at Princeton, we're about to turn on, in 2026, the world's most powerful spherical tokamak, NSTXU, right? This is an experiment that all around the world people want the data. There are 5 private companies who will be very interested in that data. But data now is different than it used to be. We used to acquire data and you'd look it up on the computer or whatever. Now that data has to be fed into a system. That system has to train an AI, and that AI has to be the thing that's going to allow us to make the next step forward. And so we are doing this, and we're doing it with General Atomics in San Diego, and we're doing it with a worldwide program to try and restructure the way we use experimental data and the simulations of those data and put it all together in a system that allows us to then develop the digital twin of a future fusion reactor.
Yeah, maybe just to comment on
please,
that, JP.
please, Scott. Yep.
I think data in manufacturing in operation, MRP, ERP systems, people have been spending millions and millions of dollars, billions of dollars over the last few decades to manage what am I going to do with my operations, how am I going to manufacture my products. Then we had something called product life management, PLM systems, that manage bills of materials and revision controls on those bills of materials to get sourcing and supply chain managing into manufacturing. I think to Stephen's point, the next frontier is going to be what we call simulation process data management, but it's not just simulation data. It's taking simulation data and fusing it, no pun intended,
Right.
with experimental data from the labs. And this bit of being competitive with China, if we've got decades, like General Atomics, decades and decades of data that we can feed into simulated models, we fuse those, become increasingly accurate, and then feed those to teach our AIs, and we get synthetic then opportunity to be disruptive, we now have very, very sophisticated models running very, very quickly. And ultimately, that's fused from the data that we've collected. But that curated frontier of data management and revision control on what did I teach, how did I teach this model from AI, what did I use, where did that data come from, was it synthetic, merged with experimental data? That's going to be a critical next level of investment, not just in R&D, but to feed then our PLM systems, our ERP, our MRP systems. And that's going to be a connected capability that's going to speed up the manufacturing and deployment of this technology as well.
Yeah, fantastic. And I think also, we're watching, as we speak here, this tremendous investment from the private sector. This was discussed earlier by the Secretary. Steve, how do you see, for example, this convergence now of both, the activities in industry, of course, our natural labs complex, academia, all working together towards supporting fusion what are your thoughts in terms of that, that bridge that we're trying to build with the private sector, and also the role that Princeton could play in that, in that overall, let's say, ecosystem between these two sectors?
So we're doing a lot of work with the private companies, but one of the key things we do for them is do simulations.
Right.
We have the big codes, and we have the access, and we have the people who know how to run them and do that. And increasingly, those simulations are being shortcut by using AI surrogate models. This is the way they solved the AlphaFold problem for protein folding and got the Nobel Prize in chemistry, right? Which is, you can solve for folding a molecule a few steps, but it takes you an awful long time, right? What we're doing now with our calculations is shortening those calculations by using an AI model of that, right? Takes 1,000 steps out of the calculation. We're doing this with the private companies because ultimately they will produce the commercial reactor. Right. Our job is to shorten the time for them.
Yeah, I think one comment on Steve's point there, because he's absolutely right. If we can curate, as I said, the fuse data and the simulation to create AI faster and faster models, you have two opportunities. One, I can look at faster, more scenarios, but two, that leads to disruption. Disruption, whether I want to apply that again in R&D or I want to apply that in terms of the way I make something through manufacturing. But those faster models that can run almost at real time or many times real time can then be deployed into the field for digital twin. And so this whole mastery of the computer science forum here in terms of mixing AI models and data is just going to be extremely disruptive in terms of speed, time, and risk reduction.
No, and it's an exciting time. I mean, we've seen, both in the Fusion Forward report that the SCSP just put out and the roadmap that we're releasing, I think there's a lot in there that talks about the convergence of AI, digital tools, and of course, our ability to be able to accelerate, research. And I think one exciting piece about this is really understanding ecosystems. Within DOE, of course, we've released the FIRE Collaboratives, which is another ecosystem, another mechanism, if you will, of bringing national labs together with the private sector to really look at, not just R&D questions, but R&D questions that are well defined by the private sector. I think one aspect of this, of course, is relies on partnerships. And, of course, industry becomes a very important partnership. But another side of this is also the international partners. And I wonder, Steve, if you could maybe expand on this a little bit, because it's an exciting time right now, what's happening here in the United States, but it's all over the world, right? I mean, we've heard, of course, in the session just before the competition we have with China, but a lot of our relationships with our allies are really key on this question of accelerating R&D. Maybe you can expand a little bit on this, Sir Cowley, about our great partners across the pond.
You guys fought a war 250 years ago, so you don't have to call me sir.
Yeah.
So I'll now expand on why Britain is such a wonderful place. Princeton and the UK have a real interest in trying to shrink the size and scale of fusion devices.
Yeah.
And so the spherical tokamak, which is the machine we're turning on next year, the UK has one. The collaboration between us is, hand in glove. Right? And they're very much interested in, we are stronger probably in the digital tools, right? And so we have a program right now to try and develop the digital twin of these devices, right? And that means integrating the engineering, how the neutron comes out, how it generates heat, how it breeds tritium, how from that you make electricity, and how you optimize that whole system, right? And I think, with our partners in Europe, in Japan, in Korea, we're doing work on the K-Star tokamak in Korea. We can move these things forward much, much faster.
Yeah, no, excellent. And Scott, here, and as we close out the session, these thoughts on what's emerging now for AI and digital tools, from your perspective, from ANSYS' perspective, what's the next big thing? Where do you see this technology going? And of course, its convergence with fusion, where do you see that going?
I see maybe two things. First, I see an example, the ecosystem that you just described, where we're trying to do something that's really never been done before. We're partnering, obviously, with many of the labs in the United States, but with General Atomics and NVIDIA and University of San Diego, we're trying to build that digital twin capability. And what we're learning is that it does take an ecosystem. I mean, NVIDIA makes everything we do in Ansys in terms of simulation go faster, and we spend a lot of time with our new parent company, Synopsys, both American treasures, trying to make those chips run faster. But I would say the first frontier I see coming, model-based systems engineering, is absolutely going to change the way products are developed and serviced over their lifetime. We see today nuclear power plants being repowered for another 50 years. These were all born before the dawn of digital. So there was no, there was no historic data, no historic models to lean on. Agentic AI, I think in the short term, at a systems level of engineering, is going to help us do that, from understanding if I'm doing my work in the UK or if I'm doing my work in California. My work, my subsystem, my components can be wrapped in an agentic AI that can continuously be optimizing against somewhere else in the world's subsystem. And that could be in the supply chain, if we talk about ecosystems, or that could be at your customer operations. And I think that spans, that push into agentic AI to organize the work globally is going to change the way how we work and how we develop differently.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thank you both for just a great chat here. And again, a lot of these, convergence of the AI and fusion energy development, a lot of these efforts is going to take great talent at the end of the day. And being able to be in a room here with all these amazing, talented, science and engineers, there's great hope that we're going to be able to get there. And so I just want to thank you both for a great conversation and hope to see you again in another conversation like this in the future. Thanks to everybody for joining us in this session. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Now for a discussion on the role of public-private partnerships in fusion science. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ryan Umstattd, Vice President for Product and Partnerships at Zap Energy, Dr. Phil LaRochelle, Partner at Breakthrough Energy Ventures, and Dr. Anantha Krishnan, Senior Vice President at General Atomics. Nia Stewart, Associate Director for Future Technology Platforms at SASP, will moderate this discussion.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here. I'm super excited for this conversation, as public-private partnerships, or PPPs, as you'll hear me probably say thousands of times in the next 30 minutes, are really essential to accelerating fusion commercialization. From DOE's Milestone Program to innovative investment models, we're seeing new frameworks emerge that could transform how we move fusion to the grid. And I'm super honored to be joined by three amazing leaders who are kind of at the forefront of this topic. But before we kind of dive deep, I want to let each of you briefly introduce yourself to the audience and kind of share what brought you to fusion. What was that moment that you realized fusion is what I need to focus my energy on? Anantha, why don't we start with you?
Good morning, folks. My name is Anantha Krishnan. I'm the Senior Vice President for the Energy Group at General Atomics. General Atomics has been working in the areas of fission and fusion for many, many decades now. Talking about myself personally, many decades ago I graduated. My PhD was in the area of energy sciences, and I drifted far away from that field in the subsequent years. But given all the excitement that we are starting to see around fusion energy, it made sense for me to come back to the field of energy.
Phil?
Hi, Phil LaRochelle, a partner at Breakthrough Energy Ventures. So we're a firm started by Bill Gates and several dozen other business leaders and institutional investors around the world. Our mission is to help bring forward technologies that can provide abundant and sustainable energy. We've got over $3 billion under management. We've got over 140 companies, and 5 of those are fusion companies. So we're invested in Commonwealth Fusion Systems, which is a tokamak, Type 1 Energy, which is a Stellarator, Pacific Fusion, and Zap, that are 2 different flavors of Z-pinches. I think that's a fair description. And then Exmer Energy, that's doing ICF with lasers. And then we also have a philanthropic grant to Marathon Fusion. And of course, the one that we gave the grant to, as opposed to invested, is the one that invented how to get gold from a fusion reactor. So, that's how it goes. So in terms of my journey, I'm an experimental physicist by training. I did my PhD at CERN working on antimatter machines. So I'm one of the few people who can tell you that your energy density sucks. But in terms of how I got into fusion, I was a total skeptic because I was just down the road from ITER, and we all know that that was, as Dennis White would say, scientifically interesting but not commercially interesting. But I really got into commercial fusion when I sat down with the team at MIT and CFS for 3 hours, and over the course of about 600 slides, they really converted me.
600 slides that's crazy. Wow. Ryan, how about you?
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Naya. My name is Ryan Umstead. I'm with Zap Energy, our VP of Product and Partnerships. By way of background, so I was a plasma physics weenie in grad school, self-professed, but I went and did 20 years active duty in the Air Force. And the cool thing with the military service is when you're a scientist or engineer, you are basically in acquisitions, right? They might let you do some early stage R&D, maybe work on applied research in a lab, but eventually you become a program manager or project manager working with the Northrops, the Lockheed Martins, things like that. So I got to do first-of-a-kind satellite, get that launched, transitioned into the hands of the blue suits who would then fly it. So that's where I kind of realized that I was addicted to first-of-a-kind technology, right? And getting things out of the lab and getting them into the hands of the people that would use them. After the Air Force, I went over to RPE and said, hey, I'd like to help you guys do cool energy tech that maybe has application on the defense side. And so they took me in, let me be their sort of defense lead for tech to market. But at the same time, they said, hey, you've got a plasma physics background. Why don't you do tech to market for fusion? So this was 2014, 2015. And so I jumped right in, was really excited to work with the team there at RPE and then the projects that they were funding across the country. Did that for a few years and then left government service and started to help out with startups. Nothing to do with fusion, but I was keeping my finger on the pulse of fusion. And I saw what Zap Energy had built in terms of its team, the investor group that they were cultivating, and I said, how can I help? And so I joined them back in 2021. It's been an exciting ride so far. I'm excited to be with you all here today and share Zap's perspective on public-private partnerships.
Yeah, I really like how you guys touched on how you all have a background and kind of come from different parts of the fusion ecosystem. And I think that's really important as we kind of dive in and talk about our first topic of what should a structure of a new public-private partnership look like. So I want to hear what each of you all think is the ideal division of labor in a fusion PPP. What should the government do? What should the private sector be responsible for? How does academia and national labs fit in? We'll keep the order. How about Anantha? We'll start with you.
Great. Thanks, Naya. So if you look at how fusion has been funded in the United States, it has been funded mainly by DOE as a public program. And as a result of those investments, you have many labs like Princeton Lab, you have organizations like General Atomics, which have operated a DOE facility like D3D. And going beyond, and of course, Oak Ridge Lab, which has done great work in fusion. And then going beyond that, NNSA investments in the area of inertial fusion. But a lot of these investments have obviously focused on bringing down the scientific barriers, increasing the understanding, really providing the knowledge base that has benefited the entire community. And in many ways, these facilities, these investments by DOE continue to have a similar role going forward into the future, in the sense that if you look at the class of facilities that are operated by the government, many of them are $1 billion or more in terms of the class of facilities that they are. And these are facilities that are focused on enabling foundational breakthroughs. If you look at the private sector, the fusion companies, they are not going to have the interest or the bandwidth to be investing in these kinds of foundational facilities. And that's where the role of the government comes in, meaning how do we operate these foundational facilities. But at the same time, if you look at a facility like D3D, it has been pushing the boundaries of scientific knowledge and innovation for many decades now. But at the end of the day, even if you look back 10 years ago, the people who are using D3D were mainly the national labs and the universities. But today that mix has changed. Today we have a healthy mix of private sector organizations that are starting to use D3D, including many of the fusion startup companies. They're starting to do things like materials testing. They're starting to explore concepts for plasma control. They're starting to look at how to train their AI algorithms and digital engineering tools. The great thing about these kinds of investments and these kinds of facilities is they're providing data today that can help address the development of some of the technological tools that you're going to need in order to not only come up with successful designs of fusion power plants, but also operating them 24/7 in the future. So that is clearly a place where the government has a role that is not easily replicated by the private sector.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And I actually want to turn to Ryan for your thoughts on this. As a fusion company, how has the government, like DOE's Milestone program, affected your technical roadmap and your ability to attract private capital as ZAP moves towards commercialization?
Sure, yeah, thanks, Naya. So ZAP Energy is one of the companies in the Department of Energy's milestone-based fusion pilot plant development program. We're excited to be playing a role in this. And again, I think the best way to structure those milestones when you're working with the government is to not accept any milestones at all that aren't already on your technical development roadmap, because that just creates mixed incentives that can be a disaster for everybody. So we make sure that those milestones are already in our roadmap. But the other helpful feature for the milestone program is that it's built in a way such that these milestones can evolve and grow with they have to be able to pivot as the nature of a startup, right? You go down and investigate, you design, procure, build something, you learn from it, and now you pivot slightly to go on to the next thing. And so having milestones that can evolve over time is important. Yeah.
Yeah. And Phil, I want to come to you on this kind of point of the future of PPPs too, because Breakthrough Energy Ventures invested in fusion before the creation of the DOE Milestone program. So what made fusion an attractive investment then, and how can public-private partnerships change your investment calculus moving forward?
Yeah. Well, I'm very excited to be here talking about public-private partnerships because I think in these areas of really hard but impactful technology development, we're at a stage where the right kind of public-private partnership can really lead to a huge amount of economic growth and leadership in the world. So to go back, what are the appropriate roles for the different parties? I would say the appropriate role for government is to make the appropriate amount of investment in fusion or any other technology and to do it at the maximum efficiency for the taxpayer. I think the role for both government and private industry, which means both the capital providers and the companies themselves, is to work together to say, all right, what's the roadmap here and what has to happen for the good of the country, for the good of the companies in a way that makes economic sense. And then I think the role for the private companies and for the private capital, speaking for myself, is to really buy into that roadmap and be willing to take the risk to basically say to the taxpayer for the most part, we understand that we have a lot of upside here if this works, as does the country as a whole, but if you set the milestones in conjunction with us and you can help carry some of the load for the things that are going in the right direction, then we'll take the risk to show that we can actually get there. So one comment that I want to make, which I think is super important, because the answer, the conversation we often get is, at first, it was, oh, you'll never be able to raise a lot of money for fusion, so don't even try. And then it was, oh, you raised $10 billion, you're fine.
Yeah.
It's like feast or famine in this business. But I want to talk about the appropriate level of government investment here, because I think it's pretty important, and I think it should be part of the conversation. We were all very happy when CFS raised $1.8 billion. That was amazing. But then, not too long after, the Chinese government said, hey, there's this tokamak called BEST, and we're going to fund it to $2 billion. Okay, that's an interesting number. And then, not only that, a year or so later, we heard that there was this other tokamak, and you saw it on the graph, that they were also going to fund it $2 billion. And then we were very excited when Pacific Fusion raised $900 million. But then, I just learned today, apparently there's a 50 mega amp pulse power facility going up in China. And of course, we know that there's stuff going on lasers. We'll see what they do on stellarators. I'm sure that's coming soon. So kind of the message we're getting at private capital is, hey, what you guys are doing are great, but we're ready to outspend you. Now, I think that, as Chris Wright said, we have the amazing arrow in our quiver, which is the huge efficiency of private capital. But I do think that there's an opportunity here with the right way to structure these public-private partnerships that you can win this kind of technology race. I think not only in fusion, but in other sectors where the government leveraging private capital can actually spend way less than a government that isn't properly funding private capital. So lots of thoughts on that, but long story short, the right things for a public-private partnership are in that report. But I do want to say what's been proven with NASA and SpaceX with the milestone-based cost share program, that is an underreported story as to how important that was to SpaceX's development. We have that now for Fusion, we just have to fund it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, and I want to add to that, that role for government is really as a catalyst in these things, but you can't catalyze it without the right level of excitement and commitment to it, right? The government can provide an aggressive, sustained commitment to say, we are going to achieve this goal no matter what, come hell or high water, we're going to get there. And that signal by itself will really help us unlock private capital. And again, being in that milestone program also means that we're getting outside external government reviewers to come in and, hey, did you meet your milestone, right? So that external assessment is valuable, I think, and our commitment to then openly publish some of our science that underpins our approach. Those kinds of things go part and parcel with the sort of public-private partnership. And I think it, helps accelerate our progress.
Yeah, I think that touches on a good point about how support should and sometimes go past just investment in dollars. What do you guys think is the most critical thing outside of funding that the government can do in a PPP? Is it setting those milestones, or is it something else? Anantha?
So again, following up on a comment that was just made, the government essentially showing its commitment to the field does a lot of good things in incentivizing a number of other parties to come to the table, whether it's private investors, whether it's state and local governments. A sign from the federal government, a strong signal, really makes that happen. It also encourages the synergistic public-private partnership models that we are starting to see happen, because that is going to be important. There's a certain vision that is represented by the US government that essentially brings people to the table. It's pretty much like what happened during the Apollo mission in the 60s, when people got excited by the vision of landing on the moon and came together from all sectors to work together and make it happen. So that's another important consequence of the government. And then, of course, it's the things that the public sector does best, which is train the future workforce, because at the end of the day, fusion power plants are going to require a workforce that doesn't currently exist. So again, government-funded facilities are going to be training lots of people. I mean, again, speaking personally from the experience of seeing D3D in operation, if you look at this facility, of course, great science is being done. But if you look behind the scenes, you see all the engineering work that goes into operating this facility on a daily basis. You see all the technicians at work, making sure that the operations are supported in just the right way. So if you put all those activities together, it's not unlike what you're going to see in the future with regard to the operation of a fusion power plant. So in order to be able to train different people in all those aspects of what is finally going to make fusion energy successful is important. And that's where, again, the government has a huge and important role.
Yeah. Phil?
Well, one of the most important things that the government could do was the regulatory framework, and there's just great news on that front. That is having real commercial implications. I would say that was the most important commercial milestone of the decade, which was the regulatory regime, and that was done. So thank you to the FIA and everyone in the companies and everyone else who helped make that happen. That was not a given, and it was a good outcome. But then I actually want to emphasize something very important, which is how the government and how it talks about things can really affect how the country feels and where it puts its resources, which is not just financial, but it's the best and brightest minds, right? So think back about the space program, right? Part of it was the money, but part of it was just like, this is important. This is how we are a great nation. This is how we can matter. And so I will say what Chris Wright did up here today, that's one of the most important things that can happen, which is the government just telling the people who voted for them, this is important and we should prioritize it, both with our money, but also where we decide to spend our time and where people put their ambitions.
Yeah. Ryan, how about you?
Yeah, I agree completely, and that a big part of what government can do beyond the dollars is helping with generation of that public support and the public interest, right? A few years back, you could stop someone in the street and they probably wouldn't know what fusion is, and that's probably still true today for the most part. But the surveys that I've seen, whether it was out of the UK or here in the US, is that the more people learn about fusion, the more supportive they are of it. And that's a role that I think that the government can really help play. You know, it shouldn't just be fusion companies out there trying to convince people that fusion's great, because that's just not going to play well. But beyond that, I think one of the crucial things that shouldn't be overlooked is the last special ingredient for how do you get something like the Apollo program that puts someone on the moon, or the NASA COTS program that makes it commercial, lower, you know, the launch costs drive down. It's that personal commitment, right? It's about finding the individuals within the government that are going to carry this. And you know, in Apollo program, it was sort of the Jack Webb that did the blocking and tackling and helped bring everybody together, whether it was on Capitol Hill or within NASA or within other parts of the administration or working with the contractors. And we saw the same thing with the NASA COTS program and Alan Lindenmoyer. So again, fusion is going to need that personal commitment from the right people within government to work across all the agencies and really make this happen now.
Yeah, Ryan, I actually want to follow up because you say personal commitment. Is that one of your key lessons that you've learned participating and seeing the DOE milestone program play out? Like, what are some big takeaways that you would add to a new program or something of it that would make it more effective?
Right. Well, so as we look at, you know, what it took to stand up the milestone program as it exists today, which is just a design program, right? It's about trying to get a bunch of fusion pilot plant designs that look credible and look like they have a shot at developing a pilot plant. The next stage of that would be a pilot plant demonstration program, right? That is, first, of course, has to be extremely well resourced. But I think I want to highlight that we did a lot of things right with this current milestone program, right? It's a contract vehicle that's really flexible in terms of being able to evolve the milestones as well as the funding that's associated with it. It's right-sized when it comes to the reporting requirements because it's just about those milestones. But there's things that we could do better. And what I'd like to pose as we look towards a demonstration program is that I would love to have the government sort of prioritize their desired outcomes. What do I mean by that? Well, one thing the government could be very interested in is making sure that fusion commercializes here in the US from US companies. Another thing that government can also prioritize is we spent a lot of time in this DOE milestone program between the companies and the government working on contract clauses. Now, I get it that contract clauses are mostly written for unfortunate what-ifs, but we spent a lot of time on corner cases about intellectual property, right? Things like defining what is going to be a subject invention, what should the government license look like, are there going to be march-in rights, how do we handle proprietary information and its release. Those didn't need to actually take so long, and I think that the government can choose to prioritize bringing prosperity to everyone and maybe step back away from intellectual property, leave that in the hands of the fusion companies. That would be a strong recommendation for me on how we might approach the next program.
Yeah. Phil and Anantha, I see you guys nodding. Do you have anything you want to add or agree with? Or?
Well, you know, a program so nice, I'll mention it twice. Like, read what the people at SpaceX say about the COTS program. You know, one of the few areas where you can point unambiguously to US dominance is launch vehicles to space, right? That happened through a good public-private partnership. And so, again, we have an amazing program. The scaffolding is there. It was in Chris Wright's report today that that's going to be a big part of the platform going forward. I think that the three main recommendations in there are more of them, but, you know, commercially relevant R&D, we want to do that. We have to get later on in the process, which is how do you do the finance for actual power plants. But the place where we are now is the milestone program. If you fund it, I think everyone's going to be amazed by the results. And the companies are already hitting their milestones. So Chris Wright was at CFS talking about how CFS was hitting a major milestone. So again, we're talking about what could the next cost share program be. How about we fund the current one?
Good point. Nantha, anything to add?
Just to add, again, talking about the government's role in establishing foundational facilities to truly enable the successful commercialization of fusion energy, there are a few other foundational facilities that need to be established, whether you're talking about a blanket component testing facility or an advanced materials testing facility or a fuel cycle facility. These are the hard problems, the hard challenges that need to be addressed through these foundational facilities, so we can generally think of and work towards making the fusion private sector successful.
Yeah, and I think we've been talking about the public-private partnerships that will lead to fusion being commercialized, but what happens to PPPs when we get there, right? Fusion's going to eventually go to higher TRL levels. So how, in your mind, do these public-private partnerships change when fusion does become a commercial technology? What's the long-term role of government when fusion is actually delivering electricity to the grid? Ryan, yeah, you want to start?
Spreading prosperity, right? I mean, that's what this is all about. It's not about the race to the first fusion power plant on the grid. It's about how do you get the first fleet of fusion power plants on the grid. That's what's going to change the world. And I think that in that environment, the government's role will be in spreading prosperity to all corners of the US and the earth. You know, from a company perspective, look, I've got to be responsible for generating a profit and generating a return for our investors. And so that altruistic goal of spreading prosperity, it's just takes a lower level. It's not at the top for a corporate.
Yeah.
And so I think that's how the nature of the roles evolve when we're at a stage where fusion is commercial, is that the government's still going to need to be there to make sure it gets everywhere and everybody benefits from it. And we've still got to, you know, run a viable business.
Yeah, Phil?
Well, you talked about what government should do to support it once fusion electrons are on the grid and ubiquitous. Well, we got a ways to go before there. So look, other than the significant technological challenges that we should be open about, there are three big funding things that have to happen, right? One is equity for the companies. That's how they actually retire the technology risk and build their stuff. Then there's project finance, and then there's offtake. And so the government has mechanisms to do a lot of that. I think they need to turn it now towards fusion and say, how can we best leverage taxpayer money together with private industry, which not only means, you know, the vulture capitalists like me, but also the later stages of capital. How can we collaborate with the hyperscalers who are really leaning in? And then project finance, you know, things like loan guarantees, I know have had sometimes good results, sometimes not so much. It doesn't mean that it's not something you have to figure out how to do. So I would say those three buckets. Corporate equity and doing that stuff, you can help a lot with a cost share program. Project finance, you know, let's think about new ways to do it, but the government has been involved in the past. It could be involved in the future. And then for offtake, I mean, you know, perhaps there's a role for government to do in the early stuff in terms of procuring fusion power. Maybe, you know, matching one for one with other folks. I think that there's a lot of innovative things we should do, but we should really bucket in those three big challenges. And the great news is that we actually now have to start worrying about project finance and offtake. I mean, we've had 2 governors announcing power plants from fusion companies. This is great news, but now is the time to put some more resources behind it.
Fair, Nathan.
I think when you have the first fusion power plants operating, they are certainly not going to be the most efficient or the most optimized power plants. Certainly the cost of fusion energy is not going to be where we want it to be. So there's going to be more work that needs to be done in coming up with the optimization of these plants, coming up with new materials that lower costs, coming up with new processes. And if you look at the field of fusion today, again, we talked about it this morning, where there are multiple approaches. The first approach that becomes successful may not be the approach that will be used 50 years or 100 years down the road. So figuring out how to explore the other ideas, the other fusion technologies, the concepts. Again, that's the role of government, trying to make sure that we build better fusion, more efficient fusion plants in the future, reduce the cost of fusion energy, making it more and more affordable. Those are the kinds of things government is good at doing.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of other tools that we haven't talked about yet in the government's tool belt for how they can do that. Because look, any new energy technology, electricity particularly, when you're trying to enter into a commodities market, you've got that challenge, right? Brand new tech, commodities market. How do you compete at cents per kilowatt hour or dollars a gallon? Well, the government has some tools there, right? Phil mentioned the licensing piece in terms of the regulatory. That was fantastic. But there's more work that can be done there. Like in the state of Washington, they're providing not just right-sized and clear regulatory guidance, but optionality, right? In the state of Washington, if I want to site my fusion energy facility, I can go through the local community process, show up at the county commissioner's board and try to get my permits that way. But you can also choose to engage at the state level. They have an energy facility site evaluation council that takes different pockets from within Washington state government and will help coordinate the processing of the permit and the siting applications. So that optionality is helpful. And then last, of course, can't get off the stage without talking about tax credits, right? Because that's another great way for new technology to enter into a commodities market, is whether it's through an investment tax credit or a production tax credit. Those, I think, are going to be absolutely crucial for commercialization of fusion and scaling up and getting these plants out there as fast as we can.
Yeah, and I think that's a great place to end about how we have so much work to do, but so many tools in our toolbox. Please, everyone, join me in thanking our panelists today. It's been a great conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a brief coffee break and direct your attention to the screen for a special video from Senator Jim Risch of Idaho.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator Jim Risch. Welcome to Washington, D.C., and thank you for your work on these important issues facing our energy sector and our nation. I particularly want to thank the Special Competitive Studies Project for organizing this event and for all their work in facilitating the Commission on the Scaling of Fusion. I'm proud to co-chair the Fusion Commission with my friend Senator Cantwell and explore how fusion can help meet load growth and bolster U.S. leadership in emerging industries like AI. Throughout our nation's history, American ingenuity has been the solution to difficult problems and will be the key to overcoming resource adequacy issues in the energy sector. We've begun to realize the vast potential of AI and the energy it requires. Our ability to innovate is more important than ever. With the demand for energy continuing to surge, we must rise to the challenge and produce even more reliable baseload power. My home state of Idaho has long been central to this type of innovation. For 75 years, the Idaho National Lab has been the nation's flagship institution for fission energy research, but their contributions to new developments in the energy sector reach far beyond a single technology. Today, INL also leads groundbreaking work on fusion development at the Safety and Tritium Applied Research, or STAR, facility. At STAR, researchers are working on fuel and safety considerations to aid the commercialization efforts of fusion companies as reactors are developed. STAR is a great example of INL's emphasis on applied energy. The INL focuses on real-world applications, partnering with private industry to explore new technologies and achieve practical and commercial outcomes. As one of the sites selected by the Department of Energy for AI data center projects, INL is demonstrating its position as a leader in American ingenuity. By studying energy-dependent AI at the epicenter of energy research, we will better understand how these technologies interact and can support each other's advancement. This has important implications, not just for domestic industries, but also for our strategic competitiveness on the world stage. As chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and a senior member of the Intelligence Committee, I can assure you that solidifying America's leadership in AI and energy is critically imperative. By far, the largest threat to our dominance is Communist China. Chinese Communist Party-controlled state-owned enterprises are investing heavily in emerging energy technologies. But they don't stop there. They also gladly steal our intellectual property. They are targeting our energy production, supply chains, and research. For this reason, it is critical we support research leading to commercialization, create an environment that favors investment, and ensure our research, especially at government institutions, is secure. Resources are limited. We must use them judiciously. This is a competition, even if it's not a fair one. Thank you again for your interest in addressing these important challenges and your efforts to advance the U.S. as the global leader in both fusion energy and in AI.
Please make your way to your seats. The meeting is about to begin.
Go.
We are now pleased to welcome Dr. Bob Mumgarden, CEO of Commonwealth Fusion Systems, and Tom Gibbs, Senior Business Development Manager at NVIDIA, for a fireside chat with Martin Rasser, Senior Advisor for Economy at SESP.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Bob, Tom, welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So the title of this session is AI for Fusion, Fusion for AI. I think that really captures that symbiotic relationship between fusion and AI that the Commission's report highlights. So to kick things off, could you tell us, what the history of collaboration between CFS and NVIDIA, how that's been working, and what we can expect? So maybe start with you, Bob.
Yeah, so you think about AI, what people don't usually know is that there's actually a large set of people in the AI community who have fusion backgrounds. That fusion over the years has produced large data sets, very complex physics, also produced PhDs that didn't have an industry to go to, and many of them ended up in the AI machine learning space. So there's been this long history of collaboration between the two areas, just generally. At Commonwealth and similar to other companies and labs, we have very complicated workflows to be able to understand what's going on inside the plasmas, to be able to model it faster. And so those workflows rely on equipment from NVIDIA. Spark, our facility in Massachusetts, actually is wired as a data center in many ways. And so we started to talk to NVIDIA about how could we accelerate things? How could we go faster on the types of compute that we were doing? How could we start to think about what to do with the data from Spark? How to best get that into the models that would enable future designs? And really over this, it wasn't that long ago, but over the summer it got formalized into actually working groups that were embedded with each other to look at digital twins and how to use the AI workflows to accelerate the work that we were doing in a more conventional way.
Yeah, Tom?
Sure, and I think in some ways we've been working with Commonwealth Fusion and the problem set for a decade or more. As part of the Exascale program with DOE, we started to engage with some of the key simulation codes, so Princeton Plasma Physics Lab, MIT, basically some of the pedigree of the folks that are at Commonwealth. We've been working with them now for years. AI has really opened the door to being able to both design, operate, and maintain and realize commercially viable fusion. I think it's important when we're thinking about AI, I think there's really two types. One, I think people are aware of, like ChatGPT. So that would be like an agent to do autonomous operation of the controller to help the designers. The other, and I think this is really where I've seen the biggest bang for the buck, so to speak, is taking some of these expensive simulation codes, using those to train an AI model, and then the inference runs thousands of times faster. And what we're just beginning to be able to do, and we'll be demonstrating, I'll give you a sneak peek, GTC DC in a couple of weeks, we'll be able to show you some of these surrogate models running in real time. And we're using that to help enable and jumpstart the work that we've been doing with your team. So really in 6 months, because of some of the head start we had, we've been able to get the early parts of a digital twin for Spark already integrated into our Omniverse toolset.
There was some interesting news out of MIT recently, a prediction model all about how plasma behaves during a ramp down. Bob, could you talk about how you're leveraging AI and advanced simulation to solve some of the very difficult engineering challenges associated with building a tokamak and really bringing it to commercialization?
So inside a fusion power plant, at the heart of it is a plasma. They all have at the heart of it plasma. And that is a system that is very nonlinear, which means it's very complicated, right? It dances, it does things, it goes unstable. And in some ways, it's beautiful. It's like why we look at the Northern Lights, right? But to harness it and get the most out of it, you have to understand it. And to understand that, to do it in a brute force way requires the largest computers that have ever been built. And in fact, some of the largest conventional simulations ever run on, say, a DOE supercomputer for civilians have been to understand the plasmas inside machines in national labs and universities. So you cannot use that as a design tool. It's too cumbersome. You can't say, hey, I have these 7 different designs, which one's best? Go compute it and come back a year later for 1 computer cycle to finish. But what you can do is use AI models to drastically accelerate that compute. So to train models so that you can actually ask the model, hey, like, of these 7 different designs, which one's the best? You can get that answer much faster. You get the answer fast enough to actually today put it in a design cycle, meaning someone goes and talks to their colleagues and thinks about it. But we can see that you can actually get it fast enough to put it into a control cycle, meaning the software in the plant is doing that in near real time. And so that's a huge accelerant. And it's an accelerant for all the different types of fusion concepts, because it's all plasma physics. And so we're starting to see that happen, of us translate these models from big brute force, big iron, into surrogate models, that do the same basic output, maybe not as high fidelity, but much, much faster. And so that is helping on design, it's helping on control, it's helping people come up with novel configurations altogether. And we're still early days at this, so this is something that we think will accelerate. And the more data we get from experiments that are in the right regimes, things like Spark, but also other existing ones, the better and better those models will get. And the better and better the models get, the faster they go, and the faster they go, the more we can use them. And it's really a virtuous feedback loop.
Yeah, it's an absolutely fascinating development. It's something I think that, I hope people pay attention to, right? Because it seems like it's really pushing the boundaries of what's possible now. So Tom, NVIDIA is at the center of a revolution in AI. It's very energy intensive. And Bob, the Commission's report specifically cited fusion as a source of geographically unconstrained power, and that you can have co-located data sources for these fusion plants and data centers. So how does your partnership lay the groundwork for a future where fusion plants are built specifically to power the next generation of AI?
Well, what I've experienced in working with Commonwealth, I think, has been, a manifestation of the public-private partnership benefits, that they have a real problem. You're trying to build Spark. So they can define a workflow and give us targets. This is a problem, and the one we're looking at now is how much heat is generated from the plasma at the first wall of the tokamak. This has been a theoretical problem that people have looked at for a long time. And so we're working with your workflow and getting the key codes in that workflow to be accelerated, and then building the AI surrogates. To put it in perspective, one of the codes that's used in your workflow takes anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks to converge for one instance. So imagine trying to use that in a design workflow. Well, it turns out that the neural net that we can train is 1,000 times faster. So you can actually now begin to, as we build this workflow with your team, we can see that we can get this done in a design cycle, and we can start to see that we can build the first wall of the plasma of the reactor and get this to market faster. And then how these get deployed, the world is your oyster, I think.
Anything you want to add to that, Bob?
Yeah, we're just scratching the surface, right? Like, in the future, the AI enabling fusion, fusion enabling AI will just get tighter and tighter, because they're both based on how do you tame complexity, How do you get the most out of a system? And they both have similar mindsets in there of hypothesis testing, design loops. You know, whenever we put the teams together, the teams, they think the same way. And so I think we're at the beginning of this, and it's very exciting to think where we'll go. Ultimately, of course, you know, to power AI in the future, we're going to need a lot more energy, right? But the fact that we're actually getting fusion going faster gives us a better shot at that. So it's very synergistic.
So the Commission report frames fusion as a race for technological leadership. Several of the speakers this morning have said the same thing. So how does a deep collaboration between a leading US fusion company, between a foundational US technology company like NVIDIA, how does that position the United States for success? How does that accelerate that technological race in a way that's favorable to the United States?
I think it was mentioned by Chris in his opening talk today that the one thing that the U.S. has that nobody else has is the commercial ecosystem, of which Commonwealth is a clear example. And I go back to kind of my beginning in supercomputing. That's what we called it back in the 80s during the Cold War. And there, I think, again, you had startups and that commercial community, the innovation, the speed with which they work, and the fact that they define the problem and then go solve it. And you know, my experience then actually was with an entity you may know of, the Lockheed Skunk Works. And to me, working with Commonwealth Fusion brings me back to those days. They work, they're innovative, they get stuff done, and they do it fast. And that gives us something to go, we can go chase them and work with them, and it's really exciting.
I think on the other side of it too is like, fusion is it's like an apex predator of technology. You need to have this big ecosystem of all these other technologies in order to make it work, right? And if you don't have that ecosystem, you just won't get fusion, right? So like in this ecosystem, you need to have the best people in the world at building simulation tools that like are from Maxwell's equations and Einstein's E equals mc squared, right? You need to have that. The DOE has that. The labs have that. You need to have suppliers that can build complicated things, forgings and big pieces of equipment. You need to be able to make these things at high precision. You need to be able to make them, you know, in a fast cycle. The US actually has a pretty good cycle, pretty good community of that. It's not, you don't need it at extraordinarily high volume, you don't need it at like really low commodity costs, but you need it right. The US has that. And then you need to be able to have the ability to take complicated plasma physics and trim it down to something that is manageable and put it into a workflow so that a team of people can say, hey, we got to make some design decisions, like how twisty should our accelerator be, or how sheared should our pinch be. Well, that's going to take big compute, and that's where the AI is really, really happening. We have that in this ecosystem. You need to have the ability to construct things, not like mega projects, but like big projects, complicated projects. We have that in the US. So like in fusion, we're seeing these things layer on top of each other that really do benefit the US somewhat uniquely, that if you take any one of those pieces out, like you get a much worse fusion ecosystem. And adversaries are missing some of those pieces. And so that gives us, I think, in the US, a current leg up. There's other things we need to do as well. Like we actually have to have test stands to be able to test things. Well, that's the role of government, and the report calls out, we need to build that. That's a currently missing piece in the ecosystem. We currently don't know how the first power plants will get financed and get to the grid. We've got to put that in place. That's a missing piece. But the fortunate part is that like the really cutting edge things, like those are the strengths of the US. And those are the hardest things to build. Those are take the longest time. And we're seeing them start to build really strong cross-linking, and this is a great example, but there's others, at those really, really, really cutting-edge pieces. And everything else, I think we'll be able to figure out.
I also, we didn't mention the university part of the ecosystem, and I think that's another thing the U.S. has. Our university ecosystem is really, I think, second to none. And the ability to really bring, you know, the Department of Energy, the national labs, the commercial ecosystem, and our university ecosystem together. And we see this when we're working on the workflows, because as as AI is evolving, and I've never seen anything like this. I mean, the state of the art with AI models changes every 18 months. So the university ecosystem is on top of that. So when we're building the AI models for Commonwealth, we'll be bringing the university folks in to be looking about the AI models to see if there isn't a new one that can do the same AI with less infrastructure. And I think, again, that gives us a leg up.
Well, it's encouraging to hear that you both see, America's traditional strengths, that dynamism, still being very much at the forefront of these breakthroughs. So that's very encouraging, of course, for everyone here in the room. So Tom, I want to talk about data, right? So all these fusion experiments generate petabytes of data. In addition to, beyond pure compute, how is NVIDIA helping people process and extract insight from these vast data sets?
Well, what we have been doing, a couple of things. One, we have been integrating our GPUs into the real-time control systems at the experiments. So, and that can go, that's bidirectional. So we can use the GPUs both to do disruption and prediction for control, as well as to help filter data as it's coming off the experiment. One thing we are seeing within the experimental community, and one thing I will say, as we engage with the fusion community, we have been reaching out and engaging with General Atomics, folks at UKAEA, folks at EPFL in Europe, so the UK Atomic Energy Authority and the European fusion labs, to do early prototypes of the experimental facilities. And with that, we're finding that they're changing the way they're going about allocating the experiments. In the past, it was kind of, siloed one at a time. Now they're thinking about, can we get a continuum of data, because we're going to need that data to train the AI surrogates.
And this is one of those areas where the strength of the fusion community globally is that we've built a lot of experiments that actually are very different from each other. So we have a huge parameter range of things that we've looked at. Historically, those have all been individual labs doing their own experiments, like making a plot. It's like I'm going to have a dependent and independent variable plotted up. Well, what we're seeing now is a movement, and ITER has started this, so this goes back a ways, of saying no, this is all one set. And we have multiple insights built from these large, expensive experiments into what is fusion. How does a plasma work? And so to be able to unify those into a single model, to be able to get the data, all training a single or a set of models that span that whole experiment set. The IAEA has put that as an initiative. ITER is trying to facilitate that. We're a part of that at CFS. And what that'll do is allow us to say, okay, we really understand this at the level that we can base power plants on it, and we can now do experiments at any given place that's going to make the whole better, right? So hey, if we had this one piece of data from Spark, this one piece of data would make this whole model much more accurate in this way. Go get that piece of data. Or it might be that there's an experiment that needs to be run at the Japanese tokamak or the UK tokamak that could actually make this whole model way better, that would make the next generation of fusion power plants better. And that's an open science idea that has been a part of fusion for a very long time, and is a key attribute of being able to accelerate this, where Tom's team isn't just thinking about, okay, what Spark is, but thinking about how can we use the experiments at all these labs to make the model better, so anyone who uses the model has the sum of what we've done.
Yeah, building on what Bob said there, I think going back to the symbiotic relationship of AI and fusion, in the past, there really wasn't that much of a need for the different experimental facilities to cooperate with each other because they were doing individual experiments. But AI is the reason to start to work together, because we want to start to build surrogate models and build control systems. And so each of those experiments can contribute in a way that in the past might not really have mattered. And AI becomes really the reason for this kind of collaboration.
So to close, let's look ahead at milestones. So what breakthrough should we be on the lookout for coming out of your partnership in the next 12 to 18 months?
I'll let Bob start.
Yeah, I think we're working towards a digital twin, which means that you have the most important attributes of the experiment of Spark in this case, captured in a model that can run quickly, so that you can always have a snapshot of what that machine is doing. That's going to take a long time to do, but ideally, if we get that into shape, that could be, we actually can predict what the first Spark pulse looks like before we actually do it, and keep up with that prediction while it's running in real time. That it would be a real big achievement to have that level of fidelity distilled down into an experiment. We've never been able to do that on any given fusion experiment to date. But that would be a building block it would be a big marker in the use of AI for this.
I'll echo. I think that's a great target to shoot for. And in the near term, Bob, I think what I want to do with your team is get that workflow that's modeling the heat dissipated by the plasma in Spark, get that workflow model and integrated into the initial design, computer to design files, so we can demonstrate that next year. That is a near-term milestone I'm hoping we can do probably in the next 6 to 9 months.
Excellent. Bob, Tom, thank you both so much. This was great. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, for a fireside chat on fusion, AI, and national security, please welcome Dr. Kim Boudel, Director of Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and Kevin Weil, Vice President of OpenAI for Science. Abigail Remler, Director for Future Technology Platforms at SCSP, will moderate the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. What an honor to share the stage today with Kim and with Kevin, who are both really pushing the frontier of fusion and AI. We just spoke about the compute stack and how that is helping to accelerate fusion, and now we're going to dig into another layer of the tech stack, AI models, and how AI, fusion energy, and national security are intersecting. I'd like to start by asking you both about mission. So Kim, I'd like to start with you. How do fusion, AI, and national security intersect with the mission of Lawrence Livermore National Lab?
Thanks, Abby. So we're a national security lab. Our core mission is to ensure the safety, security, and reliability of the nation's nuclear deterrent. As part of that work, for the last 30 years, the Department of Energy and the National Nuclear Security Administration have been building out a scientific toolkit so that we can do that work without additional underground nuclear testing. So scientific tools, really advanced computing, really highly precise experiments play a critical role in that. We also need to study some of the most extreme states of matter in the universe, states that have never been created in the laboratory before. So our work in fusion is really core to our national security missions. And at the National Ignition Facility, we've been able to do things like qualify new materials, study radiation transport, and study, for the first time ever, igniting plasmas in the laboratory, which is just a critical component of our understanding of the stockpile and its longevity into the future. If you couple that now with advanced computing, of course, we're also home to El Capitan, which debuted at #1 on the top 500 list. We use that computing at scale to build models that have a fidelity and a level of physics in them that we've never been able to do before. So truly an extraordinary compute capability. So LCAP came in at just short of 3 exaflops in compute power. So it's 20 times bigger than the last national security computer we had. So truly extraordinary. Routine, multiple 3D high fidelity simulations per day. So if you put that high fidelity data together with that big compute, and now you add AI to that, we're building a scientific ecosystem that's allowing us to learn at a pace that we've never had access to before. It's really quite extraordinary.
It's quite a unique moment in time that we're in. Kevin, can you talk a little bit about this moment in time and how fusion is intersecting with the core mission of OpenAI? Why does OpenAI care about fusion?
Yeah, well, I mean, first and foremost, we're an American company. There are a handful of really big scientific efforts that the US and the West need to win. You can talk about quantum computing, you can talk about space, and certainly fusion and AI. And as Kim just said, AI can help accelerate our path to fusion and make sure that we get there first. It's also that, I mean, fusion also can massively help AI. If there's one thing that I've learned in my time at OpenAI, it's that the more compute we apply, the more energy we have, the more compute we can apply to models, the smarter models can get. And I think, if you go back, who here has ridden in a Waymo, just out of curiosity? Okay, if you haven't, I highly recommend you do. My first 10 seconds in a Waymo the first time were like, oh my God, watch out for that bike. And then your next 2 or 3 minutes, you're like, I am living in the future. There is a robot driving me around San Francisco. I'm in the backseat of a car. There's no one in the driver's seat, and the wheel is just turning down alleyways, and then 10 minutes later, you're sitting there bored, scrolling on your phone, doing your email, wondering why you're not at your destination yet. It's kind of an analogy for how AI kind of impacts society. These advances are amazing for 2 minutes, and then we get used to them, and we kind of forget how amazing they are and how fast it's all evolving. The Turing test was, for 75 years, held up as this thing. When we achieve the Turing test, we'll know that AI exists. We whooshed past the Turing test 2 years ago, and now nobody ever thinks about it. But now you see AI, writing huge amounts of software, and both broadening the number of people that can write software and accelerating the pace at which we can write software. We're now with GPT-5, we've crossed this threshold. AI is starting to do novel physics, mathematics, biology research. It's actually starting to go beyond the human frontier. And that's super exciting. We forget how exciting that is, and that's today. The models you use today are the worst AI models you will ever use for the rest of your life. And when you really sort of grok that, it gets at why we care so much about developing AI as fast as we can, because it will help us develop things like fusion even faster.
Now that you mention it, the NIF's ignition breakthrough and the ChatGPT moment, I believe, happened the same month. So it's really been a unique 2.5 years that have brought us to this stage today. And there's an AI story behind Ignition that I don't think everybody in this room has heard. So Kim, I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit about what the role of AI in the first achievement of Ignition was and how that's continued as you've continued to accelerate progress.
Sure. Although the emergence of large language models was a huge moment for the community, we've been working with machine learning and AI tools for a very long time and integrating them into our big modeling and simulation tools. Because we take huge amounts of data, we can use these tools to build smarter models faster, to ingest all that data and learn. So our big modeling and simulation tools for the Ignition experiment made predictions of the outcome of that experiment. And in general, the prediction always suggested that the probability of ignition was below 50%. Finally, a prediction came along that said the probability of ignition was greater than 50%, and that was indeed the very first shot that ignited at NIF. So while we have a long way to go, and I wouldn't say that we have perfect predictive capability yet, we're using these models as we do more experiments to steadily improve our capabilities to predict the outcomes and understand the uncertainty bands in the work that we do. So that was very exciting. I still have the plot in my email where my AI team sent me that and said, we've never seen this before. But now the team is totally immersed in the world of large language models and working with folks like the team at OpenAI to help those models really begin to speak science and engineering and really build them intrinsically into the way we do these models of the experiments that we're performing.
And in the 2.5 years since that moment, the relationship between private companies and the national labs has sort of been changing. I'm wondering if you can talk about some of the ways that your organizations are partnering today and sort of how the nature of public-private partnerships is evolving. What is sort of the cutting-edge public-private partnership for advancing fusion and AI? What does that look like?
Do you want to start?
Start with Kevin?
I can start a little bit. So we're a cutting-edge science and technology company. There's a new fast-moving technology on the street. We're right to the east of Silicon Valley, so we're right in the heart of this emerging ecosystem. So very early on, we started building partnerships and relationships with all of the companies developing advanced AI models. We've worked very closely with these companies to bring models into our environment, the open source models, to work on the many kinds of problems we do at the lab. And I'll just say that includes science and technology, but also how we operate our site and how we run our business systems. But we're also bringing these into our most important scientific computing environments. So for example, with OpenAI, the 3 NNSA labs, Los Alamos, Livermore, and Sandia, struck a partnership to bring their advanced model into our classified environment and put it on a machine at Los Alamos so that we can really begin to explore the possibilities of that model with unique data sets and at scale in an environment where we can protect the model and ensure that important proprietary information isn't coming out, but we can really get a chance to get in and understand the internal workings of the model and what the possibilities are for science. And that's just a first example. We're also working to bring them into our machines at Livermore. We have the open source model working on one of our AMD-based machines. So again, trying to bring new technology stack into this ecosystem. And we're looking to bring the OpenAI models then into our big machine, El Capitan, to see what we can really do when we go to scale.
Yeah, I mean, the partnership that we have with the national labs is really one of a kind. It's the only time that we've ever served one of our models on-prem. You know, in a classified supercomputer that is at Los Alamos, hopefully more in the future. And the reason we did it was we could see the opportunity to help advance the mission of the national labs and US national security. Models today are incredibly smart. If you look at the ways that we benchmark models, one of the ways that we do it is we compare them to postdocs, people graduating with their PhDs in different scientific fields. GPT-5 today beats 90% of all graduating postdocs in a hard scientific exam in their field of study, and it does it across all fields of study simultaneously. And so the models are really getting quite good, but there's a huge amount of, they don't know what they have never seen before, and there's a unique set of data. There are a lot of things that the national labs know that the rest of the world does not know. And so the power is really combining a lot of intelligence with a unique data set and an incredible set of scientists that work at the national labs. We felt like in doing that, we could advance our mission, and also the feedback that we get. I don't know of a group of users that push our models harder, that give us more feedback. Actually, I mean, we were sitting talking with Brian Spears from Lawrence Livermore backstage. I think it was a year ago, maybe at this conference, I sat down with him, and I didn't know what to expect. We got introduced, and so we were meeting, and I was sort of ready to go with you know, here's how I think AI could help pitch. And he sat me down and was like, no, I get it. Let me show you what I do with your models. And proceeded to take me through like 20 minutes of the most exciting physics that I have ever seen. And I walked away being like, A, you have to come talk to the entire company because this will be so inspiring for everybody at OpenAI. And B, we have to figure out how to work together because this is incredible. And it has been. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, and I think it's a really new kind of partnership. This is really a peer partnership where we're working on these problems together. Much less, you know, give us your models, we'll do some science problems. The net benefit to both parties is just incredible in these relationships. And it's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun.
Just to pull the thread on public-private partnerships a little bit further, it certainly sounds like there is an extremely productive partnership happening today. But if you could wave a magic wand and design your perfect public-private partnership between Lawrence Livermore, OpenAI, from scratch, what would it look like? What would be different about the way that the model operates today?
So I'll just say some of the ways we think about introducing new software and new technologies into our environment aren't really well matched at this moment. We tend to have very slow-moving, cumbersome processes for approvals. So if you think about a fast-moving environment like AI, when the models are changing at pace, we need to change that. And we need to be able to accept the risk that comes along with that in a different way than we have in the past. we have to think about the incentives for both sides in different ways, right? This isn't a traditional public-private partnership where we're doing some research or technology development on behalf of a company. This is really two parties working together, each with unique assets and capabilities to bring to bear. So thinking about that value proposition, we can bring data, we can bring unique facilities, we can bring specific kinds of scientists to the table. These companies can bring these new models, new expertise in the underlying algorithms and capabilities to build these models out at scale, maybe even access to different kinds of compute on both sides of that relationship. So thinking about these less as transactions than as long-term research partnerships, I think, is an important change we need to think about.
Yeah, I'd say the one thing I'd change is let's try and figure out how to go bigger faster. Because we were talking backstage, for a long time, people thought it was impossible to run a 4-minute mile. Then somebody did, and the next year, 12 people broke 4 minutes in the mile. There's something to breaking through a barrier and proving something's possible. It begins a race. And we saw that this morning, talking through what China is doing and the build-outs that are happening in China. It is now a race. AI can help. The US and the West need to win on fusion, so we need to go bigger and faster.
Since you brought up China, that brings me to my next topic, which is national security. Kim, you've been a commissioner on SCSP's Commission on the Scaling of Fusion Energy for the past 14 months, and the Commission's final report that came out last week talks about treating fusion as a national security priority, and one way that we could do that is to more comprehensively study what our adversaries are doing in the fusion space, and in AI, of course. So I'd like to ask each of you, if we were to have an assessment, an annual assessment of what China is doing in AI and fusion, what would tell you that they are making significant progress? So Kevin, if you could speak to the AI piece of that, and Kim to fusion, what would you be looking for, and what would you tell the US government to look for in terms of measuring China's progress?
From the AI side, I mean, there's a fair amount of sort of whispers and rumors between the big AI labs. So some of it would just be through the grapevine that we would probably hear. And China also tends to work out in the open in AI. Most of the models that they're releasing are open weights models. I think that's a very specific strategy they're taking because they're coming from behind. And so it's sort of the Android versus iOS model. I think one of the things you would, if there was a major breakthrough and it didn't happen out in public, it didn't happen in a model that we can benchmark and evaluate, they kept it private, I think what you would actually see is you would see science accelerate. You would see a lot of projects like their fusion project starting to move faster, and that would be one of the ways that we notice this first. It just underscores why it's so important that these breakthroughs are ones that we get to first.
And Kim, how about on the fusion side?
Yeah, well, you saw one of the good examples earlier with the pictures of the facilities that China's building, watching them build these facilities and then looking for signals that they're beginning to operate these facilities. Then the question is, what will be public and what will not? I mean, I think in some respects, the things they're not talking about are perhaps the best indicators of where they're making significant progress. And in the fusion game, we know there are national security implications to these facilities. It's not just for energy. And so, we'll want to watch that, how public they are with their results. I'm confident that if they were to, rapidly build out and get to an ignition moment, we would definitely hear about that, because that would be a tremendous point of national pride. But watching those facilities and watching for results starting to come out of those facilities, I think, is a really important measure for what's going on in fusion there.
Now we have a few minutes left, and I want to go back to the 4-minute mile. If ignition was the 4-minute mile for fusion, what's next? What are the next breakthroughs that we should be looking for? What's the next R&D breakthrough that AI can help us tackle in fusion?
So for fusion, the next breakthrough is to get to a high enough yield that these targets are robust and repeatable, so that we can begin to really take apart the physics of ignition and begin to make those targets simpler, cheaper, easier to ignite, et cetera. That's really the building block for inertial fusion energy. And I think AI and the models that we're bringing into our compute ecosystem are really going to accelerate that progress. because we can now use the vast amounts of data that we're taking in different ways and much more efficiently than we had before. So at the lab, you'll hear me say we're working toward 10 megajoules. That's just a guess that if we get above 10 megajoules, we'll be in that plateau regime for fusion.
And Kevin, you can answer this about fusion or AI, up to you.
I know AI a little bit better. So, so when I sat here a year ago with Brian, he took me through this particular question. He said, all right, let me show you how I use this. All right, so let's imagine a thin copper rod, and we're going to bombard it with high-pressure waves. And all right, so let me ask, the basic undergrad question. And he asks it, and the model answers. And like, okay, that's right. Now let me ask it the graduate version of this question. And he asks, and the model thinks for a while and gets it right. And he says, okay, this is getting impressive. Now let me ask it the postdoc level question. You now have a postdoc in energy and nuclear physics. Now how does it do? And he asks it, and the model thinks for even longer, and it gets it right. He says, okay, now let me ask the you've worked at Lawrence Livermore for 10 years level question. And he asks it, and the model thinks and gets it right. And then he goes, okay, well, now let me ask this one next question. And the model says, actually, I can't answer that. But if you happen to be working at a national lab, you could use this software. And he said, you know what, look, I could answer all those questions. Brian Spears. There are some other people at Lawrence Livermore that could answer all of those questions as well, but not everybody. And certainly not in the 30 minutes that I just demoed this to you. It would have taken them a little while. And that was a year ago. Think about how the models have progressed since. We're now regularly seeing models make novel contributions to physics, to mathematics, to biology, to materials science. And I think especially at the intersection of these fields, because it's really hard as a human to specialize, or you get very specialized in any science. It's hard to be very good at many different fields at the same time, but that's an area where AI can help. And you think fusion is physics, it's materials science, it's energy, it's engineering, and at the intersection of all of these things, there's no human that is an expert in all of them simultaneously, but with an AI, a human can be. And so there's the opportunity to use these tools to accelerate what we're doing is greater than it's ever been, and it's only going to, that curve is only accelerating. Though the models 3 months from now are going to be even better, the models 6 months from there are going to be even better, and that's not going to stop. So I'm very excited about the opportunity to continue working together. I think the sky is the limit for us.
Yep, we didn't even talk about materials and manufacturing. That's a whole nother 20 minutes, so.
We'll save that for the afternoon. That's all the time we have. Please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists for joining us today.
For our next fireside chat titled Lessons Learned from the US-China Tech Competition, please welcome to the stage Luke Murray, Head of Government Affairs at Marvell Technology, and Dr. Nadia Shadlow, Advisor on SCSP's Board of Advisors. The conversation will be moderated by Elliot Chen, staff writer at The Wire China.
Good morning. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us for the last session of this morning before we head to lunch. My name is Elliot Chen. I'm a staff writer with The Wire China. We're a New York-based business magazine. We cover US-China relations, Chinese politics, and Chinese business. With me today, on my far left, is Luke Murray, Head of Government Affairs at Marvell, a global semiconductor firm based in California. From 2017 to 2021, he served as the then minority leader, Kevin McCarthy's national security advisor, advising the leader and helping to shape Republican positions on foreign policy and defense issues. Next to me is Dr. Nadia Shadlow. She is a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute, where her research focuses on issues related to defense mobilization, advanced manufacturing, semiconductors, critical minerals, and energetic materials. Previously, Dr. Shadlow served as the Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategy, where she was the architect of the 2017 National Security Strategy, focusing especially on great power issues. So earlier this morning, we explored the current state of the US and China's fusion buildouts, examining the systemic strengths and weaknesses of each country's ecosystems. In this session, we'll shift our focus to the strategic level, looking at, in particular, what concrete actions the US government should take to ensure that America maintains its leadership in fusion science as we move from research and development towards the commercialization of fusion energy. So we'll start with the first question for both of you, so feel free to jump in whenever you want. We heard right at the start this morning from the Secretary of Energy, who has said many times before that he sees fusion energy as a key national priority. In SESP's latest report, Fusion Forward, published last week, one of the report's recommendations is to have the White House issue an executive order. Why is that important in technologies like fusion for the highest level of government to set that kind of policy demand signal?
Well, I think it's very, very important, especially in fusion, right? Fusion, other than this audience, you can test it out, but most Americans, probably when you say fusion needs to be a national priority, they'll say, what? Or they'll think, nuclear fission. So setting it out in a clear way, explaining to the American public what fusion is, how important it is, and then getting the executive branch to consider the follow-up measures you need, which we'll talk about on the panel, I think is exceptionally important, especially in a relatively new domain like this.
Yeah, and I would just add that, obviously the federal government is a massive bureaucracy. Department of Energy is 15,000 employees alone, and if we're really going to achieve the objectives laid out in our report, it's got to be an interagency effort. So it's not just Department of Energy, it's Commerce, it's DOD, it's all sorts of different agencies, State Department. And if you're going to coordinate across agencies, you really need that prioritization. It's not so much that a government bureaucrat or a civil servant is going to work in opposition to these goals laid out. It's just they have so many other priorities that they're supposed to also work on. And how do you make sure that fusion really stays, if not at the top of their list, then at least near the top of their list? An executive order is the most powerful tool that a president has to effectuate any kind of policy that he makes. And if that's true, then if you issue an executive order and a bureaucrat doesn't prioritize it, there's going to be consequences for it. So at the highest level, it gives folks the authority they need to prioritize and make sure others prioritize fusion.
And it can sometimes substitute when a strategy, a formal strategy of sorts, doesn't exist. An executive order, in essence, captures the objectives where you're driving toward, and then the steps you need to take.
Mm-hmm. It strikes me that a lot of the technologies that we increasingly are talking about in the domain of US-China competition, and frankly, a lot of the ones that SESP looks at in a lot of detail, are technologies, from fusion to semiconductors, AI, quantum. These are technologies that are almost converging. And maybe we can talk about what does it mean for that convergence? What does it mean for US national security planning? And how does the government need to be organized to compete effectively and sort of adapt to that reality?
Well, this is an audience that knows, and the previous panel also mentioned this. They're intertwined technologies, right? There's a ripple effect in one area and the other. They're all connected, AI, quantum, semiconductors, especially fusion, to power a lot of these technologies. Mm-hmm. So we need to think simultaneously. So while as strategists, we often talk about prioritizing and recognize that, in some senses too, we need to succeed in all of these technologies across the board simultaneously. That's not easy for government to do, but it's critical. We need government to essentially create the landscape to reduce the obstacles to success in many of these areas. We have the brilliant scientists, we have the scientific breakthroughs, we have the innovation, but government needs to create the landscape to allow these innovations to flourish and to scale, and in many senses, as we'll discuss, to deregulate, to remove the obstacles to growth.
Yeah, if you just spell that out, like what does it mean for critical technology areas to find real meaningful convergence? Well, at least one aspect to that, one answer to that question is that the development of one technology depends on the development of the other technology. So if you're going to win the quantum race, you better have very advanced chips. If you're going to win the fusion race, you better use AI to speed things up, as we just heard on an earlier panel. And you can go down the list on critical technologies areas on how they depend on the speed of one another. So from a US government perspective, both the executive branch and the legislative branch, you can't just focus on one technology area. Now, not everything can be a critical technology area, and we need to be prudent in what we label a critical technology area, but you can't just fund quantum, particularly basic and applied research for quantum, and not go after robotics or not go after advanced microelectronics. So there is just a very clear reality here that the kind of funding that we're talking about in critical technology areas probably needs to be pretty robust. And that needs to, actually the administration has already issued some policies about realigning funding around these critical technology areas. I think that's a great first step. Second step is Congress needs to properly fund it, authorize it, and appropriate it. And then as you work on implementation, right, it's one thing to have an executive order which lays out the policy. It's another thing to fund it. Then you've got to implement it. And I really think some sort of interagency body, maybe a cross-agency technology council within the executive branch, where you have principals or their deputies, they're regularly convening together to talk about the progress on these relative technology areas and identify where are the obstacles, where are the bottlenecks, what questions do we need to answer sooner rather than later. Because when you're working interagency, the most challenging thing on an interagency effort is communication. You don't know what one agency knows and vice versa. And so and sometimes those are the easiest problems to solve. If you just expose them and you get the right level of senior officials to know about them, they can pull the trigger and get action done.
It strikes me that this conversation about the US and China competing on fusion, there are patterns that we're seeing in the competition on fusion that we've seen, quite frankly, before. I think one thing that I really liked that was mentioned at the panel earlier this morning was, they were talking about this TikTok video that had been uploaded in China showing just the sheer pace that some of these fusion facilities are being built in China. I think David mentioned, quite simply, they're welding at night. That sticks with me because, one, it's a striking image, and two, it's just an illustration of the pace that China can build at that is just immensely difficult to compete with, right? So I was thinking maybe we could zoom out a little bit and think about, how do some of the findings that you've come across through the work of the Fusion Commission, how do they transfer to other strategic technology sectors? What are some of the broader strategic lessons that you've learned about the American innovation ecosystem beyond fusion that we can think about here?
Yeah, there's a couple ways that I've thought about this since serving on the commission. One is there is a difference between inventing the technology and putting it to use. Innovation and application. And if, we just had a panel on AI. AI is a great example. We continue to lead the world on technical breakthroughs on AI. And yet, if you look at application throughout the economic sector, China's already way ahead of us. And if you go over the past 75 years, we used to do both really well. So think about the semiconductor industry. We were the first to invent the transistor, and we had the biggest chip companies in the world. Think about the internet. Invented the internet, and we had the biggest internet companies in the world. So you have both at R&D and at commercialization, productization, we were leading the world. We still lead the world when it comes to fusion on R&D, and we still have the biggest companies in terms of private investment in the United States. But I'm really concerned about how China is setting itself up in being able to scale fusion technology once those technical breakthroughs are achieved.
Yeah, I think we've learned that there are many lessons in the past where we've lost. Innovation is not enough, right? So the next decade, the next 2 decades going forward, words like scale, speed, replicability, commercialization, all of those are critical. The innovation itself is not enough. And I think Now this is where government can play a big role in all of those areas. Government needs to ask itself, to what degree can we help in those domains? It's about deployment now. And we've seen how we've lost out in other sectors, right? I mean, renewables was a big issue, maybe previous administration, but the lack of, where China has led in renewables, led in battery production, critical minerals, mining, all the inputs and components. So innovation is not enough.
Can I just add one on the policy side? I went to a conference recently, and there was a professor up, and he talked about some leading indicators that he watches in his space. One is the number of graduates in the appropriate fields. Obviously, China is beating us on that. And two is the papers that get published and presented at conferences. He said in his area of research a few years ago, it was basically US and China, and US basically had the lead in terms of the papers being presented. The last couple years, China has dominated. And the last conference he went to was 30 papers presented by Chinese professors and one by an American professor. So if that's a leading indicator of who is going to be advanced or leading the world in the next 5 to 10 years, that's a real problem. So what do you do about that? One, again, you go back to R&D dollars, right? Like, the fact of the matter is university professors need money to do their work and publish their papers. That's, yes, federal government, but that's also philanthropy. That can also be the private sector can chip in there. The second kind of policy prescription is when you think about the race against China and how quickly they're developing on these leading indicators, you want to make sure that you're giving the private sector as much room to run as possible. And the R&D tax credit is terrible. We are 36 out of 38 OECD countries when it comes to our R&D tax credit. China has a 220% R&D tax credit, which means every $100 that a Chinese company invests in R&D, they can take a $220 tax credit. Comparably for the US, American company invests $100, they get $10 tax credit. So that is both on the basic and applied research funding, that's a role that the government has always played historically. And on the tax credit side, that's how we, in our system, spur innovation. We need to get a lot more competitive to spur on innovation.
On the topic of tax credits, Luke, maybe we can stick with you. What would it look like in practical terms to make fusion a national priority from the perspective of Congress? What can the legislative branch do to really assist and get fusion going in the US?
Yeah, it plays a critical role. And actually, if Congress doesn't step up to the plate, I'm very, very concerned about our ability to achieve these goals that we've laid out. Number one is funding. Our report calls for $10 billion. That's going to go to key milestone programs the Department of Energy can run for companies reaching milestones. They get X amount of incentives. I think also just as important are the R&D test facilities to get those technological breakthroughs that are still needed on fusion and building those up, funding those, staffing those, et cetera. And Congress, at the end of the day, is the one that can appropriate that, right? And if you look at the return on investment, if we lead the world in fusion, if we not only achieve the technological breakthroughs that are necessary, but then we actually have the international regulatory frameworks where we can sell fusion energy abroad and be the world leader, it's going to be a massive influx to our economy, and we're more than going to get our money back in that sense. Second way that Congress is really important is political support. So if DOE, if the president does provide authority for a fusion lead, you really need one person. We talked about bureaucrats and all the different priorities. We need one person whose sole priority it is to develop or to achieve these objectives that we've laid out. And that's all they work on every day, all day. It would be great if Congress could authorize that position and fund that position. And that executive order should give that position the relevant authority needed so that position can be effective. Also, political support can be really helpful when you're talking about the administration making the kind of departmental changes and interagency councils and task force and those kinds of things that it's setting up. If Congress lends its political support via letters from relevant chairman, ranking member, Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources, or on the House side, Energy and Commerce Committee, and say, yeah, we support establishing a fusion lead. Yes, we support establishing an interagency task force or council. obviously, the administration, the executive branch is not afraid to do something that Congress doesn't appreciate, but when the executive branch is thinking about taking bold action, like we call for in these recommendations, and they know they're not going to face a firing squad from Congress, but actually, a welcome reception from Congress, that's going to speed up administration action and incentivize bureaucrats who might otherwise be a little bit gun-shy because they're not sure they might be hauled before X committee to explain why they're doing what they're doing. So that's funding, that's political support, and then oversight. It's one thing to have an executive order. It's another thing to have a national strategy, which I haven't talked about too much, but it's super important in terms of implementation, figuring out who does what. And if you don't have implementation, it doesn't matter how good your policy is, it's not going to be effective. And Congress doesn't have to be an overlord in that sense, but it is helpful for staffers to email their counterparts in agencies to ask for updates, to get informal briefings, to call hearings, to make sure that implementation is proceeding at pace and you have that proper incentive for the executive branch to keep working this. And then finally, this is going to be an effort that extends beyond this president's term, right? I think key progress and milestones can be reached, but full commercialization is going to take more than this term. And whatever executive order, obviously, that this president issues, the next president can issue one completely opposite or can just deprioritize it. Congress should think about codifying what the administration is doing, or hopefully will do, and in that way, it can last beyond just this term.
Yeah, so as Luke pointed out, the executive branch can set a signal, as we started the conversation, in terms of an executive order establishing a national fusion lead. And in doing so, it helps to de-risk an environment, it helps to attract money and capital to an environment, and it can drive deregulation. So if there's one word throughout the report that's used, it's expedite. The executive branch can drive expedited licensing, right, for fusion. That's critically important. We can't use an approach that uses bespoke licensing for every fusion generator. There's something called a design-specific license that's out there, and it's an idea that the executive branch can help to push in a deregulatory mindset to say we're establishing a landscape to allow fast deployment and commercialization. Expedite comes in terms of environmental permitting, also critical at the federal and state level, that can and must be expedited to allow, again, for the commercialization and deployment at the scale that we need. Expedite, again, comes in with looking at our electrical grid and the need to expedite permitting, but also driving changes in that domain. It's a hugely complicated domain, but it can't take 6 years to attach a fusion generator to the grid. It can't. It absolutely, the grid has to catch up. And we're seeing in so many of these areas, to go back to the technologies you mentioned, where you have the fast-moving pace of all of these technologies running up against these calcified infrastructures, essentially. And it's consistent across a range of areas. And finally, the federal government and the executive branch can and must play a really important role in global alignment. That's something that's clearly within the hands of our State Department, Defense Department. We need to make sure that external organizations, international organizations that can shape that regulatory environment, which then will shape the ability of American companies to deploy and lead globally, that matters. China just hosted a conference with the IAE on fusion. We need to be hosting conferences here. We need to talk to the IAE, get a U.S. ambassador in there to make sure that we're leading in these global conversations, because it impacts American businesses and provides the opportunities. We can't afford to lose out. And in addition, the global angle is kind of interesting too, because it helps the U.S. with scale as well, right? It provides us with external markets as well, which is just as important for American companies. We need to do both simultaneously. So in all of those areas, the executive branch, plays a key role.
One thing that really struck me when sort of looking at what China is doing on fusion development is, I think earlier this year they developed this consortium, which brings together not only sort of China's fusion companies, but all of the infrastructure providers that are necessary to go and build it, right? That's the steel companies, the people in the aerospace industry, because as it turns out, there's a lot of technology that transfers over. And that's just a strength that you have, I guess, with the central government, right? The ability to pull together various state-owned enterprises and bring them all into the same room. Is the US government, whether the executive branch, the legislative, or through something like the commission, do you see a sort of role for them in sort of that convening power, bringing them together and sort of getting everyone in the same room?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's not as easy for us to create the same type of geographically kind of concentrated ecosystems, right? We have states that should be competing with each other in this country, and that can make things more innovative. But the competition should be about how can we attract fusion generators and manufacturing facilities to our state most quickly. I think that's a good type of competition that we want to increase. But overall, the setting forth the foundation for manufacturing for fusion, understanding the importance of those supply chains, working with Congress on credits like 45X and different credits to pull in manufacturing and ensure that we're not losing that supply chain down the line. I mean, we're already at risk, right? We're vulnerable in key parts of the fusion supply chain already, whether it's semiconductors, high voltage capacitors. We all know now everyone's critical minerals, lithium, gallium, silicon carbide, components that go into what you need to create fusion. We're already vulnerable. So the federal government can play a big role in ensuring that that manufacturing sector is more robust than what we've seen in other sectors today, to go back to the areas we've lost.
Yeah, and I would say in addition to convening, the government has a special ability to collect information.
Yeah,
and particularly on the global supply chain when it comes to fusion and what we're going to need to scale, we still have too many dark corners. We don't know if there's gaps or maybe there's dependencies that are not in our interest or could slow us down. This is where obviously I think having a lot of international allies can be really helpful, but we really need a better map of the global supply chain. Department of Commerce does that kind of thing. It's done it on other industries. It can do it on fusion. I think that's a key role. And then kind of back to an earlier question in terms of what are some of the challenges that we see with fusion that then you also see with other technology areas. I think what surprised me on this commission is it's not all about technical breakthroughs and scientific breakthroughs. Yes, there are challenges there, and yes, we have a spectrum of confidence in our ability to achieve those the next 5 years or 10 years or what have you. But it's not just about that grant money to get that technical breakthrough. You also need the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to provide permitting and licensing. You need the Commerce Department to set up proper export controls or lack thereof. And you need Department of Energy to be running these grant programs. You need State Department to set up the international regulatory framework. You need DoD to weigh in on what's sensitive to national security, what's not. And that's true in fusion, that's true in AI, that's true in quantum. There's an interagency challenge there where, yes, the government has this inherent ability to convene people and bring them together, and it should use that. But also that interagency challenge really is massive, and we have to sort that out because it won't just affect fusion, it's also going to affect these other critical technology areas too. And then lastly, we can't wait till we get the scientific and technical breakthroughs to then give the licenses and the permits and worry about supply chain, because then we'll lose the race on fusion. That all has to be in place or actually ongoing before those breakthroughs to make sure that when we do achieve those breakthroughs, there's no significant delay and we can really scale.
Right, to go back to the point of simultaneity, right? It has to be done simultaneously. And I think the executive branch can also play a role in setting forth metrics, time-based metrics. In government, no one really likes to sort of admit how long something takes. They certainly don't like to project that. The executive branch can actually hold agencies accountable using time-based metrics to understand, something that takes 6 years shouldn't. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. But once you start to do that, you kind of create accountability that makes everyone a little bit uncomfortable.
Sure.
But it could be, it's really important in this domain.
Luke, Nadia, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for sharing these insights with everybody. Please join me in thanking each of our panelists for being here today.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our morning session. Lunch is available in the lobby. A table demo by Jay Bowles from Plasma Channel will be happening in the lobby during the lunch break. Programming will resume at 12:30.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator Jim Risch. Welcome to Washington, D.C., and thank you for your work on these important issues facing our energy sector and our nation. I particularly want to thank the Special Competitive Studies Project for organizing this event and for all their work in facilitating the Commission on the Scaling of Fusion. I'm proud to co-chair the Fusion Commission with my friend Senator Cantwell and explore how fusion can help meet load growth and bolster U.S. leadership in emerging industries like AI. Throughout our nation's history, American ingenuity has been the solution to difficult problems and will be the key to overcoming resource adequacy issues in the energy sector. We've begun to realize the vast potential of AI and the energy it requires. Our ability to innovate is more important than ever. With the demand for energy continuing to surge, we must rise to the challenge and produce even more reliable baseload power. My home state of Idaho has long been central to this type of innovation. For 75 years, the Idaho National Lab has been the nation's flagship institution for fission energy research, but their contributions to new developments in the energy sector reach far beyond a single technology. Today, INL also leads groundbreaking work on fusion development at the Safety and Tritium Applied Research, or STAR, facility. At STAR, researchers are working on fuel and safety considerations to aid the commercialization efforts of fusion companies as reactors are developed. STAR is a great example of INL's emphasis on applied energy. The INL focuses on real-world applications, partnering with private industry to explore new technologies and achieve practical and commercial outcomes. As one of the sites selected by the Department of Energy for AI data center projects, INL is demonstrating its position as a leader in American ingenuity. By studying energy-dependent AI at the epicenter of energy research, we will better understand how these technologies interact and can support each other's advancement. This has important implications, not just for domestic industries, but also for our strategic competitiveness on the world stage. As chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and a senior member of the Intelligence Committee, I can assure you that solidifying America's leadership in AI and energy is critically imperative. By far, the largest threat to our dominance is Communist China. The Chinese Communist Party-controlled state-owned enterprises are investing heavily in emerging energy technologies. But they don't stop there. They also gladly steal our intellectual property. They are targeting our energy production, supply chains, and research. For this reason, it is critical we support research leading to commercialization, create an environment that favors investment, and ensure our research, especially at government institutions, is secure. Resources are limited. We must use them judiciously. This is a competition, even if it's not a fair one. Thank you again for your interest in addressing these important challenges and your efforts to advance the U.S. as the global leader in both fusion energy and in AI.
Good.
As a reminder, we want you to check out the plasma demonstration out in the foyer when you have a time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please begin to take your seats, as programming will resume shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as programming will resume shortly. For our next panel titled Financing Fusion Energy, please welcome our speakers, Dr. Rachel Slabaugh, partner at DCVC, Dr. Scott Hsu, partner at Lower Carbon Capital, and Dr. Andrew Lo, co-founder of Rutherford Energy Ventures, and Charles E. and Susan T. Harris Professor at the MIT Sloan School of Management. Nicholas First, Associate Director of Fusion at SCSP, will moderate this discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Not sure my mic is on. That's not on. Good afternoon, everyone.
Lunchtime entertainment.
Good afternoon and welcome. Okay, I think perfect. I hope you're all enjoying your lunch. A little hard to see it from up here, but it smells delicious. So today I am thrilled to be joined by these three movers and shakers in the worlds of finance and fusion energy. Before we get into things, I would like to give these three speakers the opportunity to introduce themselves briefly, describe who you are and what you do. Rachel, how about we start with you?
Sure. I'm Rachel Slabaugh. I'm a partner at DCVC. We're a deep tech venture capital firm. I'm a nuclear engineer by training. I used to be a professor at Berkeley and a program director at ARPA-E. And at DCVC, we invest in, for us, deep tech means anything where there's a significant data and compute component that accelerates the company's advantage. We do a whole bunch of kinds of things, including fusion, fission, energy, that kind of stuff.
Scott?
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here with you all today. My first time back in DC since I left, so it's great to be here. Scott Hsu, fusion partner at Lower Carbon Capital, a venture capital firm, also investing in hard tech, climate hard tech companies. And as my general partner at Lower Carbon likes to say, we are supporting companies aiming for energy abundance without turning the earth into an open pit mine. As many of you know, I was with the Department of Energy prior to this as the lead fusion coordinator, and ARPA-E prior to that as a program director for its fusion programs, where I overlapped with Rachel. Prior to that, a long career at Los Alamos as an experimental fusion scientist.
Hi, everybody. My name is Andrew Lo. I'm a professor of finance at the MIT Sloan School of Management. And for much of my career, applying mathematical and statistical models to investment problems, hedge fund strategies, and now, most recently, deep tech investing. I'm also a co-founder of Rutherford Energy Ventures with my MIT colleague, Dennis White, focusing on applying analytics to fusion investments.
Great, thank you all so much for being here. Stacked cast, if you couldn't tell. So investors have to navigate the immense opportunities, risks, and uncertainties in this rapidly evolving industry. So to that extent, Rachel, could I ask you to kick us off by explaining to us to what extent you would say that the current amount of private funding in the fusion industry, over $11 billion at this point, can be tied to public investment in early stage commercialization programs?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the private funding that is coming in now is so deeply tied to public funding that came before. And some of that is long-standing with basic experiments and computational tools. And some of that is much more recent, and I think the current ecosystem and the vibrancy of it, we can really, I'm going to point to Scott and thank ARPA-E, because really, over the last 10 years, they've brought a commercialization lens and a new frame of how to think about what we should be working on in fusion from a very commercialization focus. And I think Pat McGrath might be in the room, Will Regan, there are a number of people at ARPA-E who worked on this. But it was really that it's not just science. How do we think about what power plants are going to be commercial, what fusion technology is needed to drive these things forward? And I'll let Scott maybe talk a little bit about it more, but I think without that, we would still be working on sort of like two things without that commercial mindset or a clear path forward.
Yeah, indeed. It was really great to be able to plant a lot of seeds at ARPA-E and kind of help grow the ecosystem you see today. But I also want to acknowledge, the bold pioneers in the private sector at that same period of time, who struck out and really took the risk of standing up that ecosystem also. So I think it was a parallel effort there. I'll also add, at ARPA-E and then later on with the DOE milestone program, we did really show that federal funding could have a very important catalytic effect. At ARPA-E, the rough numbers were something like 5 to 1 of follow-on private funding from the federal funding we invested in fusion projects. And with the milestone program, of course, FES will have the best data, but I believe the numbers are even higher in terms of how much private funding has followed on after the milestone program selectees were announced by those milestone companies.
Andrew, could you give a sense for our audience, who are the kinds of investors active in the fusion industry right now, and who are the types of investors that will need to enter the industry if companies actually want to realize their timelines?
Well, let me start by pointing out that one of the earlier panelists talked about the tech stack involved in fusion. But I think we also have to focus on the capital stack, because obviously you got to pay for stuff. The current investors are a mix of venture capitalists, some strategics, energy companies, family offices, foundations, and so on. And the reason that it looks like such a kind of a mixed bag is because fusion is a very complex technology and requires a certain amount of both insight and leadership, but also some courage and willingness to take on not just risk, but uncertainty, where the term uncertainty is used in the economic sense of the unknown unknowns. And so right now we have a variety of different investors that are really used to taking on both risk and uncertainty, but it's a relatively small group. In order for fusion to realize its true promise, that capital stack is going to have to grow over the next 5 or 10 years. And we're going to have to add to the existing capital investors who are not necessarily willing to take on uncertainty, but certainly happy to take on risk. And once you tap into that pool of capital, you're now increasing the amount of funding on the order of $10 to $100 billion. That's what it'll eventually take from this point forward.
Okay, so pulling on that thread a little bit, what will it take to actually turn uncertainty into risk, right? To get from the unknown unknowns to the known unknowns?
Well, I think there are a number of pathways to get to that point, that inflection point, but I'll propose one milestone that I think we're going to be hitting in another year or two, and that's Commonwealth Fusion Systems and their Spark project. Once Spark goes online and demonstrates commercial Q greater than 1, at that point, my guess is that, or soon thereafter, they will do an IPO. And maybe it's not CFS, maybe it's another one of the fusion companies, Zap or Examer or any number of them that have that moment where, from a commercial perspective, they are able to achieve a demonstration project. At the point at which the first fusion company does an IPO, I believe that that will be the inflection point where now you will see tremendous amounts of money coming into the space to take something that started out as a science project, turns it into an engineering project, and then now it becomes an infrastructure project. That's the sequence of events that I think will happen.
Talking about milestones, Scott, you played a key role in standing up the Milestone program during your time at DOE. Could you describe for us the logic of tying or conditioning the disbursement of federal funds to a company's achievement of a technical milestone, as opposed to a more traditional financing mechanism?
Yes, so there were a couple of things we were trying to fulfill with the Milestone program, both on the policy side, but also in the kind of nuts and bolts of how you send out federal dollars. On the policy side, this was really about moving at the speed of the private sector and allowing the private sector to take the financial risk of what they were doing. So in terms of providing federal payments for them meeting milestones, first of all, they were the ones setting the milestones that we helped negotiate because that was part of their roadmap, as Ryan said earlier on a panel. But secondly, they were taking the financial risk, right? So we wanted to be able to contract these agreements in a way that were very simple, and sorry, I think my mic is falling, that were simple and had reduced accounting burdens. And in order to do that, there were only certain ways to be able to sign agreements from the Department of Energy to do that. Yeah, so those are the main reasons. And then, also back from the policy standpoint, we wanted the Milestone program to accelerate progress, right? Earlier we talked about speed from one of the earlier panels. We wanted this program to allow the private sector to move at speed. And finally, I'll add, a reimbursement model is what brings in these accounting burdens, right? To account to the taxpayer that companies, are doing what they said they were doing. With a milestone payment, we were actually not paying for the company, to be doing anything in particular. We were simply paying them when they met a milestone. So that gave us flexibilities in the way we signed these agreements.
Scott, sticking to the Milestone program, could you tell us for a second what you think the future of that program is? Where should it go next?
Yeah, well, I think we covered those points well this morning and also in the report, but maybe to reiterate, we need to fund the program at a level that it was designed to do, right? Up to 50% federal share of the project cost. That would really be greatly catalytic to the private investment side. And then secondly, as the report rightfully states, we should be ready to deploy a demonstration tier of the program when this whole community is ready to embark on that.
Rachel, could you give us a peek behind the curtain? Describe how a VC like yours might discuss investing in a fusion company, particularly with regard to projected returns on investment.
Yeah, it's a good question. I will say for investing in fusion, the ROI calculations are a bit more hand-wavy than in some other sectors. But really, it's a bet on fusion enthusiasm to some extent. It's saying, okay, why are we on the precipice of accomplishment? And so it's looking at where is the science, what are the breakthroughs that have allowed progress now that are, have us in a different spot? And then sort of looking around and saying, what could fusion be worth? And some of that is actually based on electricity generation, and some of that is, to be honest, just based on sentiment that people love fusion. And we aren't expecting that, we're going to have revenue from many of these companies. We're not doing a discounted cash flow model. We're really saying scientific accomplishment is going to be worth a lot. And just as Andrew was saying, maybe you can go public after you hit a fusion breakthrough. Or maybe you have a large secondary, which is where an investor buys the investment shares that you have at a big uptick. And so it's kind of there's real demand, there's real scientific progress, and there's just sort of like euphoria about fusion.
can I chime in a bit too? I think the way we look at it at Lower Carbon is, we've built a portfolio there, a stable, if you will, rather than back a single horse. And I think in the past few years, the confidence in the entire industry has been growing, right? Each individual company and approach still carries rather, high technical and commercialization risk. But when you look at the whole industry, I think a lot of our LPs and investment partners are quite positive that there is money to be made here, right? And the other point to make is we think there will be liquidity opportunities on the venture timescale within a decade. This is not to say that a company should IPO, or this is not to say that we will be selling electrons to the grid on this timescale, but that there will be liquidity opportunities. And in the end, as investors, that's what we're working toward, right? Whether these things should happen or should not happen, if the opportunity is there, the investors are gonna be interested.
Any reaction to that, Andrew? I saw you nodding your head.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I think that if you think about industries like biotech, where you're dealing with first-of-a-kind technologies routinely, and where the horizon for developing a drug from beginning to end is 10 to 15 years, not that different from where we are in fusion right now. And so you don't have to have electrons on the grid in order to get liquidity. In fact, it's really going to be kind of like a relay race where the first leg is going to be to get that demonstration project. The second leg is going to be to figure out how to commercialize that in a power plant, and so on and so forth. So there'll be multiple opportunities for investors to come in and out and to rotate that capital stack to the point where eventually you'll have a full stack of all investors, just as we have now for biotech.
And Andrew, you are a student of deep tech sectors. So could I ask you, what lessons from some of these other sectors could offer the fusion industry, especially in terms of what to do and what not to do to accelerate progress, minimize risk and uncertainty?
Well, yeah, there's some common denominators among all deep tech ventures, whether it's fusion energy or biotech or quantum computing and so on and so forth. And the basic challenge is, how do we take an idea from the laboratory and bring it all the way to commercialization and generating profits, never mind revenues? It turns out that for deep tech ventures, that's a 10, 20, 30-year process. And the bottom line is that there's no single investor, other than perhaps the government and certain very, very unique nonprofits. But for the most part, there's no investors that can stay in it for a 30-year horizon. You got to get liquidity before that. So the first step in any kind of deep tech venture to make it financeable, to make it realizable, is you got to break up that 30-year period into digestible chunks. Now, in the case of biomedicine, it turns out that that is done naturally thanks to the FDA. They take a 10-year horizon for developing a drug into phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and so on. They're not doing it for the sake of venture capitalists and investors. They're doing it for other reasons. But that process of knowing where you are in that value chain and being able to get liquidity at each of those different milestone achievements, that really allows capital to come in and out and flow. So the milestone program that Scott described, that's an example of a way that you can break up this multi-year period into more digestible chunks. But the other way is to create a third party, perhaps a rating agency like Moody's or S&P, or maybe underwriters laboratories, that certifies milestones as they occur, so that you can basically allow individuals and investors to get in and out when those achievements have been made.
Rachel, Scott, any reaction to that? Agreement, disagreement? A secret third thing, perhaps?
Yeah, no, I think this, having an independent agency that can help provide verification along the way, we would find quite valuable, especially in something as technical as fusion, where very few investors can do the assessment to actually understand the technology or underwrite the risk. And to be honest, we look into the future and we see some risk of maybe fraudulent reporting is a little too strong, but people not entirely being accurate about the technical progress that they report. And so how can you have a group actually do some stamps of approval so that the investors who shouldn't themselves develop plasma physics expertise can evaluate these companies accurately?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think the only thing I would add is, the DOE milestones at this point, do serve that function to an extent. I think if we were to have an FDA equivalent, it could be an interesting prospect. And just the last point on milestones, as investors, once we've invested in a company, we want to support value creation in those companies. And clear, meaningful, and verifiable milestones are the best underpinning of value creation in these companies.
Now, we already touched on it a bit before, but Scott, if I could ask you to share, from a broad perspective, perhaps, broad brush strokes, what are some of the criteria that you would use to determine whether to invest in a fusion company?
Yeah, so I can speak generally at first and then maybe a little bit more from Lower Carbon's perspective, which maybe is a little different since we are building a portfolio. From a venture perspective, the team that is backing an idea is very important, right? We look for capability in the team. This is not an easy road. You got to raise a lot of money. You got to convince talent to come work for you over not only other fusion companies, but other sectors and industries. So we look to very compelling leadership. Now, of course, we also look at the technical viability of the idea and the, whether it can become a commercial winner. So techno-economics is very important. From the Lower Carbon perspective, I would add, to add to our stable, we're also looking at this from a portfolio approach, as Andrew has talked about in other venues. Things that diversify both the scientific and the commercialization risk of our existing portfolio. Again, this is our fiduciary duty to our shareholders and to our limited partners.
Andrew?
Yeah, let me add to something that Scott mentioned, which is this notion of techno-economic analysis. I actually hadn't heard of that term until relatively recently, because from my perspective, it's just economic analysis. But you have to add the techno part, because there are some very technical aspects that have to be combined and integrated into the economic analysis. And so Dennis White and I are working on a paper that we hope will be published soon, where we propose the economic equivalent of the Lawson criterion, where in addition to the technical conditions that are necessary to be generating net energy, you also have to be able to generate net profits in order to make this work. And so I think that in addition to all of the elements that Scott mentioned, it's important to incorporate some sense of whether or not the engineering parameters will allow you to generate economically meaningful net energy. And I think that's something that has not really been focused on for understandable reasons. We want to get to that certain threshold where we have Q greater than 1 before we start talking about commercialization. But when we get to the nth of a kind fusion power plant, it's really going to be driven by the economics of whether the fuel cycle and the ability to be able to replace and keep the fusion power plant going on will be economically meaningful. And I think that's something that can be understood with a relatively simple set of equations.
Mm-hmm. So building on that idea, Rachel, Scott, how would something like the establishment of a national fusion goal to break ground on the first commercial or demonstration power plants by 2028, how would that actually change the calculus for investors?
I think it depends so much on the details. I mean, some of what we've seen from other sectors is if you set the goal in a way that's sort of unreachable, you may end up getting distortive behaviors that are not quite productive. On the other hand, if you set it to be too obtainable, which I don't think we're at risk of, maybe you don't get enough done. But if you get sort of the balance right, where you have an incentive structure that pushes people a little bit farther than they would be otherwise, and most of that is on the government side, where you can align interests to help solve regulatory problems, move programs more quickly, and get things done in a much more efficient pathway. That's the real value. Is so much of what's in the way is sort of like bureaucratic burden. And I'm not saying we should like get rid of all processes and do whatever we feel like. There's just an opportunity to be more efficient, and having a clear goal that can crystallize that can really add efficiency of action across the government, across the national labs, across the private sector. And so that's when a goal is set well. It aligns so that the pathway is smoothed and people's attention is really focused.
Yeah, I agree that the policy signaling is incredibly important, but I think just even more from a pragmatic standpoint, from the investor perspective, I mean, capital raises are hard, and raising equity financing rounds, especially at the billion-dollar level, it's just hard. And so I think having a clear policy signal from the government, as well as real demonstration scale funding from the government, will be extremely catalytic for the private sector.
Yeah, so this week, the Nobel Prize in Economics was announced, and the three winners, you know what they won for? They won for their theory, which has been demonstrated in a variety of contexts, of how economic growth is really supported by technological innovation. That's their Nobel Prize. And one of the key aspects of that, according to their work, is when government and universities and the private sector are collaborating. That is the most powerful form of innovation that fuels economic growth. With it, countries become incredibly wealthy. Without it, last year's Nobel Prize winners have shown that countries can become much poorer for it. So I think that really underscores exactly what Scott and Rachel said about the importance of policy, working with research, collaborating together with the private sector. Those three elements are critical for success.
Mm-hmm. Rachel, as a commissioner on the Fusion Commission, is there a certain recommendation from the report that jumps out to you as one that would move the needle the most for the private capital equation?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are, of course, a lot of good recommendations in there. And I'll say maybe it's not exactly a point, but a little bit of a frame that an important role for the government to play is on the cross-cutting technologies that help a range of companies. So it doesn't make sense for one individual company to fund an initiative that everyone needs. It really makes sense for the government to fund those things that lift all boats. And I think that comes through pretty clearly and it helps radically reduce the risk for these individual companies where, to be honest, they are sort of counting on someone to solve it. And right now, it's not obvious who that someone is, and it's just sort of like assumed that it'll happen eventually. And so having a clear plan of who is solving those cross-cutting challenges, I think is quite important and very helpful.
So this is a question for all of you. Let's start with you, Scott, then move to you, Andrew, and then finish with Rachel. What are the biggest opportunities and the biggest risks that would affect the growth of the fusion industry? And then bound it by 5 or 10 years, however you want.
Well, I think the biggest opportunity right now is evidenced by all of us sitting in this room. You know, I think we've advanced the conversation significantly over the past few years. We're not, kind of debating on the policy itself at this point. We're kind of talking about the implementation. So I think there's huge opportunity not just to get to fusion demonstration as soon as possible, and I think everybody in this room is behind that, but also looking at the fusion supply chain, I think is a big opportunity right now. And somebody on the previous panel said we have to pursue these things in parallel, right? So I would point to that combination as real opportunity, and this is why investors are in it. I think the biggest risk is not moving fast enough. The speed part of it is incredibly important, and we are not moving fast enough. We have to clear barriers. Somebody also said earlier this morning, fusion's not just an incremental energy technology. It is a national security imperative. It is going to transform the way humans relate to energy and use energy. And the winner is going to dictate things for a long time. So we have to clear the barriers in order to move fast.
Andrew? Yeah, so I think it's pretty clear the biggest opportunity before us is to bring a new form of energy to this planet. I mean, how often do you get to do that? How often do you get to even say that we're creating a new form of energy that did not exist on this planet? And I think that within the next 5 years, I suspect that a number of investors today will be very, very wealthy because of their investments. So we're not talking 10, 20, 30 years. I think within a matter of just 5 to 7, we're going to see tremendous opportunities and rates of return for investments that are being made right now. To me, the biggest obstacles, the thing that keeps me up at night, has to do with lack of financing, because I don't think that there's any question eventually we're going to get there. The issue is who's going to get there first, and how much are we going to be able to scale between now and the next 5 or 10 years? And financing really is critical. I worry that we may have in this industry a Theranos moment as the biotech industry experienced, where if there's a fraudulent company that ultimately ends up bilking a large number of investors, that could set the industry back 10 years easily. Or some bad science, cold fusion could actually undermine the progress. And so anything we can do to create checks and balances to make sure that we're hitting those milestones and that we have investors coming to the table because they see that there's legitimate value here, that's going to be important.
So maybe a slightly different take, because I agree with everything that's been said so far, is related to that, not quite the Theranos moment, but in the ability to capitalize these projects in the long run. We get a first few fusion power plants and they don't work very well and they're very expensive, and the capital just won't come in. And so I think there's a real burden to be clear-eyed and honest about what it's really going to take, so that you don't sort of overpromise, underdeliver, and then there's no capital left because they underwrote your project incorrectly, and here we are, nobody will invest in fusion. And I think the opportunity, everything it said, maybe some of the opportunities to help catalyze this are the innovation that is being driven by really new and exciting computational tools like AI, where we can speed up the rate of discovery, and that can help resolve some of these challenges that are in the way for fusion working.
Well, I am so happy you ended on a positive note. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew, Scott, Rachel, please give them a round of applause.
For our next panel on building the fusion supply chain, please welcome to the stage Sam Wurzel, founder of Fusion Energy Base, Vivek Uppal, head of Kyoto Fusioneering America, Sachin Desai, general counsel and vice president for policy at Pacific Fusion, and Mike Kuiken, distinguished visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution. This conversation will be moderated by Caleb Barnes, associate director for fusion at SESP.
Good afternoon. All right, we're here to talk about something that's going to be really important for fusion energy as it scales up, and that is the supply chain. So let's start with a round of introductions, if you guys wouldn't mind introducing yourselves and the organizations you're affiliated with.
Mike Kuiken, I'm a distinguished visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford.
Sachin Desai, General Counsel, VP of Policy at Pacific Fusion.
Vivek Uppal, can you hear me? Head of Kyoto Fusioneering America? No? Test, test. All right, I'll speak loud. I'm Sam Wurzel, started FusionEnergyBase.com, information clearinghouse for the fusion energy industry.
All right, so most public discussions about supply chains focus just on risks and threats. Is that an accurate way to view the fusion supply chain, or should we view it more in terms of opportunities?
You going with me
Yeah,
first?
yeah, going the whole panel.
Oh, okay. Is that music? Oh, a little music to spice the room up a little bit here. It's always good for the second thing after everyone's done eating. There'll be no naps here today. Caleb, I think you asked me about the supply chain and risks and opportunities.
Exactly.
So listen, everything is a risk and an opportunity. I think that's a simple answer. The way I sort of think about the fusion space as we've gone through this commission over the last, year or so, is, and I translate this into sort of Washington speak because everyone loves hot takes and talking about AI because everyone is now an AI expert, which is like, think about it like the stack, right? Everyone talks about the AI stack. The same thing exists in most every industry. And in Fusion, we have a much sort of more nascent industry where we're still sort of learning, like, what does it look like? What's exactly in the supply chain? Which pathway to fusion are we talking about? And what's required? So I think in this space right now, if we sort of make some very strategic decisions about investments, I do see risk and opportunities. There are dependencies on China, dependencies on Russia that we need to address. I think we can do that. I think working with the national labs and through some public-private partnerships, we can get there. But risk and opportunity is sort of the hot take answer.
So fusion itself can be a mass manufactured product. And so as a result, cost of components, the availability of the parts, drives the availability and cost of electricity. So in that sense, it's a huge risk because if we don't have those components, we just don't have electricity. The opportunity really does come, though, from the ability to build a new manufacturing industry in America. Right now, we are spending a lot of time to rebuild or recapture industries from somewhere else, whereas right now that hasn't happened. So we have the chance to build it, which is much easier, and that's the opportunity. And frankly, if we make cheap electricity, and that's what fusion can promise, you are going to build supply chains, at least for other industries, which are just as important, and that's another key opportunity.
Yeah, I think I would echo the comments made by the other panelists. But I think it is important to emphasize and recognize the risk and the threat, right? I mean, China has an explicit strategy to capture key choke points in critical industries, right? So I think that's an important element of it. But to only look at that and not look at the opportunities, I mean, anyone that's played chess knows that you need to be looking at opportunities to excel and find pathways forward. And the US is second to none when it comes to innovation, right? And that's a word that gets thrown around a lot, but innovation in the supply chain, in the manufacturing, how you manufacture things, it's not going to look the same way that it has in the past, right? And China's very good at copying and replicating and scaling up. But if we're just trying to compete in that space and not looking at new manufacturing methods, technologies, which fusion presents an opportunity for many new technologies to proliferate, not only in the fusion industry, but other adjacent industries, and building strong allied supply chains as well, with all these trade deals that are being established now, that sets a good foundation for new relationships to be formed amongst, of course, adversaries, but importantly amongst allies as well. And that presents an opportunity for us to build strong international supply chains that benefit each country that's involved. So I think there's plenty of opportunities there related to fusion and other industries.
Caleb, if you don't mind, the one other thing I would just say is, so in the commission report, one of the recommendations we had was a national goal to get to a fusion facility by 2028. As we're talking about sort of supply chain issues, a lot of times we sort of talk about this in sort of this amorphous, like, oh, we should do this, it'll be great. Like, there's urgency here. If we want to do all the things that my fellow panelists just talked about, all of these things are sort of seize the moment type things. Whether it's materials, whether it's science, whether it's engineering, all of these things do require urgency, and they do require some decisive action by the administration, all of which is sort of outlined in the commission report. But like, I don't want anyone to leave here and think, oh, they had some good recommendations, and like, we'll get to it when we get to it. These are urgent things that we need to do at every single level.
Fusion is the ultimate energy source. We're going to be building fusion power plants for thousands of years, or at least as long as we have a civilization. So the companies that get involved now in the supply chain and make that mark are going to establish themselves as those suppliers over the very long term. So it's important to move fast now to take advantage of this very long-term opportunity.
Yeah. Vivek and Sam, I really want to hear more about what do you think are the most critical components, the individual parts that are going to be a biggest problem as we start to scale fusion?
Yeah, I mean, there's a fusion machine and plant is very complex. There's a lot of elements to it, and they exist at different levels, right? So of course, critical minerals and some of the what goes into magnets, those are key elements. But then as you look at higher orders, technologies around, of course, magnets is the obvious one, but heating, how you heat your plasma, how you get the energy out. There's a variety of technologies there that are needed for your blanket and thermal cycle system that are very fusion specific, that need to be developed for this application and can't necessarily be borrowed over from fission. On the fuel cycle, and so these are touching on a couple key elements that Kyoto Fusioneering works on. The fuel cycle also has a lot of innovations and technologies that are specific to fusion that first need to be developed and demonstrated in increasingly prototypic environments, and then need to be scaled up and deployed to enable the industry broadly.
I'll rattle off a couple just important things to mention. Things like power semiconductors, high temperature superconductors, laser diodes, capacitors. So these are components that require upfront investment to get these factories up and running, but we don't have the volumes yet. There's a lot of movement there, but ultimately companies have to take risks, and investors have to back the folks that want to build these factories.
All right. But things as simple as like heat exchangers, right, and pumps. There's a lot of seemingly simple componentry that needs to be adapted to fusion, and there's innovation needed there. So that there's Sam mentioned a few. There's a tremendous amount of opportunity throughout the stack.
Mike, you're coming here from a national security background. What are some specific threats that we would have if we're dependent on Chinese components for a fusion ecosystem?
I mean, thanks for the question, Caleb. There's always the risk of cyber attacks, right? I had the privilege to go and visit Commonwealth earlier this year, and as I was walking around this absolutely incredible facility and seeing sort of all the work that they've done, one of the things you sort of always have in the back of your mind is, have we done all of the things on the cyber front that we need to do as they sort of advance this technology? So that's always first and foremost. Then there's just there's the issue of all the componentry that one of my panelists just mentioned. I can't tell if it was Sam or who it was down there, but like legacy chips, all of the components that have legacy chips in them, all of those are potential pathways. So as we think about the stack, whether it's lasers or small components or things like that have switches in them, those are all potential pathways from a cyber perspective and from just a potential sabotage perspective in the future. So that's how I think about it. In terms of raw materials and things that go into some of these systems, when you sort of get an intermediary good that is going to go into something that's sort of going up to the next step, those are also vulnerabilities in terms of opportunities for software sabotage and all those kinds of things as well. So you can sort of think about all the different angles. All of them involve the pathway of cyber in most cases, whether that's actually damaging something that's being built or stealing the intellectual property, which obviously China has done for 30 years or more. So that's how I would think about it.
Okay, great answer. Thank you, Mike. Sachin, so you're coming here from Pacific Fusion, a fusion power plant developer. How much does the supply chain play into your planning and your conversations with investors?
Absolutely. It is an essential part of the conversation. It comes up very frequently. The investors aren't investing so that we can build one, right? That'd be a very poor reason to raise $1 billion. They're investing because we can build an industry. And what's exciting about fusion is, I'll just hit on this again, the mass manufacturability. Fusion's a collection of small components. Most fusion systems, if not all of them, are not defined by some very, very large single piece of metal like a reactor vessel in fission or a turbine blade for wind. It's a whole bunch of small components. And so the small components in that supply chain are the things that will drive the cost of electricity. The cost of parts drives the cost of electricity. And so if people are investing in us to make something that is the lowest cost of energy on Earth, then the cost of those parts that go into the machine are effectively the fundamental driving factor at scale. And then to just build on that, they think about it in terms of what to invest to, not just how much to invest. If we don't control the supply chain and someone else can make those parts cheaper because they're using unfair economic means or whatever, then they know that this industry is not the right industry to invest in because they won't control what will make the cheapest form of electricity in the future.
We've got another one for the whole panel. So what are some of our most promising opportunities to work with our allies?
So I can take that. I think there's a tremendous opportunity here to accelerate progress by having complementary relationships and specialization amongst allies. So Kyoto Fusioneering, as the name suggests, we're from Japan. We have a presence in the US, Canada, a joint venture up there with CNL, Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, in the UK and in the EU and Germany. And the reason we are in those places, there are unique strengths in each of those regions that we want to tap into. In the public sector, so we work very closely with the public sector and the scientific community there to identify opportunities and technologies that have been demonstrated at a relatively low technology readiness and pull those out and get them out to industry. But then we also work very closely with the ecosystems and supply chains, industry that exists in those places. There's a lot of latent capabilities. ITER, despite its challenges, helped jumpstart the development of certain capabilities across the world. So how do we adapt those and bring them to support this now accelerated path to commercial fusion? So working very closely in those regions. And then connecting the dots amongst them, right? It's naive to think that any one country can do it alone. The ITER approach was an example of that. That was very slow and had its challenges. But there's a private sector corollary to that that can be established. And we, but many other companies, not just us, are trying to do that. They're going into different regions, opening offices in different nations, allied nations, to leverage the strengths that exist in them. And what you'll notice is that there's very complementary capabilities that exist. Now, there's a need to ensure there isn't overdependence in some ways, and so to be strategic about that, but it would be, I think, a inefficient and slow to try and replicate all of the strengths that exist around the world in one country.
Caleb, the way I think about this is there's materials cooperation, there's science cooperation, there's engineering cooperation, and there's manufacturing cooperation. And the approach we should take is all of the above. And we should think about Europe. We should think about our friends in India who are sort of under attack these days from the administration. We should think about our partners in Asia, Japan, Korea, and some of the countries that were just mentioned. And we need to think about this is, we don't know the pathway to fusion yet, so we don't necessarily we haven't been able to sort of pick a winner in terms of vertical integration. And as that sort of becomes more clear, there does need to be sort of a conversation at the government-to-government level and the sort of private industry and investor level, where you sort of have those conversations and think about, okay, where are our dependencies and how do we get rid of them? And two, where do we need to try to do leapfrog capabilities to sort of get ahead of what we know is going to come? That's how I think about it.
I'll say one thing about ITER. I was there this past April, and one thing that blew me away at their ITER Business Forum was the quantity of supply chain companies that really wanted to get involved with the private fusion companies in the States. And these are companies that have set up tooling, factories to build something for ITER, but ITER is a customer of one. So I've been working to try to get a hold of these supplier lists with folks from ITER, and I think that's a very rich vein of supplier relationships with especially suppliers in Europe, which is where most of those suppliers that I saw were from.
To piggyback on that, so one way is the chicken and egg problem, right? Is how do you have some certainty in demand to justify investment to have the supply ready to serve the industry, right? So there's ways to resolve that. One way that we and others are trying to resolve that is to build, right? So we're focused on the systems outside of the plasma confinement control system. So everything that's needed across the industry, different confinement concepts, but and its critical path, but is fusion specific. And then we're building test stands, right? And by doing that, you start to introduce some amount of certainty and reduce risk in elements of your fusion power plant. If you just kind of take it as this monolithic thing, you have to wait for the design to reach a certain level of maturity before investments can be justified. But an alternative path is to have modularity in some of your subsystems and start to build those and demonstrate those in parallel while you're trying to figure out what confinement concept's going to work. And by doing that, you start to provide some certainty and some direction and allow suppliers to underwrite their investments. So that's a way to, it wasn't necessarily your question, but I think it's an important point to hit, that's the way to resolve some of these things. And the report calls out building test stands and facilities for this reason. Yeah, you can model and simulate a lot, but building things, operating things has a lot of pros on the workforce side, on the supply chain side, and of course on the technology de-risking side.
Absolutely. Well, we're here in the greatest city in the world, Washington, D.C. Hold for applause. So let's talk policy. So what are some economic tools, and this is for the whole panel, what are some economic tools that would be really useful for building a supply chain? What's been useful for building supply chains in other industries? What would be applicable here? What kind of policies are you looking for to build this up?
This is a panel question?
Yeah, panel question.
Listen, there's this office at the Department of Energy called the Loan Program Office. It has incredibly powerful tools available to it, and they're often sort of leaders in terms of how we drive money into the private sector. There's loan guarantee programs that the government has available at its disposal. There's obviously direct appropriations that are always available. Those are some of the policy tools that always come sort of front of mind. There's sometimes an aversion to industrial policy here in Washington. Sometimes it's like the hero of the day, and other times it's like the stepchild that you don't want. So it's hard to know where we are right now. The politics of the day seem to change on this front, but those are some of the tools that could easily be deployed if there are decisions made to do it.
There's two things that I'll call out. One is, the report and other work this commission has done is called for looking at how the executive branch and through an executive order, secretarial memo, other items, can really drive action from the top down. I think that is really important, not just for making sure that the commercial deployment of fusion is a national security priority, but for then activating those arms of the government that focus on the supply chain to look more closely. The Department of Commerce probably has a lot that it can do to support fusion, and the first thing it can do is start to evaluate that. And I think something that comes top down to make that clear would be really helpful. But also, to go to your point about how we have to kind of create a demand signal before the industry is getting built, production tax credits are really important. And I want to call out the Fusion Advanced Manufacturing Parity Act. That's a bipartisan House bill that's been introduced that calls for adding fusion to the same set of advanced manufacturing tax credits that exist for a variety of other advanced energy technologies. Because right now we're actually under the curve here because others have that level of support. If we get added to that and we have on an equal playing field, that will do a lot to send a market signal so that people can make the choice to invest here now as the industry is developing.
So I want to take this in a market direction. I think if we're going to compete effectively with China, we have to compete in a way that is appropriate to our economic system, which is a market-based system. And we have to look at financial instruments, market strategies that are going to be really effective. I think if we do a little thought experiment, we think forward to a point in time where we're building fusion power plants all over the place. We have a liquid market for all of these components and all of these services, and things are going great. How do we work back from that point? I think in that kind of developed system, you have things like contracts for the future delivery of certain components that are tradable. But to get there, we have to take the first steps. I think things like trade shows, building relationships, real human relationships between fusion companies and the suppliers. This is starting to happen. It's been happening. I think there's a long way to run there. And I think even things like online marketplaces for these kinds of things, there's huge opportunities there. So we have to really think, I want us to remember that it's really going to be these market instruments, these financial instruments that are going to really make the difference for us.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry, I would echo that. So there was a question earlier in an earlier panel of what can the role of government be kind of in later phases, and I think there will be one, but I think we need to build an industry and have the near-term incentives be ones that we can wean off of, right? We want market forces to take over, and we want to reduce dependence in the long run on government subsidies. Now, there will still be a role, especially in like the scientific, innovation the great work we're doing through the labs, continue that. But ideally, the industry can start to ramp up and take off on its own and has a market pull. Right? The secretary mentioned trillions going into other energy sources as a way to kind of keep them afloat. At some point, there needs to be a path off of that. You don't want to build in that dependency and have the market adapt to that and assume that'll always be there. In terms of near-term opportunities, the report calls out some great things. I think building, as I mentioned, test stands infrastructure. To de-risk the technology, you have to have increasingly prototypic environments that you're able to test your fusion technology in. I think putting money into that through public-private partnership. So this is the key piece of how do you make sure the transition to industry leading is built into it, right? That then gets into contracting mechanisms. How do you have public-private partnership? Yeah, we have some dimensions of it right now. How do we have that be broader and deeper? that requires a certain level of flexibility in contracting mechanisms for IP and such to be shared amongst partners, so that there's an investment thesis from investors, not just in that, hey, we're investing in an eventual fusion power plant that will sell electrons on the grid, but is there a way to make investment in the infrastructure layer that's ultimately going to lead to the success of the industry and has lower risk in terms of needing to enable a specific confinement concept. So those types of things, I think, are opportunities in the near term.
Can I jump in for 1 second? Great point on the fact that if we have any sort of incentives, it has to be something you can wean off of. Otherwise, you can create a bias and not dynamic industry. But given that we live in a market economy, that's why market signals are so important. And the government right now is in a key position to actually send a market signal. And because this isn't an industry we're trying to claw back with $1 trillion, it's an industry that for hundreds of millions or billions that we can build here, small but sustained, but comparative to other technologies, market signal has the ability to make people invest in this industry at this extremely critical point. Because the commercial deployment of fusion is a national security priority. And so it's not something we can just fully leave to winging it. If we can actually save the market signal now, we can actually ensure that this industry is built in the United States.
No.
Okay, great.
Just to add one more comment there,
Yeah.
I think that's a great point, right? There's an opportunity there to be a backstop. And after the Milestone program was announced, it was a relatively small amount compared to how much had been raised, but the amount that was raised off the back of that is impressive, right? So with relatively small investments and even just signals and communicating, hey, look, we're keeping an eye on these companies, we're reviewing their milestones, that gives a certain amount of certainty to investors, and it starts to crowd in a tremendous amount of capital. That's the type of incentives that I think it allows for that weaning, but allows for a tremendous amount of impact in the near term.
Exactly.
Caleb, I'm going to jump in. So I've listened to all of my fellow panelists, so let me put it very plainly. If we follow the markets exclusively and always, everything will go to China because it is cheaper. Okay? That's what's happened over the last 30 years. This is a place where there's a push and pull, where there's a bit of a dance that needs to go on between government and industry. And I think that's what Sachin was saying. And that's what needs to happen here, right? This is an emergent industry, and where the government can provide tools at critical points. It can provide expertise from the national labs at critical points for tech transfer and to help scientists and engineers over certain problems. And that's where we are right now, and that's where we should sort of stay. I think the recommendation of the Commission is, listen, we need a national objective, or no, I shouldn't say I think the recommendation is. The Commission's recommendation is we have an objective of getting there by 2028. If we rely exclusively on market forces, we will not get there. The government's role is vital to make sure we can get there.
All right, Mike, I'll follow up with you. And anybody can follow up on this if they want. How should U.S. policy balance collaboration with our allies versus trying to reshore and manufacture all these supply chain components here?
I think I answered this one earlier. I think it's important that we rely on partners and allies. I mentioned Europe, I mentioned the Indians, I mentioned our partners in Asia, and I'm sure there's others that, whether they bring materials, science, or engineering, or infrastructure and manufacturing here, we should take an all of the above strategy in that space and work with them where we can and figure out where there are not partnerships, but there are opportunities for them, and expand and deepen and grow them.
All right. But Beck, I got one for you. So what is a specific market signal or policy initiative that would give Kyoto Fusioneering the confidence to build a manufacturing facility in the U.S.?
Yeah, so I think I touched on this earlier, right? Having investments into building infrastructure, test stands of increasing prototypic environments, delivered through public-private partnerships. So we've done this in Canada, with Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, leveraging the strengths of that national lab and bringing private dollars there to build infrastructure that has relevance across the industry, but also allows us to justify the investment. So there's IP that comes out of it. I think similar models can be used here in the US, right? So if there's an opportunity, again, those flexible contracting mechanisms, and if they can exist, and there's a willingness to invest and cost share with private sector and offer an investment opportunity, that is big. A firm offtake agreement, of course, right? That's the ideal market pull, right? You'll see a lot of investment, not only from us, but our partners in Japan and other parts of the world are willing to kind of bring manufacturing capabilities here to the U.S. and really build out. And then things like tax credits, right? Really help make the U.S. attractive if there's manufacturing tax credits for fusion technology. Those are the types of triggers and kind of points of milestones, I guess, that we're looking at to see whether the investment is appropriate.
All right, fantastic. We're getting close on time. Quick one for Sam. You at Fusion Energy Base, you map the fusion ecosystem. How accurately can we predict what it's going to look like in the future?
I think that from Fusion Energy Base, you'll get a pretty good sense of what things look like right now. We're rolling out right now the capabilities for fusion companies to add their own data about their projects, about their organizations, about their supply chain needs, like who is providing what to whom and what their needs might be. So I think that these information signals are a very important piece of our system to stimulate the supply chain. And so I think that these online marketplaces in general are just critical.
All right, real quick, if you got one sentence that you want people to take away from this discussion about the fusion supply chain, what is it? Everybody.
Start down there.
I'll say one thing, which is I think
one
that
sentence.
bravery is important because the first movers are going to get the contracts which are going to make money for a very long time. It's been like this in many other industries, and fusion is setting itself up to be similar.
Yeah, I would say building things, and it's not the obvious stuff of necessarily a power plant or a plasma confinement concept demonstration, but building some of the other elements of the fusion power plant to start to de-risk and to gain knowledge and experience, have somewhere for a workforce to start to coalesce around, the supply chain to coalesce around. That's important. Modeling and simulation is very important. As we talked about AI throughout the day, it's a very long sentence. But building infrastructure, there's nothing that beats that.
I'll reemphasize that because fusion can be something that's mass manufactured and deployed in the thousands, the cost of the supply chain is the cost of electricity. So it's extremely important we get this right.
I'm going to have a preface to my one sentence. So when I was in the Schumer job, I had the opportunity to sort of travel the country. And universities, small businesses, large businesses, at sort of every level, science, engineering, manufacturing. And the one takeaway that I had after all those years is that the American innovation ecosystem is incredibly strong and it remains healthy, but it doesn't run on fairy dust, it runs on money. And that money comes from the government and that money comes from private industry. And if either of those things aren't there, it is very hard to fuel that machine that has been the sort of lifeblood of our economic success over the last 8 decades. And so that's how I think about it.
All right, everybody, please give a warm round of applause to our panelists. Thank you all.
Next, we have a tech talk entitled Manufacturing and the Future Fusion Economy, presented by Jackie Stevens, Vice President of Public Affairs at Helion Energy.
Hello, everybody. Well, I couldn't have been set up better to talk about what I'm going to talk about today than that panel just now. So I'll probably be quoting and pulling in some of the things that they all just talked about. But just really quick, I'm Jackie Stevens. As they said, I'm Vice President of Public Affairs at Helion Energy. And I'm just going to start today by mentioning something that we've seen already interwoven through every single talk we've heard. As I think all of us know now, the SCSP Commission on Scaling Fusion recently last week released its report, Fusion Forward. Our CEO at Helion, David Kirtley, is a member of that commission. And when our communications team at Helion asked me, what stood out most to you about this report? My answer was simple. The fact that it exists at all stood out to me. A commission focused not on fusion research, but on scaling fusion, even just 5 years ago, really would have been unthinkable. But it exists now because very smart people see what is at stake and they see what's coming, that fusion is coming now, and that we absolutely need to take this moment as the opportunity it is and see the risks that we're facing. Because alongside AI, the country that scales these technologies first will really gain the strategic advantage of the century. But those same people also understand a hard truth. We in America are brilliant at inventing. We see the future before almost anybody else does. But when it comes to scaling what we invent, well, we've been on one hell of a losing streak, to be quite honest. We're the nation of Edison and Bell Labs and the microprocessor. Things that were born here include the internet, the GPS, and CRISPR. We have more Nobels here in America than anywhere else in the world, but we completely fall behind when it comes to things like actual machines and megawatts. We invented the solar panel, and China built the factories. We designed the chip, and China built the fabs. We've become a nation that celebrates breakthroughs, but then lets someone else reap all of the economic and geopolitical benefits that come with the technologies that we create. And if we let that happen with fusion, if we continue to treat this like a long-term science project, we won't just lose a market. We will lose the ability to lead in things like AI, as we've heard about earlier today, because they need massive amounts of energy to power that technology. We'll lose in manufacturing and national defense. We have to get this one right. We can't let this be another example of where we miss the ball. At Helion, we don't have the luxury to take the long view. Right now, every minute, we are living the urgency. We are living the risk of this moment every single day, because the science for us is no longer the bottleneck. We're on track to deploy the first commercial power plant with fusion in the world in 2028. We can build these plants really fast. As was just discussed on the panel earlier, most of the parts that comprise our systems are small and mass manufacturable. The question is whether we can scale everything around them, the supply chains, the permitting, the workforce, the policy frameworks, as fast as we can actually build the plants themselves. Because that is actually where we risk falling behind. We've now built 7 fusion prototypes at Helion, and the company's only been around for about 13 years. Each one is getting us closer to that critical fusion electricity on the grid moment. Our 7th prototype, Polaris, is operating right now in Everett, Washington, and that machine was designed to do something that no one has ever done before, to generate electricity from fusion for the first time. But building a fusion economy, which is what I want to talk about today, takes a lot more than just proving the physics of fusion. It means building power plants like airplanes, not like airports. Not one-off mega projects, but mass manufactured systems that can be deployed over and over and over again across this country and around the world. Let me show you what I mean. We right now have under construction our first ever plant, also being deployed in Washington State. We began construction this past summer, and we're working our way through the permitting process right now, and there's construction happening on this site every single day. This may look like a niche project, but this is what it looks like to commercialize a new technology in real time, right now. Now, if you know anything about fusion, you've probably heard about ITER. It is the world's largest fusion project. It is located in southern France, And it has absolutely contributed to scientific efforts around the world. But it is also twice the size of Disneyland. Yeah. Now, this, to me, is the perfect example of a one-off mega project, right? It's complex, it's sprawling, and it's fundamentally unscalable. This is not what I would call a blueprint for deploying new technology around the world as fast as we need it. Now, a scalable fusion economy requires a completely different approach, one where power plants are designed like products and not monuments. Helion's pulsed fusion machines are small, and they're built for replication. We're not trying to build a Disneyland. We're trying to build a fleet. But we need the supply chain to support it, and we are dealing with that challenge and taking it on in real time right now at Helion. As an example, at Helion, we built our own high-voltage capacitor manufacturing because we had to. Now, we need thousands of these high-voltage capacitors to operate one of our generators. But we couldn't actually find vendors to supply the specs, the performance specs of these technologies we needed to build our machines. And so we actually hired experts, built out our own team, and built an assembly line manufacturing capacity at Helion to build these. Now, that's the type of thing we need to be doing right now to make sure that we're moving fast and scaling as fast as we are running towards demonstration. And this resulted in high-tech jobs, and it's actually not just lifting fusion. This is the type of work that's going to lift the entire advanced manufacturing ecosystem here in the United States. Now, multiply that across everything the fusion industry will need, from power electronics to magnets to controls to diagnostics. We're not just talking about building power plants, we're talking about building or rebuilding the American industrial base. That is what is at stake. And that's why the policy choices that we make right now matter so much. Now, you've heard 45X mentioned a couple of different times today, and I want to talk about that for a minute, because to me, the introduction of this bipartisan bill to expand the 45X clean manufacturing tax credit to include fusion is a perfect example of the proactive action that we need from our government at this moment to make sure that we are running at scaling as fast as we are at running this last little bit of the race to demonstration. It is exactly the kind of action that we need to see right now. And there's more levers that we can be pulling. And many of them actually already exist. For example, 45X, we're amending it to include fusion. There are lots of fantastic programs at the Department of Commerce that support advanced manufacturing across this country right now that can be opened up to become accessible to fusion. We don't always have to invent new programs. We just need to activate a lot of the really good programs that we already have to get started. And we can establish interagency efforts. Mike was talking about this just recently on the panel. We need to make sure that we're coordinating across the different government agencies, that all are going to be required to take action to support an actual commercial fusion economy. And all of this really points to something that's more fundamental. And this is what I really want to hone in on today, because we're at a point where we have got to start taking a broader approach when it comes to what the role of the federal government is going to be for fusion from this point on. For decades, that role has predominantly been within the Department of Energy and the national labs. But at this moment, when we've got commercialization at our doorstep, we have to do more. We have to activate the full machinery of our government that's gone before and supported sectors like aerospace. We need to activate commerce, trade, permitting. We need to activate workforce support and national security. Because leading right now is going to require that cross-agency national strategy. I really liked the way Mike put it on the previous panel. So many of the problems can actually be solved pretty quickly if you get folks high enough up within these agencies to have good conversations with each other and move things forward. And I think that's particularly true in this current administration. Because here's the truth. The race does not end with demonstration. That is not the finish line. It's really the starting gun, and we should already be deep in training for that race to scale. We know how to get this wrong, as I mentioned earlier. I could write a book about all the ways that we've screwed up when it comes to inventing things like some of the technologies I mentioned, whether it's solar, batteries, chips, where we've raced at innovation and then slowed down and missed the moment to capture the economy that's built on the backs of those technologies. But we also know what it looks like to do this right. And really what's required now is political will to go against and resist our default setting of moving slowly, taking our time, waiting too long, and missing the moment again. And so I'll put it this way for you. This is how I've been thinking about it a lot, because I see a lot of conversations on Capitol Hill, whether it's in briefings or hearings, and the topic is, how can we reshore this technology or reshore that supply chain? 15 years from now, I do not want to be sitting in a Senate hearing talking about how can we reshore the fusion supply chain? How can we bring that back to America? Because the fact of the matter is that once we lose it, once we see a strategic competitor like China capture 80% of the market for a component, our time is usually better spent somewhere else, trying to find new ways for us to lead in different spaces. I don't want to see that happen with fusion. Do you? No. Thank you for the time today. Appreciate it.
Our next fireside chat will cover the topic of cultivating the fusion workforce and will be moderated by Dr. Ryan Carpenter, Special Advisor at SESP. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Stephanie Diem, Assistant Professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, Dr. Troy Carter, Director of the Fusion Energy Division at Oak Ridge National Laboratory, and Dr. R. David Edelman, Chief Policy and Global Affairs Officer at TAE.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We are deep in digestion mode, so get that coffee, because we're going to have a great panel for you here today. We're talking about one of the most important things with fusion. It's not the technology so much as the people. People matter. I love that last presentation because she named innovators, individuals, and also companies who had these people, the latest and greatest technology, but they had the highest order people. And today we need that for fusion and for fusion to innovate, for us to stay on the cutting edge. So today we're going to talk a little about the report, and I want to put this to the panel and say, you know, you guys talk about talent in such a way that you want a full spectrum workforce. Could you describe for us what that actually means, other than like PhDs? Let's talk about what that means to actually have a full spectrum workforce.
Well, I'm happy to start. First of all, thank you so much for being here. And this is such a critical conversation to bring the national security and national imperative together with the research institutions that are advancing this science and the companies that are helping to bring it into reality. From TAE's perspective, you know, what we're thinking about in full spectrum is a company that's been around for over 25 years. And so, like many other companies in this place, we started with research, obviously. We had a lot of PhDs in this space. In fact, I think we are the largest single employer of PhD physicists out of the physics department of UC Irvine, which is actually where we started. We're a spin out of UC Irvine. But as we've been thinking about this for the last 25 years, you've heard from other companies who've been up here. The timeline that we are on is one in which our thinking now is as much about mastering the physics science as it is about the engineering challenges and the operation challenges going forward. So what does it mean? First of all, we're not done with plasma physicists, okay? We're gonna have to hire more of those as we start thinking about getting more and more energy out of these systems. How do we do this at scale, and how do we engineer these systems ultimately to be useful power plants? But then we're thinking right now, and indeed are hiring specifically we're on our 6th generation machine, 3 of them at national lab scale. That requires a lot of engineers. It requires engineers that are thinking both in terms of how you build a experimental physics machine, which is what we've done before, but also how do you interface with the grid? How do you think about a power plant? How do you think about heat exchange? How do you think about some of the fusion-specific bits, which I'm sure others will talk about? We talked about here. We have many of them, but also people who are being prepared now for a job category that doesn't exist, and that is the safe operation of a fusion power plant. If those people have to come online along with our plants in the early 2030s, maybe as soon as early as 2030 itself, we need to be thinking about building that workforce now, training those people, and critically, they need expertise with the machines we, the companies and others, are actually building. And so that's a critical part of it.
Couldn't agree more. Hey, Troy, is there anything else you want to add to the full spectrum since you're at Oak Ridge?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I agree with everything David said there. I mean, going back to this, for one of the points he made, I mean, we spent a lot of effort on the plasma physics. It's still important to continue that investment. There's a lot more work to be done. Having said that, we've underinvested in fusion materials and technology. We need to have more material scientists that more people that work on breeding blankets to make tritium. If you're not going to use tritium in your fuel cycle, you need more plasma physics, so that all comes full circle. But in addition to that, in addition to the R&D staff, we need people to know how to build, right? So we need people that can build these devices. We need people that can do plumbing, welding, electricians. We need people to help advocate for fusion, people that can communicate, can advocate for policy, can help run these companies. I guess we need lawyers too to make this happen.
Oh, okay, well, maybe not.
Okay, maybe not, fine.
We need a lot of fusion lawyers. Everyone in this room got really excited.
No, but really, there's an opportunity, I think, as we look to grow from the R&D space to commercialization. The workforce needs are shifting. We still have a lot of investment that needs to happen on the PhD front, but we need masters, bachelors, trade school, all the way down to make this successful.
You know, Stephanie, you're in many ways on the front lines of this issue. Your students are graduating, they're going into this field. Could you talk about what's the most severe shortage, what you're hearing from industry, but also when you get in the classroom, when students are talking to you about this workforce, how do you describe fusion to your students?
So fusion opens up this, and we've been hearing this throughout the day, this potential to radically transform humanity. And that really drives a lot of students to that field, because they're interested in the science and technology, but they want to apply that to change the world. And so that speaks to that, and also brings a curiosity to the problem, because it's a grand challenge. And they love to be tackling that challenge together. And so in my research group, we have built a tokamak. And that has taken several years, but 60% of the staff, is plasma physicists, and the other 40% is highly skilled engineers and technicians. And we couldn't do that, even at the university scale, without these technical staff. We have to work in really unique environments. It's ultra-high vacuum environments with high voltage power supplies, high precision manufacturing, and you have to do that in high magnetic fields too. And that takes a very unique skill set that we need to bring that in. And speaking to what my colleagues said about, bringing in other fields and interdisciplinary approaches, another research initiative that we have too is really bringing those in. It's the policymakers, the communication experts and things like that to really build up that and support that fusion energy ecosystem to make it flourish.
So I love you just about ecosystem, because one way to tell a report is how serious they take talent, because they'll talk about scaling technology across different industries. And my first question is, great, so how do you grow more people for that field? And so one of the things you guys talk about in the report is growing the graduate and postdoc talent. But I'm wondering, is it a funding issue, or is it something deeper than that, a little deeper seated, in particular how we train students for an industry that is growing and thriving, but also is limited to people, like the number of people you have. It's a numbers game. I'll let David do that.
Okay. No, I certainly agree with that. There's no question here that one of the challenges that we're going to run into is the critical limitations that are increasingly there for funding of STEM graduate degrees, period. We need more students that are coming out in this. And I think, the Commission's recommendation of, over 100 plus PhDs and postdocs that would be funded in this space is exactly the sort of start to something that would be commensurate with the challenge that we have in front of us. That is an important recommendation that we need to do. And we as a company are proof of how that can work, right? We're spun out of UCI. We hired these people to UCI. Why are we able to hire folks from UCI and UCLA? Because they are able to come to our device in Southern California. They're able to run their experiments in graduate school on our device, and therefore they become experts not just, and I don't mean to minimize it, not just in the facilities that are pure experimental facilities that might be there or sponsored by their universities, and those are great, but specifically if they want to go into industry, if they want to focus on this, they can play with a machine that is a national lab scale machine. So yes, funding the PhDs, but also ensuring they have the proximity to the devices that are able to do it, to make sure that the funding support allows them to do secondments or summer research or other collaborative initiatives with it. I mean, I think right now there's some limitations, for instance, on undergrads and master's students. Maybe only postdocs can go to commercial machines. In some contexts, that's not the right approach. If we are thinking about a pivot here that is going to train a workforce on how to do science for, operate on, be part of these machines, we want to throw our doors open to help get them trained on those systems as well as part of the broader research ecosystem here. It's not the only piece of the puzzle, but I think it's really important, and the funding has to reflect that, as do the economic imperatives of the academic game, which is, as you point out in the commission report, rather different than what we're experiencing in the private sector.
I'll make a couple points on top of that. I think it's important to fund the students, but if you want to have the students go, I mean, there's a point made by David Lynn in an earlier panel. The students show up because of the R&D that's happening at the institution, the facilities, the infrastructure. You need to grow the faculty. To grow the faculty, you've got to have that R&D funding. So that's important to go along with that. You need to have, I mean, again, the universities are the source of innovation. The companies have spun out of universities, as already mentioned. You want to continue that innovation. The workforce comes with icing on the cake, so you need to invest in that. Another point, you asked the question about changing the way we do education. I think it is important in this certain context that we have really partnership between academia, industry, national labs, as we think about a workforce framework for fusion. It's a different landscape right now. And we need to, I think, all hands on deck to try to make this fusion workforce strategy realized. And we can't do it in one institution. So I was at UCLA prior to going to Oak Ridge, trying to grow a program that covers all the bases you need. I mean, there's a lot of pieces there, but not all of them. You really need to work with partners in other academic institutions, have industry involved, and look for ways to work together to make it happen.
Yeah, I completely agree. And just to tap into some of the points that were brought up, 60% of private companies spun out of universities. So that really speaks to that innovation at the universities that's really driving the field. And of those 60%, 95% of the private investment has gone into these university spin-out companies. So that speaks a lot to that hands-on experience that gives you that intuition. We need to be building these machines, and people need to have that intuition, and it needs to be driven by an engineering perspective, too, from a field that's historically been driven by physicists, really looking to that application lens. And with that brings in bringing in more faculty, bringing in more support to adapt the curriculum to tackle these challenges, and then also bringing in entrepreneurship, too, into the education system. We see that a lot that has happened in the biotech industry at universities, but we haven't seen that yet at that scale for fusion energy, and that needs to grow.
I'm going to pick on Troy for a minute because I want to talk about those apprenticeships that you guys do at Oak Ridge. Could you just give us a brief synopsis of how that actually works and the benefits of having that apprenticeship where you're tied with university and also industry? I'd love to hear more about that.
Yeah. Well, I'll first give a shout out to my colleagues at Princeton Plasma Physics Lab. They've run a great apprenticeship program that Steve Cowley started that's really focused on getting hands-on experience with fusion relevant technology. This is something that we aspire to do too at Oak Ridge. We have an apprenticeship program that's started and growing now. We're looking to grow that towards fusion specific, really nuclear specific, of course. There's opportunities on the fission side too, and a lot of synergies there. And so I think these programs are very important. But I also think, going back to the partnership piece, I think having these programs be not just standalone and be part of perhaps a regional partnership program where you have opportunities, the educational institutions are involved, you have internship opportunities, apprenticeship opportunities at national labs and in industry. If we can coordinate together, this goes back to, we can't solve it all in one institution. We have strengths at Oak Ridge, and there's strengths at neighboring institutions we need to tap into. So finding ways to work together. But I think growing apprenticeship programs at the national labs is something we definitely should be doing.
So this can't be an AI Plus Summit if I don't say AI. So Stephanie, could you tell us about the grant you just won for AI and how it's using it to actually accelerate workforce development at Wisconsin?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's actually broader than Wisconsin. So we've heard a lot about AI, right? And it really provides a critical tool to amplify human abilities. So with that, you need the data sets, and you need people to understand the AI-enabled tools, to develop them, and how to apply them. And so we're seeing an increase in the release of public data sets and tools to facilitate this, but we still need to upscale instructors and students on how to adapt these mindfully and effectively, too. So I'm part of one of the DOE-funded efforts in AI for applying it to fusion energy. It's open and fair fusion for machine learning applications. It's led by MIT, and some of my co-PIs are here today. And it's really tapping into how do we use that and accelerate it. So part of it is bringing together data scientists, engineers, plasma physicists, to develop these tools and to curate the data and the associated metadata to make this open, to develop these tools. It's also bringing in a 2-week summer school every year, where half of it's coursework, where you're learning the data science and the machine learning and the AI tools, and then you're learning plasma physics and fusion energy, and then you're doing hands-on application of it. The other thing is curating and getting enough data so you can train reinforcement learning on this, right? And that's hard to do at these large user facilities. So my experiment, what we're doing is we can provide a lot of data that allows people to train their algorithms on, and without taking up machine time at these larger facilities, that then you can work with experts in that field that then can develop the tools locally and then deploy it on larger scale machines down the line.
That's incredible. David, now you are on the receiving end of all this talent. When you are seeing the field here, what skills are you looking for from recent grads and grads? And if you could look in your crystal ball, what do you think you're looking for in the future?
So for TAE specifically, right, like a lot of other companies, we have a particular technical configuration, particular architecture, and things that we are looking for, I think, notably are not the same as every program here, and particularly every academic program. So, our core technology revolves around something called a field reverse configuration, FRC. We are looking for people who are familiar with FRC topology. We drive those reactions, something called a neutral beam, it's like a tiny particle accelerator. We are very interested in people who have that level of expertise on this particular technology, which interestingly, we have needed to go abroad to close friends and allies, including the UK, to find deep expertise on that. And we also are looking to burn an advanced fuel, hydrogen boron, PB11, which is different than the traditional deuterium-tritium. So we need people who have expertise with that fuel. In this case, for instance, some of the expertise that's happening there happens to be in Japan, right? National Institute of Fusion Sciences, we've done a lot of work with over the years. And so that's TAE specific. I think you're going to find companies that are all going to have versions of that. Now, I will say, increasingly, we have seen more collaboration, not just with national labs and research outfits, but also other companies. We released a paper recently about these neutral beams and our ability to drive a reaction just with them. We received a lot of inbound from other fusion companies that might want to license that technology. And so I think you're going to start seeing more of that sort of cross-connectivity, which, the crystal ball question, okay, what in the future? Well, one we've already talked about, building a plant, right, that transition point. So things like how to do direct energy capture with an FRC or other configurations. Jackie was probably talking about that for Helion. So that's certainly one of the areas that we want to think about. We want to think about those that are going to be looking at the regulatory policy communications side. Sort of joke, the real fusion is the friends we make along the way. We need people that are actually going to be able to interface and engage with the national security community, the regulatory community, the legal community. There is an entire body of law and practice on fusion insurance, right? Every aspect that has to be built. So we have to think about those, and then ultimately, look, the last key piece of it is we need people who are going to move adjacently into this field. So, as you already heard Stephanie talk about, AI plus, we've been working in the advanced machine learning space for over a decade. Google is on our cap table and a longtime partner doing early machine learning for fusion. I think as people who are now coming out of places like MIT and elsewhere, and they think about, I've got these AI skills, and maybe I don't just want to build a single large language model. How can I change the world? How can I really advance the status of science with this technology that is AI, advanced machine learning, well, fusion is one of the best ways to do that. So, looking in the crystal ball, yes, I think it's the advanced computation piece. I think it's the interface of the supply chain piece. And I think it is the people that are able to bridge those and communicate it. Because this is not just a science project in a lab of a few people anymore. This is now a national economic movement and is going to hopefully become a substantial, firm, baseload source of US energy at a time when we'd have to build pre-AI one new 1 gigawatt plant every week from now until 2050 just to meet demand. Now add AI, some estimates say that would then double it. We are not building 2 new 1 gigawatt reactors in the United States every week, period. And that's why I think it's all hands on deck.
Couldn't agree more. So I have you for about 2 more minutes left, and I wanted to talk to the question I asked before, but I want to make sure I give to the audience. So a little thought experiment. Somebody comes to you who's 18, and they say, I really am excited about fusion. What career advice should you give somebody? How do I enter the fusion workforce? How do I, well, they can be whatever you want here.
Okay, we're looking at me first.
Go for it. Inspire the next
so
generation.
I always give them the advice of follow what you're passionate about, because that's what brings you joy. That's what excites you and keeps you going. And I can inevitably find a way for them to fit into fusion. And they bring that curiosity and an excitement that leads to innovation. And I can work with that. Yeah.
No, I agree completely. I mean, I think there's so many opportunities. I mean, we mentioned all these possibilities of how you contribute to fusion. It's obviously the technical work, but to make this successful, you need a wide range of skill sets, and basically anybody in this room and outside this room in particular can find a way to contribute to fusion. And so I agree with Steffi completely. You want to do something you're passionate about. That's going to be the best path for you. So if you're passionate about fusion, there's a way for you to get involved.
So the advice is to an 18-year-old?
You know what? You could, for you can say whatever you want.
You're too late, kid. It's already happened. No, I'm just kidding. No, quite the opposite. Really, look, I mean, I've been very fortunate to be involved in several kind of technologies that were right at that intersection of national security and national imperative. And I got to say, where we are in fusion right now reminds me a lot of where we were in AI in 2015, 16, 17. I was there. Most people didn't care. We wrote some government reports about it, drop in the ocean, and now here we are. I think we will be exactly there in 5-ish years with fusion. And so I think, as you heard from my co-panelists, the opportunities are truly limitless because we are building a whole new economy of energy at a time that we absolutely need it. And so hopefully we can get things back on the rails. I want to take a moment and acknowledge we have a lot of federal colleagues who are here right now and are not getting paid. So thank you for being here. We got to get that back on the rails, and with that, hopefully, we can keep advancing the recommendations in this report to build this fusion economy.
I cannot think of a better way to go into our coffee break. Would you please join me in thanking our panelists?
Okay, well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy a coffee break for the next 10 minutes. Our programming will resume at 2:25. Ladies and gentlemen, please begin to take your seats as programming will resume shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking on the future of international fusion partnerships, we are honored to welcome James Roscoe, British Charge d'Affaires to the USA, for a conversation moderated by Andrew Holland, CEO of the Fusion Industry Association.
All right. All right. Let's ask everybody to come back to your seats here from your coffee break. Give folks a second here to walk back in. All right. Let's have a seat or move your conversations outside. I am Andrew Holland. I'm CEO of the Fusion Industry Association. It is my honor here to sit down for a fireside chat. I like how we've had a number of fireside chats here with James Roscoe, who's the Charge d'Affaires at the British Embassy here in Washington. It is really, by nature, I'm an Atlanticist. I did my master's degree over in the UK, so it always warms my heart to talk about US-UK partnership and ways forward to work together. So I am excited for this. I'm excited I want to kind of underline as we get into this how important it is, first of all, that the Charge d'Affaires from the embassy. Now, James is the Charge, and for those of you who aren't up on diplomatic, it means he's the boss. But also that there's a delegation from the UK that came over for this week as well. So it is an important signal of the partnership between the US and the UK here. So let's get right into it, James. So I'll ask you, there really is no longer collaboration in fusion in the world than that was between the US and the UK. Of course, fusion was first demonstrated at the Cavendish Lab at Cambridge University 91 years ago. So for decades, our countries have collaborated on fundamental fusion science. But today, we're increasingly shifting focus to the commercialization. So from the UK's perspective, how must joint scientific R&D evolve, and why is international partnership so essential here to winning the global race for fusion energy?
Thanks very much, Andrew. It's great to be here. Great to see so many of you in the room. It's actually slightly daunting to be in a room full of people whose job it is essentially to try to bottle a star. My father is a nuclear engineer, and he spent the last decade of his life obsessing about PBMR, Pebble-Med modular reactors. He now spends his life obsessing about fusion and constantly sending me updates about it. If I was to do a fusion joke, I would say he has slight separation anxiety about his previous career. But look, you talked about being an Atlanticist. We had last month in the UK the best possible example of Atlanticism, which was a state visit with the president coming to the UK, meeting with the Prime Minister and signing at Chequers a really significant deal, the technology prosperity deal between the UK and the US. And that essentially was something that was to drive collaboration in the areas we're talking about today. So it's to drive collaboration in artificial intelligence, in quantum technologies, but critically, and this was at the insistence of the US, in nuclear industries and in nuclear fusion. So at the heart of this UK-US 2025 tech prosperity deal is nuclear fusion. And I think that's because we recognize that nuclear fusion is no longer science fiction. And it's a fast-growing industry. It's got real momentum. And our job is to take it from being science into taking it into the commercial space. And that's what this deal is focused on. The UK is going to invest $3.3 billion over the next 5 years in doing that. We want to accelerate commercial fusion. Our flagship STEP program, which some of you may have heard about, is a prototype fusion power plant, and we want that built by 2040. So there's real ambition here. And I think it's a prime example of how we're taking something that's a research area and moving it into an area where we're going to get real jobs, real investments, industrial renewal, and critically, power out of it. Because certainly for the UK, at the moment, our energy is just too expensive, and that's a real drag on our economy. You talked about collaboration. The UK and the US were the first countries to regulate for a fusion world as well, and for business, and we know we've got business in the room. We know that getting that regulation right matters. Regulatory clarity, shared standards, coordinated policy are essential to unlocking private capital. And you talked about some of our colleagues here today. They will be engaging in fusion-specific work in something called the Joint Coordinating Committee, which is where the UK and the US are going to sit down with officials, with researchers, with industry representatives, and make sure we get that regulatory framework right for this. And I guess my message today is we're committed to you, we're committed to the industry, to US companies, investors, and innovators, and we want to build a transatlantic fusion ecosystem, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, in the context of that state visit, the Trump state visit, I can tell you our UK director was invited as part of a business delegation to number 10, and it was really valuable, I think, to see how the government is really prioritizing fusion energy as a part, not of a science agenda, but of a commercialization agenda, of a business agenda. The regulatory part we'll get into shortly. But I want to talk about the technology prosperity deal and talk about the the joint framework, this partnership between the US and UK to collaborate on fusion. What do you think's how is your government, how should the governments look at de-risking technology? What's, on the other hand, though, what is the industry's role in driving it to market? And for context here, it's really valuable, I think, to see how both the private companies within the FIA and more broadly within the supply chain are working in partnership with their government and transatlantically to kind of move this forward. But what's your view on how this is going to go forward?
So I think for the UK, we recognize that fusion isn't any longer a scientific frontier. It's a strategic opportunity. And I know we're going to talk about this a bit, but it's also a strategic race that we're in now, and it's really critical that we win that race. But we saw that if we wanted to lead in commercial fusion, we couldn't wait for the market to figure itself out, much as we love you guys. We had to, as a government, create the conditions in which the market could thrive. And that's why the UK became the first country to establish a dedicated fusion regulatory framework, and some of the people who wrote it are sitting here. And we also published a national fusion strategy that's committed to funding, to support development, to funding infrastructure and innovation. So I think the industry in the UK knows that the state is behind them, and that's really important. And we're giving that industry a clear regulatory path. We're giving them long-term policy certainty. We want it to happen in a collaborative environment, so we're listening to them, we're bringing them in, we're hearing what they have to say. And it's about turning fusion from a physics problem into a real business proposition and making sure we've got the right people around the table to do that. So I think we've lent in early, the UK government has lent in early, we're going to continue to lean in, and we want to do that in the most collaborative way possible. We need to hear from industry how we're getting in their way, and where we can, where we need to protect the consumer and the public, we need to create the regulations we know make this industry safe.
Yeah, it's really important on regulation, and let me put in a very clear plug that the UK was the first to establish fusion as regulated independently from nuclear fission. And that is a critical piece for how fusion will be commercialized. Nobody's asking for regulatory relief or no regulation. What we're looking for is appropriate regulation towards the risk. Nuclear fission, there's a reason it's regulated heavily. Fusion doesn't face the same risks, and so thank you, and thanks to the British government and those of you all involved for taking the lead on that, and for continuing to take the lead, because this is something that is going to be an important part as we push fusion around the world. We have to make sure that it's not just the US and the UK who are working on this together in this regulatory regime, but through places like the IAEA and elsewhere are pushing this around the world. So let's talk a little bit more about the, what are areas that you think US can lead on fusion versus UK, and how do you all think of the partnership going forward here?
So I think we see ourselves, certainly from a UK perspective, as you've just described, Andrew, as this global pathfinder in terms of regulation. We want to continue to do that, but we want to do that in collaboration with the US. The more our regulation is aligned, the easier it is for us to both work in each other's ecosystems, for capital to work, for people to work. Yeah. So it creates that sort of level playing field, that understanding between the two. So I think that's a key area where we want to see real cooperation that gives industry that clarity and that confidence in that space. I talked about the strategic investments we've made. We're talking about $3.3 billion over 5 years. Let's look, the UK and the US, at where we're putting our money and make sure we're putting it to work in a way that advantages us both, but acknowledges the collaboration that's happening between the two countries. We've also launched the STEP program, as I've described, to build this prototype fusion power plant. Perhaps that's an area we can work on in collaborating as well. But I think when it comes to the US, there are a number of things you guys bring. Capital, trillions of dollars of capital, and it's particularly an area where between us we can outperform China. China just does not have the access to the capital that can be put behind this project. So I think that's a really critical area too. I think that where we have state-owned research reactors, getting those teams working closer together, trying to pull the redundancy, the duplication out of those programs, sharing data, sharing experience, sharing knowledge so that we can move faster and move harder in some of those areas, and then making sure we're taking that and moving it into the commercial space in a way that helps us win this race.
Let's talk a little bit about that geopolitical competition. Now I'm aware that we've probably taken you a little bit out of your usual area of work, talking about fusion energy here, but perhaps back into the geopolitical sphere. It is clear that China is making a big push here.
Yeah.
And it's only become clear on that in the last year or so. And so I think it's critical that the US, working in what you could call a coalition of the ambitious, works together. I think the UK and the US partnership here is the nucleus of that. But then you start to look at other partners around the world. Start to identify Japan as another leading country. UK and Japan already have a fusion partnership. Yeah. I think you could identify Germany as a potential partner. And we could go and pick another couple here or there. And with that, you start to get a really leading group that can push forward and have strengths that maybe China can't bring to bear. What do you see as ways to push forward on China here and make sure that this, not only do we beat them to the first punch, but also beat them to deploying fusion?
Yeah. So I think, Andrew, I think this is a really critical question, and I think this is where fusion moves from being a sort of an energy policy question to a vital question about geostrategic policy. Yeah. And whoever wins this race is going to have a significant strategic advantage, and I think we need to acknowledge that. Fusion development is a global competition, and the stakes are incredibly high. And I think to stay ahead, we need to work together to build that resilience that understands the supply chains we need. Mm-hmm. Make sure that when we're looking at those supply chains, we're designing resilience in them, and there are real risks vis-a-vis China in this that we know about. When we're talking about critical components, materials, capabilities, we need to make sure that we can source those. We need to make sure that we're manufacturing them. And we need to make sure that when we're looking at scaling them, when we get to that point, we're scaling them across trusted networks, because there's also an espionage risk into this space as well. And this isn't just about who can build the first reactor. I mean, that will be great. Yeah. But it's actually about who can build the first 10, who can build the first 20 of these. And in order to achieve that, we need to start thinking now about what we need to make that a reality. I think I've said this before, but the UK brings strengths in advanced manufacturing, in materials science. We can bring scale, but only to an extent. The US is the only country that can bring real scale to this. We talk about the UK, we talk about Japan. It's only the US that can bring the scale that we need right across this sector that will make a difference. And I think, the reality is, we also need to continue to cooperate on standards between the countries that care about this, but we need to, in doing so, set standards that the world needs to adhere to as well, which we've always done very well. So certification, workforce development, we've got to make sure we're getting the standards right across that. If we want to lead, we also need to think about how we train the next generation. The UK's got some brilliant fusion science facilities. Japan's got some, but how can we think strategically about have we got the right people? And are they in the right places to really drive this? Do we have the next generation of fusion engineers, of technicians, of operators, people who understand the AI, and the AI that's going to really drive innovation and transformation in this space? So we're aware. We all know that China is investing heavily in fusion. and we need to track that carefully. We also need to think about the role that the IAEA can play in this as well, in creating a level playing field and where we need to creating the right kind of regulation. So again, we need the IAEA to think about its role in terms of regulation and whether it needs to move faster in this. But I will say this. I think that we are moving, as the UK and the US, faster than the competition. I think it's a narrow lead. We've got to work really hard to maintain that lead. But if we can do this together and if we can collaborate, we can still win this race.
Absolutely. I think that's right. First of all, thank you for raising the issue of fusion skills and the skilled workforce. One thing I'd note, actually, my former UK director for the FIA is now running the fusion skills program at UKAEA. So you all poached him away from me, but he's doing an important role there.
Collaboration.
That's collaboration there. Public, private, transatlantic. But I think we have to very clearly think, and the UK in a lot of ways has done a lot better in the planning and thinking through the next steps of fusion than the US has traditionally done. We're starting to see new planning come, new roadmaps, new ways forward here in the US. But I'm particularly excited about this partnership with the UK because we can move forward fast and because you all can help us to really level up our playing field here as well. You mentioned, $3.3 billion investment. That's a bigger monetary commitment so far than what we've seen from the United States.
So far.
So that's right. I think it was your prime minister said, trust the Americans to do the right things once they've tried everything else.
Not the current prime minister, to be clear.
Mr. Churchill. So it is. It's important that we look to there, and I started this conversation talking about Ernest Rutherford at the Cavendish Laboratory, but it was pretty soon after that it was 1934, and then pretty soon after that, within 5-6 years, it was the British government telling the American government, hey, you've got to get on this atomic bomb program, and the Manhattan Project was really started picking up from where the British government left off and transferred and brought a lot of the expertise here. So yes, the U.S. has to play the big role here. We need to get the U.S. off and running and pushing forward to be able to beat China to this. And so I'm so excited for the new push here between the U.S. and UK to help that going ahead. So looking forward, I think closing question here is, what do you think, what's the one most important thing the US and the UK can take in the next year or so to accelerate progress here?
So I love your phrase, coalition of the ambitious, because I think it's really important that we're ambitious, and it's incredibly important we do that together.
Yeah.
And I would just pitch that it's in bringing together our capabilities, in bringing together our people, our knowledge, and our systems, and as I said, cutting out the redundancy, cutting out the duplication. If you go to Culham campus, which is the home to UK AEA and our record-breaking JET program, we have incredible expertise in spherical tomahawks, probably the most advanced in the world. So the question for me is, how can we bring these two national efforts and kind of fuse them into one global opportunity, working with our friends, working with our allies. We've already laid the groundwork. We've got this prosperity deal now, and we've got our teams. We are committed in the UK to hosting the Global Fusion Energy Policy Summit, co-hosting it with you guys here in the US next year. So I think the answer to your question is, everyone in this room and everyone in our governments needs to think about how we make it easier for these companies and these research laboratories to work across our borders, to access facilities, to navigate regulation together, to standardize regulation where we can, without needing a translator, a lawyer, or a time machine.
Yeah.
We need to basically make sure that there is seamless interaction where we can between these. It means coordinating our facilities, harmonizing our standards, streamlining our licensing, and creating the conditions in which our private sectors, which are the best in the world. The Chinese will never beat the capitalism that drives our private sectors and the capital that underpins that. We've just got to give them the best possible platform, and I think doing it together is better than doing it alone.
I think that's a great call to action. Let's get to work. James Roscoe, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Great to see you all.
Our next panel, titled Clearing the Path to Fusion Deployment, a Tennessee Case Study, will be moderated by David Lin, Senior Advisor for Future Technology Platforms at SCSP. Please welcome our speakers, the Honorable Mark Menzies, President and CEO of the U.S. Energy Association, Chris Mowry, CEO of Type 1 Energy, and Andrew Campbell, Senior Manager of Construction Management at Tennessee Valley Authority.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing? All right, late in the afternoon? Can I get a sign of life? All right, cool. Good, enthusiasm is high. As we know, states and localities are where the rubber meets the road when it comes to deploying and scaling any technology, but in this case in particular, fusion technology. As a fellow Tennessean, I'm excited to have the opportunity to shine a light on the volunteer state as a testing ground for fusion energy. So joining me here on stage is Mark Menzies, the President and CEO of the U.S. Energy Association, former Deputy Secretary of Energy, and most importantly, a Commissioner on SCSP's Commission on the Scaling of Fusion Energy. Next to him, we have Mr. Chris Mowry, CEO of Type 1 Energy. And then lastly, but not least, Andrew Campbell, the Senior Manager for Construction Management at the Tennessee Valley Authority. So let me start with you, Mark, from your perch, both as a former DOE official and as the CEO of USEA. Can you describe to the audience some of the dynamics that you see between the federal and state level from a regulatory perspective, but even from a stakeholder perspective? When it comes to fielding these kinds of first-of-a-kind technologies? What were some of the key connective tissues missing from what you could tell at these two different levels of government?
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, David, for the question, and thank you for having me here. It's really an honor and a privilege to be here to talk about such an exciting topic, really, that has come a long way just in my days of working over at DOE. When you're at the Department of Energy, you really are filled with enthusiasm of all the various science projects and things that you can get involved in, with the 17 national laboratories. And fusion was a key part of the Office of Science. And so it was in the Office of Science, interestingly, not in the Office of Nuclear Energy Program, because Congress at that time had really seen it more of an investment in proving the science. And so our goal over there was to really try to move it, to position it into actual real fusion projects. And so if you go back and you look at the funding, both through ARPA-E and other ways that we funded projects, fusion, it was really to further that demand. And so what you look at when you're there as a steward of your nation's resources and where it can be deployed and what science you want to develop, certainly in the energy space, fusion, was a real potential candidate. But the key is, of course, to actually get it out of the government, if you will. And so you look for opportunities to where you can bring in both potential private investors, as well as the support of the Department of Energy in this case. Further, it would be helpful to get one of the national or several of the national laboratories involved. And since you're in the world of fusion, principally to look at the creation of electrons to put on the grid, you begin to have even a practical approach to say, well, where could such a project be deployed as we moved across the technology readiness levels? And so that's what you hope for. You hear of these public-private partnerships, and I think today our panelists will discuss almost how all these things really came together, where you had the support of the Department of Energy. Importantly, you had the support of National Laboratory. You have the support of the state, where you have a group of willing parties all coming together. You have private interest. And I will say, one other thing that was a major push in serving with the Department of Energy, and that was to look forward on the regulatory landscape, to see what the NRC would expect as these developing fusion technologies, were they going to hold it to fission standards, et cetera. You got to go back several years, but that was a real issue back then. A lot of the work we did there was working with the NRC to try to get it to look at more like medical isotopes. Congress got involved in it with the ADVANCE Act, and so I think you see a good regulatory process in place. And we're going to hear about the state of Tennessee, which was a signatory of the agreement of the states, and their legislatures working, their governor supports it, and I think you'll hear a very good story today.
Yeah, Chris, Type 1 is approaching fusion from a very unique architectural standpoint, the Stellarator design. Can you talk a little bit about why you're especially bullish about the Stellarator architecture, and what about today in 2025 makes the timing ripe to continue trying to experiment and deploy this kind of technology?
Well, that's a really great question. You know, I approach fusion not from the perspective of a plasma physicist, but from a person who's spent his career in the global energy industry. And so what I found compelling about Stellarator that to me is actually today somewhat unique, actually completely unique, is that right now the Stellarator is the only fusion technology that has been demonstrated to operate in a stable and steady state manner. And from my perspective as someone who has been in the energy and the power industry, so far that's pretty fundamental to a practical power plant, and a power plant that will be, importantly, that complement to the intermittency that renewables bring to fusion, to the energy space in the power grid. So I think what the industry is looking for, the energy industry, is this on-demand, reliable complement that can be scaled, that is this counterpoint to the renewables, because there's a lot of renewables, there will be more renewables, and they play an important part in the future of energy. But the power grid, as has been demonstrated earlier this year in the Iberian Peninsula, also needs inertia, and it needs baseload energy, and that is something that fusion can bring. And when you think about what that means that you need to be generating continuous, reliable power. And so, in the first instance, one of the things that today is unique about the Stellarator is that it, in fact, has been demonstrated to operate in this steady state, continuous manner, and that's just pretty fundamental. The second thing is that about 3 or 4 years ago, we reached the point where you could, with reasonable extension and development, see your way to actually engineering a first-generation fusion power plant. And I was struck by something that Andrew Lo said earlier on the financing side, because you need to have a solvable problem here. And I think creating a solvable problem is probably fundamental to this conversation that we're having here in many different ways. But one of them is that you need to be able to put forward an approach that is, at its heart, an engineering challenge and an infrastructure challenge from a project perspective. An engineering project, a hard engineering project, make no doubt about that, but an engineering project and an infrastructure project, not a science project. And when you get to that point, then you can actually start to talk about commercialization. And so having that nexus of technology that's been demonstrated to operate in a stable, steady state manner, and a set of fundamental technologies that can be used to translate that fusion platform into a first generation power plant is something I think that today is unique about the Stellarator.
Now, moving over to you, Andrew, Tennessee Valley Authority occupies a really unique space. It's the nation's largest publicly owned utility, but TVA also has the commercial flexibility and a regional focus in particular. So can you talk a little bit about TVA structure? We were talking about this a little bit backstage. Talk about TVA structure and some of the authorities your agency has, and how that enables you to engage with startups like Type 1, and we'll talk about more that cooperative agreement later.
Yeah, absolutely. So we were a federal agency founded in 1933. It was the Great Depression. There was a lot of blight, economic depression in the valley, and we have three principles: energy, environment, economic development. Those are the three things that TVA as an agency strives for in our customers, and we serve a 7-state region. It's all of Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina. And those customers are really where all our funding comes from. While we're a federal agency, we get no appropriations. So it's all rate funded, and what we do and everything we do is for those customers through our least cost planning models. So as part of the background, we undertake innovation to seek advantages for those customers, advanced technologies to make their lives better, their rates cheaper, more competitive, more affordable. And that's one of the areas that we can, interact with companies that's a little different than maybe traditional IOUs. As long as we've got a good case and belief, we've got a little flexibility in how we interact.
So maybe we can talk about the agreement or the deal that TVA has with Type 1. So for Chris and Andrew, in the Tennessee context, can you describe to the audience some of the details of this cooperative agreement? And specifically, I'm struck by the number of stakeholders involved here. We have Type 1 and TVA, we have Oak Ridge National Lab, and the state government is also a stakeholder in making it all happen. In addition to that, the agreement takes place on a brownfield site, an old coal factory. So I invite you to share some details about that project and how you want to get it off the ground.
You want me to start?
You can go ahead.
All right. Well, I think you referred to the cooperative agreement that we signed with TVA back earlier this year in February. And so in the spirit of that agreement, we've been working together over the past 6 to 8 months to kind of define a path forward. And this path forward is documented and described in this letter of intent that TVA issued to Type 1 several weeks ago. So I think what's important to understand about this letter of intent, it is not a PPA, it's not an aspirational MOU, but it's really about starting the process of developing a first commercial power plant project. And in fact, there's real work going on this project as we speak. So, but I think I want to take a step back here, and because a lot of what we're talking about really refocuses the mind around commercialization, right? And that is really, again, getting back to what Andrew Lowe said earlier, first of a kind energy technology project is really two things. It's a hard engineering project and it's an infrastructure project. And you really need to bring those two things together in the right way in order to actually commercialize an actual power project that's first of a kind. And they go hand in glove because of the financing and the set of stakeholders that are involved in this thing. So a big piece of this thing that I think hopefully we'll be able to unpack is this idea of de-risking the last mile or the last 10 miles, depending on how you look at it, to commercialization. And so this letter of intent really describes in general terms, what that path is, and we're starting down that journey. But a lot of work needs to be done both on the engineering side and on the project side around the infrastructure and including the financing of it. But the financing doesn't come without the de-risking, and I think we can talk about that a little bit more if we have enough time.
Andrew?
Yeah, so agriculture is on our state seal. There's an old saying in farm communities, many hands make less work. It's what we're seeing, across the board. We've got local politicians, universities, labs, private companies, utilities, all working together, pulling on the same rope. And with all those people contributing, it makes it much easier to get something this difficult moved forward. It's an old coal plant. It was there, since the 1960s. A lot of good bones left infrastructure-wise, even if we're past the useful life of some of the coal burning equipment. So turbine generator sets are going to be synchronous condensers at that site. We're converting them. It's going to help with inverter-based resources on the grid. There's additional room in that same building that's not coming down as part of the demolition efforts. That's where the Infinity One prototype will first go. Our letter of intents, got additional area of that plant that's currently under demolition that will move us towards the possibility of a first commercial fusion power plant.
Now, Mark, when you hear about Mark and Andrew, or Chris and Andrew, excuse me, talking about what they're building in Tennessee, how repeatable or how replicable do you think this is in other states across the country?
Well, it's replicable in certain ways, but just to put a fine point on this particular project and why this has the great potential to succeed is when you look at Oak Ridge not only has had quite a history in fusion development, but its materials, which is as important, developing new materials for the fusion systems. And they have Frontier, the high-performance computing, where they can run modeling and to determine whether or not the Stellarator design, frankly, can work. So there's an awful lot of modeling that goes in here. So when you look for successful projects, you look for a combination of those things, and at Oak Ridge, you do have that. Now, you also have TVA. While it's on the old coal site, which sounds good, why is that important? Well, the infrastructure has been permitted there before. You have a community that typically embraces energy infrastructure, but it's got ties into the grid already. So you've heard probably from other panels, it's very hard to permit any new energy infrastructure today, including transmission, a big problem. With TVA and that site, you have that already there. Now, there may be some upgrades, but you've already accomplished so much of other hurdles that developers and other fusion technologies will have to overcome. That's a significant there. The other thing is, you talked about, the state, but you have state contributions, of real money going in, and you have the commitment of the state to regulate. And that's very, very important, because we've seen at the NRC the very difficult, certainly in the world of fusion, even with SMRs, it's very, very difficult to get the combined operating licenses out of there. And so to have the regulatory environment favorable in that state, it's hard to overstate, I think, the significance of that. So when I look at this project and compare it to others, those are all the check marks that we have here. Is it going to happen overnight? No, but you have all those things going forward here. And if you can continue those things, then I think that certainly not only Tennessee, but the US can help move the entire fusion industry along with these kinds of cooperative agreements and this kind of special arrangement.
So pulling on that thread a little bit, over to Chris and Andrew, for a first-of-a-kind deployment, mapping the authority's path, who has jurisdiction over what, can be one of the hardest parts, as you kind of just described, Mark. What have you all learned about how state, federal, and local regulators interact in practice in Tennessee, and where could coordination be improved? Whoever wants to take that on first.
Well, ideally, we already operate 35,000 megawatts of power generation as a utility. We've got coal, we've got gas, we've got hydro. We have a fleet of 7 traditional fission plants. So, you know, what industrial power plant safety and regulations look like, we know, you know, a good chunk of that. So once you make high quality steam from a fusion machine, everything past that, while it's not trivial, it's something we've done for 60, 70 years in some cases. We have programs and background and learnings that measure in the decades in those areas. And the nuclear portion is, quite frankly, a little less long-term exposure than some of the traditional fission sites, right? The waste from fission is one of the attractive parts of how you might manage it long-term with programs.
Yeah, well, the short answer to your question to me would be nothing, because that's not our role, right? And this gets back to this idea of de-risking and not trying to reinvent everything and thinking about the value chain that needs to be put together in order to take the shortest pathway to commercializing fusion. And part of that is understanding that there's actually a lot of the pieces of the value chain that already exist. And I think that is fundamental in why we ended up in Tennessee, why we're working with TVA on this first project. Because this LOI that I referred to earlier, among other things, articulates the fact that TVA, not Type 1, will build the power plant, that TVA will operate the power plant. Well, I don't have to reinvent how to build and operate power plant, which I can tell you is not an easy thing to do. And I would imagine, especially given the real focus of this conference, which is fusion plus AI, we spent a lot of time talking about how AI tools can help on the analytical side of fusion and help, you know, further improve the performance of the fusion technologies. But the other side of that is AI and the hyperscalers, they need power and they need reliable energy, right? And so the value proposition that fusion has for them is to be a source of reliable on-demand power. And I got to imagine every hyperscaler out there would rather rely on TVA to build and operate the power plant that's going to supply their data center than any fusion company that exists today, right? So this is about de-risking, right? And when you talk about financing a project, when you talk about a big infrastructure fund or a bank, what's going to get them comfortable enough to put down the $5+ billion it takes to build a fusion power plant? Well, one thing is to look at TVA and say, well, they're going to build the plant. They're going to build the asset. They're going to operate the asset. They're going to maintain that. That is way more comforting than to take a bet on a fusion company that's never done that before, right? And then you expand that horizon a little bit and you think about the other pieces. One of the things that is special about fusion when you compare it to fission is that properly architected, it doesn't have any nuclear quality assurance requirements on the supply chain and the construction process. And besides, and that really allows innovation to happen in an unconstrained way, or certainly in a way that is highly constrained in fission. So one of the opportunities we have in the fusion sector is to very rapidly walk down the cost curve, and that's about innovation, right? And that's where the rest of this ecosystem that exists in the Knoxville area, Oak Ridge National Lab, University of Tennessee, and the other universities in the area, they're going to be the drivers, not necessarily of the key elements of the first plant, but of the second, third, fourth, fifth that drive that innovation down, right? And then the last piece, of course, is the workforce, which, of course, there's just an incredible pipeline of talent in and around Eastern Tennessee, and you couldn't ask for anything more than that. So if I roll this all together, it's about de-risking.
Perfect segue to my next question, which is about workforce. What opportunities in the greater Knoxville area do you see to create a new workforce to support this new fusion economy? And can we grow fusion operations in an advanced manufacturing base in the Tennessee Valley? So why don't we start with Andrew or Chris? Andrew?
I'm just going to say one thing and then let Andrew riff off that. But the very first employee that we hired at Bull Run was the plant manager for the old coal plant that, when it was commissioned in the 1960s, was the largest, most efficient power generation device on Earth. And so this is not just about new This is not just about a new workforce in the pipeline, which is really important, but it's also about taking advantage of the opportunity to repurpose, you know, the talent and the workforce that already exists. Just as important to grow new, and we always talk about repurposing infrastructure, we can also repurpose talent. And that, I think, says a lot. That's a real value proposition to the local communities.
Yep, so absolutely all those things, but Troy covered it a couple of panels ago. The Oak Ridge, UT Knoxville, TVA experience in the area is really something unique. It's been since the Manhattan Project in the 1940s. We've had, you know, lots of skills in that area, and you know, they ebb and flow a bit, and we need to definitely build up some certain areas, but there's a lot of smart people hiding around in hollers here and there. You never know, based on what somebody looks like, what they might know. And I've seen more, you know, Liberty overalls wearing guys that have PhDs and something you've never heard of than you could imagine around Oak Ridge. It's taking that workforce, growing them and developing them into what we need for this. And we've got the capabilities to do that at Bull Run. You know, there's abilities to learn, especially from first-of-a-kind units, and get that hands-on experience. Every time we build a project that is, you know, second, third, or fourth of a kind, we look for somebody that worked on the first one that was in our fleet, or the first one somewhere else, or some other technical expertise that you only get by doing. And you know, I think we've got the abilities to do that in East Tennessee and grow that workforce organically.
Mark, sticking with the workforce theme, what kind of national level lessons learned can we kind of extrapolate this as we start to build new fusion machines across the country, being in Tennessee or Massachusetts, Virginia, or Washington? What are some national level lessons learned that we can kind of extrapolate from this Tennessee case?
No, I was just sitting here thinking about you know, how far we have come and how the world really in the nuclear space has changed. I mean, 2017 we were still decommissioning following Fukushima. We had an issue across our universities of trying to attract nuclear engineering students because if you were going into that industry, you were going to be decommissioning. You might be refurbishing, but you weren't building anything. And then SMRs began to develop, and we tried mightily to try to utilize, you know, Clinch River, other sites to try to push SMR. We were establishing centers of excellence in nuclear space to try to encourage more and more into this. Now we're sitting here and we're actually talking about true excitement and enthusiasm of students going in to the nuclear space, but now to really embrace fusion. So the nuclear physicist, you know, is an added attraction, and now engineering, the Stellarator, it's going to be an engineering marvel to be able to build that stuff. So you see this renewed enthusiasm here. And just to make the point on, you know, UT, University of Tennessee at Knoxville, you have to travel around and visit our labs. And our labs, you know, were put in places that were sort of out of the way for different reasons. People didn't want to know what was going on in those days. Of course, now they're national treasures. But you look there, and there are ecosystems there where it's usually tied to university or universities. You have this quite a bit of both intelligentsia, educated folks that really embrace that local ecosystem. And UT, Oak Ridge, they've really developed over time. And you see that in different places around. And we have multiple laboratories of our labs looking at different, you know, fusion. This is one type of fusion, but we do have other types of fusion that's going on. And so each of them are drawing now more experts and not only into nuclear, but I made the point earlier, the reason that this potentially can reach success, I won't say faster, but you can see the potential here is at Oak Ridge. I talked about the high performance computing. So you have all these scientists that go into high performance computing there where they're doing the modeling. They may not be fusion scientists, but they're high performing computing. The materials experts, they also have 3D printing. Right? We used to take people out there to Oak Ridge to show 3D printing. Well, a lot of this new stuff is going to be made with 3D printing. That's a whole new manufacturing process. So you have all of that there at Oak Ridge. It's tied into the universities and the whole community there. So you see that, and we see that percolating now across really the country, and particularly now with the encouragement to really get into these areas where we feel real competition with China. I mean, there really is a sense of patriotism by getting into these different areas of study so that we can really gain the expertise here in this country, be proud of what we're doing, putting taxpayer dollars to work in a way that it benefits the United States on a global stage, not only here. And then the final thing I'll say about fusion, you know, which being an energy guy, I mean, the beauty about fusion, you really can probably place these things almost anywhere. True, you need energy sources, et cetera. You need a willing utility. But if you have, you know, a bunch of willing partners, think about it. You don't need to have it, you know, place where a lot of fission projects are, where you need water for cooling. You know, you're not hamstrung as you are geographically to be able to build these things. Certainly you want to build them to where they can be interconnected into the grid for electrons, but fusion can also be used for heat sources as well for other industrial applications and stuff. So that's the real excitement here. You know, just go forward, you know, 20, 30 years. Think about a future where you're going to have fusion putting electrons on the grid. I mean, this is incredible to think about. Think about the intellectual dominance that we have if we can win this. China's definitely going ahead. They're spending a whole lot more money than we are, and they're attracting global intelligentsia in the space. Well, we need to compete that. We need to say, come to the United States, be here, and you can thrive in the world of fusion development.
All right, we're almost out of time. 30 seconds left, so please stick to it. If I could get your hot takes, 15 seconds each, Chris and Andrew. 10 years from now, what do you hope that this project will have proved, looking back at it?
It'll prove by having everybody focus on staying in their swim lanes, the suppliers, the fusion technology developers, the innovators, the builders and operators. You can actually get the first generation fusion power plant online by de-risking the last mile to commercialization.
That we led the way, that, you know, it's there, it's another, you know, great step forward out of the East Tennessee area in nuclear science.
Good note to end on. Please join me in thanking our speakers on stage.
Next, we are honored to welcome to the stage Representative Don Beyer of Virginia and on screen, Representative Chuck Fleischmann of Tennessee for a moderated discussion with Jenna Lee Kiefsinger, Senior Director of Government Affairs at SCSP.
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, all right. There's still energy this afternoon. Everyone had their afternoon coffee. I want to say good afternoon also to Congressman Beyer, who's here obviously in person. And Congressman Fleischmann, thank you so much for joining us virtually from Tennessee. We appreciate you adjusting your schedule and still being able to be here with us. So today, you know, we're bringing you here your co-chairs of the Congressional Fusion Caucus, and this is such an important time for fusion. SCSP just released a report through its commission on the scaling of fusion energy, and you know, we talk about how this is a pinnacle moment, so I do want to dig into that. But first I want to ask you both a starting question. What led you to start a fusion caucus on the Hill, a topic that many of your colleagues may have found unfamiliar? Mr. Fleischmann, I'd love to start with you. Since you're away, you can chime in, and we'd love to know, like, what drew you to developing this caucus?
Well, thank you for the question, and I thank my colleague and friend Don Beyer for joining me. I hope you all can hear me. I have the great privilege of representing the Oak Ridge Reservation. That means the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the NNSA facility there, which is the Y-12 plant. We're building the uranium processing facility. We've got the largest legacy cleanup going. It's just incredible. $10 billion worth of federal investment. For years, the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, which I think is the premier laboratory of all 17, and I love them all. I fund them all through the Department of Energy in my role as chairman of the Energy and Water Subcommittee of Appropriations. So that's what I do. For years, I have marveled at the work that Oak Ridge has done in fusion at the ITER project and beyond. But several years ago, companies began to come to me beyond the wonderful research that they're doing, not only at Oak Ridge, at Princeton, and up in Massachusetts and the like, and said we wanted to look at commercialization with a great potential for commercialization. So whether it's fission or fusion, I want to see abundance of energy in this country, and I want us to win this battle, to win the fusion battle. That's why I was so pleased that Don Beyer had joined me as co-chair. And I will say this, at a time right now where we are so politically divided on a number of issues, on the fusion issue, there has been incredible bipartisan and bicameral and executive branch support. So it gives us an opportunity not only for great clean energy for the future, beating China to the punch and getting it done, but also something that we can really work together on as American legislators in getting the job done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know you said before that energy is a topic that can really transcend bipartisanship, so I appreciate you putting that into action. Congressman Beyer, why do you think fusion is a topic that does transcend bipartisanship, and what brought you to the Fusion Caucus?
I'm one of the rare math nerds, physics frustrated people in Congress, and so I've been looking forward to this for 50 or 60 years. And we'd always talk about it before, and people would say, well, you know, the 50-year blah, blah, blah. And so it was so much fun for me a couple of years ago to sit down with some of the MIT physicists who say, no, we've been breaking through in so many other different ways, we can break through here too. And the fact that it was a great way to address international poverty, a great way to address climate change, and this was, when Chuck and I started this a couple of years ago, the data centers hadn't really taken off. Mm-hmm. Now, when I represent Northern Virginia, you know, the next data centers could be 7 years away because we have no electricity. You look at the amount of electricity that we're going to need in the coming years. It's, you know, nothing's free, but this is as close to a free lunch as you get once we figure out the science and the engineering.
You talk about the data centers in Northern Virginia. Northern Virginia has really become a tech hub on the East Coast. How do you think that plays into the larger fusion ecosystem?
You know, it's a back and forth. They're deeply connected. You know, because the wonderful Fusion Industry Association and all the different fusion companies I've had a chance to meet with, everybody's using AI to figure out how to do fusion. Mm-hmm. And then fusion, of course, will drive AI. So you need both together. And the two, I've often thrown away the line I believe in, that when we make fusion happen, it'll be the biggest thing to happen to humankind since fire. But then you put artificial intelligence on it and say for the first time, we will have machines that are smarter than we are. The two of them could really usher in a complete different age of humanity.
Yeah, absolutely. Congressman Fleischmann, you know, you already mentioned Oak Ridge National Lab. You live in an area of Tennessee that, beyond Oak Ridge, has this great ecosystem of manufacturing and fusion. You know, what do you think makes that region so special, and how do you think it can contribute to moving fusion forward to commercialization?
Such a wonderful question. Oak Ridge is the birthplace of the Manhattan Project. And when I was elected to Congress, I was fortunate enough to get Oak Ridge as my constituency. And I took a deep dive into what we did at Oak Ridge, what the Department of Energy does, and very quickly it became my goal to ultimately someday chair the Energy and Water Subcommittee of Appropriations so that I can fund all of their endeavors and candidly all the great endeavors of the Department of Energy around the country. But so there's something very special and unique about Oak Ridge. Our national lab, ORNL, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, performs every function that a national lab can do. So in your previous discussion with those panelists who have actually brought commercial fusion or commercial fusion plant to Tennessee, you're going to find in Oak Ridge the tremendous academic base, whether it's through my alma mater, the University of Tennessee, which runs a national lab with Battelle. So you're going to have skilled people. You're going to have people with a tremendous can-do vision of the world. Their ethos is no problem is insurmountable, whether it's supercomputing and the like. So we will take all of our assets at Oak Ridge National Lab and address a situation. That could be cancer research, that could be fission, that could be fusion, it could be modular nuclear reactors, it could be materials research. We have all of it. And I think all of those ingredients are going to be critically important if we are going to ultimately win the fusion battle. We've got it all at Oak Ridge, and candidly, I work well with people on both sides of the aisle, and I have worked now with several energy secretaries. I can tell you Chris Wright is very high on Oak Ridge and very high on fusion. He's a wonderful man. But I've worked well with Jennifer Granholm and people, Rick Perry before her. Fusion is very, very popular right now in a bipartisan way, but we have the community in East Tennessee, in Oak Ridge, the workforce, academia, everything to get it done.
That's great. I'd love to know, what do you think the role is of the federal government to help ensure that that ecosystem works well and can lead to fusion commercialization and the US winning this competition?
If that question is for me, I have one word: appropriations. And my friend Don has been a wonderful co-chair of this. But when I sit with members of the Appropriation Committee, and not only in the House, Republicans and Democrats in the House and the Senate, we have got very difficult choices to make right now. I wrote the energy and water bill for the House. 2024 is very successful. 2025, it failed because of the continuing resolution. I've written a wonderful bill for 2026. It is good for fusion. We've got to make tough choices, but the key is to make absolutely certain that we continue to fund this. In the opening, actually it was in the last panel, one of the gentlemen alluded to it. China is placing unprecedented amount of investments into fusion. We want to get there first and win that space. If we do not, they will control that market, and we do not want them to control that market. So it's so critically important that we put those dollars there. And let me thank the private sector. I've seen unprecedented funding coming from the private sector, not only in fission, but in fusion energy. So I'm so pleased.
Thank you. I would love for you to add on to that.
Let me pile on. First of all, it's thrilling to have the co-chair of the Fusion Caucus be the lead energy appropriator. We very much appreciate that. But let me just, 4 things. Number one, the role of the Fusion Caucus is education. It's remarkable. There are not many people who remember their high school chemistry or physics on the Hill. So Chuck and I spent a lot of time, Jay Obernolte, Lori Trahan, just talking about 2 different hydrogen atoms becoming a helium atom, et cetera, and all that goes on. Because people's eyes glaze over. They're excited about it, but also we have to overcome the skepticism that's built into everybody over the years. Part 2 is the regulatory environment. You know, the 4 of us co-sponsored the Fusion Energy Act last year. We made it abundantly clear that fusion is not fission, and it's not part of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, different types of ways. So that was really important to do, and we'll have more too. And then part 3 is thinking all about 45X. Yeah, I'm on Ways and Means, so we complement each other on appropriations, but it's really important that 45X be expanded to deal with all the things, the investments that are happening on the fusion side too. It makes total sense. Once again, it should be bipartisan. And then finally, with the huge nod to SCSP, you know, the the Science and Chips Act, Chips and Science Act, did a $1.04 billion authorization.
Chuck's got us to 790, I mean 830 maybe next year, 830 million. But we're way behind China. And because a lot of that is dedicated appropriately to our legacy systems, like ITER and Princeton and in D3D. But the new money, China is outspending us 5 to 1, 7 to 1. Yeah. You guys put together a wonderful report about a $10 billion commitment. It's a $10 billion commitment for things like a blanket test bed or a prototypical neutron source that all of the fusion companies around the world and around the country could use. And so what Chuck and I have to do to work with is out of a you probably know, it's a $7 trillion budget, all in, on an annual basis, about $2 trillion that goes through a PROPES committee, beside mandatory. We need $10 billion out of that $7 trillion. I can do the math. It's not much to move us forward in a really bold way. And that's going to be my number one priority.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that. I'd love to hear from both of you. Obviously, the funding is a huge addition and helpful. You know, what are some other mechanisms that you think, some other levers that congressmen can pull? You know, how about the area of like public-private partnerships and encouraging that? I'd love to hear more about that from you, Congressman Fleischmann.
Well, thank you. I think the public-private partnership, as we look to expand the energy portfolio in every direction, is very important. As we have a federal role, and I do think we have a federal role in investing sometimes in the first-of-a-kind technologies, we have seen not only in fission, but also now in fusion, excuse the pun, a tremendous infusion of private capital. Don and I will literally go to conferences where many, many companies and industries are there, and we have folks wanting to find different fusion technologies, different fusion companies to invest in that they would believe in. So it is so critically important that there be a partnership. And I will say this, there is a wonderful good tension, and there's sometimes rough tensions in the world in which Don and I live, but the good tension is between research and development and commercialization. I support them both. I love to sit down with a Princeton professor or somebody at Oak Ridge National Lab and do a deep dive technology-wise into fusion. But I realize we have got to have commercialization and we've got to see it grow. So they will complement each other, they will both grow, but we've got to keep our eye on the ball and make sure that we do not let China win this race.
And let me pile on
Yeah,
generally two very concrete ways back to the $10 billion plan is we build on the Milestones Project, which is something that we got funded in the last couple of years, but not nearly as much money. You know, we rolled out the first amount of money, it was oversubscribed 3 to 1, 4 to 1. And that's the perfect way of the federal government rewarding people for solving engineering and physics problems. I like to point out it's the opposite of Solyndra. We're not giving people a bunch of money and hoping something happens. We're saying, here's 25 million or 50 million to solve this specific problem. And then the Fire Collaboratives, another great initiative out of the Department of Energy, which again is government catalyzing resources, energy, entrepreneurship out of the private sector. So it's a perfect world, rather than having government. And the nice part with, I think we have 38 different fusion companies just in the United States, we're not picking a winner. We're just putting the resources out there for the people who can win.
You talk about resources. Obviously, the money is a key element, but another element is the people. And we did have a panel earlier today where they spoke about the importance of building the workforce of the future for fusion. How do you think the U.S. government can go about encouraging building a future workforce for the fusion industry? Congressman Beyer?
Yeah, there's been an enormous amount of emphasis on tech for the last 20 or 30 years, which is important. But that's one of the things, as I visit your fusion companies, you find out that you do need some PhD plasma physicists, but you need a lot of other people that are electricians or that are good people with their hands or good with metals, or you can need that full range of skills to put together not just the original experiments and then to build the plants themselves. So anything we can do to lift up all Americans and get them excited about it. which would, and I'm a huge fan of blue-collar intelligence. There's an awful lot of people that have been left behind in this economy with technology. This is a way to integrate them into the fusion future.
That sounds great. Congressman Fleischman, how can you build on that, especially living in that Oak Ridge ecosystem? You talk about how they partner with universities. How can we help build the fusion workforce of the future?
Well, there's two ways. First of all, I thank Don for commending those who have technical skills. Our community colleges and our colleges that teach wonderful individuals who have a completely different skill set. I was good in school with a book. I was in LAS, political science, history, author, lawyer, and that's all well and good. But when I walked into shop class, I was totally inept, whether it was wood shop, metal shop, machine shop. There are men and women with a tremendous skill set, and we need them. And in order to do that, our state, the great state of Tennessee, offers 2 years of free college tuition for any student that wants to engage in that. So I think we actually did that. It's funded with our state lottery. But the reality is that has given an opportunity for many men and women to try to get an education in this area where they have a technical ability, and their jobs are incredible. They're making $90,000, $100,000 when they come out because their skills are needed. So I couldn't be more pleased. But what we need to do in this country is cherish all education. I serve on the Labor, Education, Health, and Human Services Subcommittee of Appropriations. I chair Energy and Water, but that is near and dear to my heart as well, because I want to make absolutely certain that we cherish everyone's skills, not just someone like me who is a lawyer or a wonderful doctor, but somebody who's going to take their hands and get in there and work and build this workforce up. We need these people, and we have to really start cherishing people. And that starts in our schools, that starts around the dinner table, and it also starts in Congress. What Don is saying is so important. We, as elected officials, need to go out and make sure that the men and women that have this skill set understand that we appreciate them in our great nation.
Thank you so much. I really want to dig a little bit deeper on how you prioritize Congressman Fleischman in this budget environment. How do you think about near-term versus long-term as you're trying to make decisions?
Another excellent question. As an appropriator, there are 12 appropriation committees, subcommittees. We get an allocation, an annual allocation each year. Now, as we look at that, the great thing about fusion, it just doesn't fit into one box. Our great national labs, the Office of Science, we fund all of our national labs, many of them, including Oak Ridge, do a tremendous job on fusion. But there are other buckets within that and categories within that great budget of Department of Energy that we can actually fund. It's difficult because and that's why we need to get back to doing annual budgets as opposed to continuing resolutions, because the needs of the nations change every year. So it's tough. The way I do it, I look at what my priorities are in terms of generating more energy for America. I chair the American Dominance and Energy Caucus with Mr. Vesey of Texas, a Democrat. So the reality is we look at that, and then I sit down and I listen to other members in my chamber, through our caucus system, and also in the other chamber. And we basically make the tough decisions. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. But if we work together, we can address the nation's priorities. And again, it's easier if I have a Democrat like Don Beyer or Bill Foster or somebody else like that working with me to fund fusion, because Don hit it on the head early in his first answer. It's about education, not only public education, but educating other members in the House of Representatives and in the Senate about the necessity for fusion.
Thank you. I want to shift gears a little bit because you both touched on AI, and this is the AI plus Fusion Summit. So I'd be remiss if I didn't combine the two. So Congressman Beyer, how do you see AI accelerating fusion? How do you see it helping to push through?
I think AI is sort of sine qua non for fusion, that I'm not a plasma physicist, but talking to the many people here, the ability to model what the plasma is doing at 100 million degrees centigrade, you need artificial intelligence to do that. As I visited many of the facilities, they try to take a shot, sometimes every 10 seconds, sometimes every 20 minutes. You need artificial intelligence to understand what happened between shots, so you can understand how to tweak it, what you want to look at for the next time. And when you come back to the question of prioritization, I think what's most important is to be thinking as far down the road as we can. That the best leaders are thinking about the next generation, not the election, blah, blah, blah. Well, we have to think about, if we're worried about costs, for example, in America, what would it be like to have ubiquitous energy based on seawater with no radioactive waste? I mean, that's a completely different structure of our cost structure. When they use artificial intelligence and look and say, the real drivers of public spending in America are healthcare, and Medicare and Medicaid, that's pushing 2/3 of it. How can we use artificial intelligence to change those outcomes in really major ways?
Yeah, definitely. Congressman Fleischmann, how do you see AI really pushing the boundaries for fusion?
Well, AI is going to require an abundance of energy. We know that going in. And right now, the demand for energy, even exclusive, separate and aside from AI, is booming in the United States and in the world. So we have this tremendous demand for energy. And I think the key will be with AI and with all the benefits that we can glean from AI and what it can do for us, we're going to have a reliable energy source, abundance of energy. And if we don't have that, then AI will wilter. So I think it's so critically important that we have the basic tools necessary to fuel AI and to continue to promote that. Obviously, Oak Ridge National Laboratory and my great state are leading in many ways in AI. We've got a long way to go, but the key is it's going to take a lot of energy.
Yeah. You talk about a long way to go. SCSP is thinking more of a short, medium-term goal. I guess a short-term goal, right? Of setting a national goal of building the first demonstration fusion power plant by 2028. How do you see the U.S. government helping to ensure that that becomes a reality? Congressman Beyer?
Well, build it in Virginia. That's the first part. Back to the $10 billion in the SCSP. The challenge, I think, for Chuck and for me, for Jay Obernolte, for Lori Trahan, is working with our leadership, with Speaker Mike Johnson, Hakeem Jeffries, John Cornyn, and the like, to say, you have this huge pot of money, approach chairman like Chuck has to deal with the top line that he gives him, to say, if you make this investment, this $10 billion over a short period of time, what's the payoff to America? And the payoff is going to be much, much greater than almost anything else that we can do. So we talk about educating the members of Congress, we need to educate our leadership. And I think any president, including Donald Trump, would be, if you're pleased with bringing peace to the Middle East, you'd be really pleased with bringing fusion to the world, right?
I may have a few colleagues who can help with those educational briefings. Okay. I think we can help you both out there. Congressman Fleischmann, how do you see helping the fusion industry reach that goal by 2028 of building the first demonstration power plant?
Well, obviously, through appropriations, there has been a good, steady funding stream throughout not only the Biden, but also the Trump administrations. So that is good. That is going to increase. I remember when the fission and fusion budgets were very, very low, particularly the fusion budgets. So we are plussing those up. But we also want to make sure that the people who are doing this have the tools. Again, private sector investment is critically important. We want, and I guess the real key that we haven't touched on yet is regulation. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission, in my view, for years has been far too lethargic on fission. They've taken too long and now under its new leadership under David Bright, will hopefully move, with the help of this administration, to move fission faster. Fusion is completely different. It's a completely different technology, and they will have the task of making sure that obviously we want it to be safe and we want it to be secure, but we have got to move. We do not want to impede the process. So as we regulate these new fusion technologies, we want to make sure they're safe, but we want to move swiftly. I can't overestimate the value of moving quickly on regulations. We cannot sit here for years and twiddle our thumbs while the rest of the world moves forward, because they will.
Absolutely. Congressman Beyer, do you have anything to add on the regulatory front here?
I think we've made great progress so far. I think we're in a good place. The key was helping people understand that this is not Chernobyl, this is not 3 Mile Island. And I think that's broken through. The American public's in a much better place than it was even 2 or 3 years ago. And I don't know, we don't need to take credit for it, but all the wonderful fusion companies that are out there telling their story is important to be part of it.
Yeah. They're doing a great job. I know we have a couple minutes left, and I really want to give you both an opportunity to just talk about what do you see as the greatness that could happen perhaps 10 to 15 years from now. You know, Congressman Beyer, if you were to like wave a magic wand and bring us to a great fusion point, what do you see?
I fall asleep thinking about that. I think we have 2 billion people that go to bed hungry every night around the world. And that's not for lack of land or for lack of humanity, it's for lack of energy. So you bring fusion energy to sub-Saharan Africa, to Latin America, to Southeast Asia, you change the course of humanity. I think about it in terms of climate change. I mean, not all of it, I believe it's very real. I think every country in the world except this one does. You have a non-fossil fuel energy source that makes it possible to wean ourselves off of it in many important ways. And then I think just think about the wars that we fought in the last couple hundred years. All of them have been about energy. What if we don't have to fight wars in Iraq and Iran over energy because we have lots and lots of seawater right here to do this stuff? There are so many different ways that life on Earth will be different. And then if you think about life not on Earth, I mean, you can get to Mars a lot faster with the fusion engine than with the other engines that we're talking about. So.
That'd be fun. I like that. Congressman Fleischmann, what do you see 10, 15 years from now with fusion energy?
Well, I want to win. I want to be sitting back 10 or 15 years from now and looking at the entire global situation and say that the United States is the preeminent actor in fusion energy. What I do not want to have happen is China or any other country, foe or friend, get into this space and win, because then we will be playing catch up, and then we will be dependent on using their technologies, and these other countries will glean the economic benefits of getting there first. Yes, we will get the energy, but I want to get the win and the energy.
Thank you so much. I know we are out of time, so I do want to thank you both so very much for being here in person, Congressman Beyer, and virtually, Congressman Fleischmann. I thank you so much for your bipartisanship and continuing to forge fusion's future, which I know is the title of this panel. I think my colleagues wanted me to trip up on that one, but thank you so very much. Can we all give them a round of applause?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
For our final fireside, we are pleased to welcome the Undersecretary of Science at the U.S. Department of Energy, the Honorable Dario Gil, for a moderated conversation with Dr. P.J. Makish, Vice President of Strategy at SESP.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see you all. Thank you so much for making time to be here as we end this great day of conversations with Dr. Dario Gil, Department of Energy, the Undersecretary for Science. It is really such a great time for you to come into government, sir, for everybody to kind of hear your thoughts about it. But I thought before we go into your thoughts on this, I really wanted everybody in the audience to get to know you a little bit better. You have a remarkable background. You have a remarkable ability to instruct. You spent 20 years really in one of the greatest private sector labs, in the country. But how did you get into science and technology? Just for us to get to know you a little bit.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be with you on a topic that is so incredibly important. In fact, an intersection of topics that are very close to the top of my agenda. So I grew up in Spain, in Madrid. I'm an immigrant to the United States. My first encounter with the United States was when I was a senior in high school. And I was an exchange student, and I graduated from Los Altos High School in California. And I fell in love with the country. I was always interested in science-related matters in high school. But then what I became really fascinated was the world of nanotechnology and nanofabrication. I was really inspired, and I'm a big admirer of Richard Feynman. And through that journey of sort of discovering this world that I couldn't see, and like other people are inspired also by the stars and what's far away,
right.
I was interested in the small world. I went through a journey that ultimately took me to get a PhD at MIT in the nanostructures laboratory, and that's also where I became really, really passionate about the world of quantum and the world of computing and AI, and those have been the themes where I spent my whole career for 22 years. Is this intersection of nanotechnology and semiconductors, AI and quantum have been like the three passions that I have pursued for now 25 plus years. Yeah.
We would love to hear your thoughts as we get. This is really a two-part question for you, which is based on your background in quantum. Could you just instruct the room a little bit about how you see the arrival of quantum computing and AI on classical computers combining to sort of change the world as we know it a little bit? You've instructed on this for hours, but just in a nutshell, there's a broad kind of level of understanding about quantum here in general. But let's just assume a baseline of quantum, and when you see those two merge, first of all, what does that give the world when those two combine?
We are in the midst of a revolution in computing. And if one is not excited about what is unfolding in the world of computing right now, there's something wrong.
Right, right.
So, and the revolution in computing is driven by what's happening in artificial intelligence and quantum computing. And those are going to be additive transformations to decades of progress of Moore's law, of semiconductors, and high-performance computing. Now, quantum, it is nothing short than going back to the foundation of what we understand by information, right? Like we have built the modern information technology world and the modern computer world based on the ideas of, originally back to Leibniz, but famously with Claude Shannon, that gave us the world of the binary digit, the bit, and the 0 and the 1, and that there was a way to encode all knowledge in the world into strings of zeros and ones. And the machines that we build since are built on transistors and switches that allows us to very efficiently implement zeros and ones to encode and do calculations. Well, with quantum, you're revisiting that foundation. And it turns out that actually the nature of information itself is quantum mechanical, that the very most fundamental building block of the idea of information is not the 0 and the 1, but the qubit, the quantum bit. And that you can actually bring ideas from physics, namely the idea of superposition and entanglement and interference, to be able to create much richer representations of information that you can do classically. And quantum computers are the machines that allow you to create these qubits and manipulate information, just like classical computers are the machines that, through transistors and building integrated circuits, allows you to compute with zeros and ones. Now, the reason that this is important is that if we encode and represent information differently, we have access to high-dimensional space that is very hard for us to access efficiently classically. And it turns out that there are classes of problems, not all problems, for which that exponential Hilbert space that we're accessing turns out to be really, really powerful. One famous example of that is, of course, the world of modeling quantum mechanics. Nature is quantum mechanical, so if we want to be able to do simulations of nature, of chemistry and of materials and of physics, if you have a machine that behaves like nature, for a certain class of problems, it can be very efficient. So that's one intuition for why that matters. But it turns out that it also applies to other mathematical problems. And the most famous example is this problem of factoring, which is the basis of how we do encryption. So a very famous implication of very large-scale quantum computers is that they will be able to factor prime numbers exponentially faster. So that's what is, to me, really interesting. But the way I look at AI and quantum as having something in common is that it's about taking the data and the information of the world and mapping it to new representations, new high-dimensional representations, both encoded in neural networks, the other one encoded in in quantum systems, that if we were to implement them with our classic or traditional approaches, would be very costly and difficult to do. So it's kind of like the challenge for all of us is to take the problems we know and love that we've been tackling with closed-form equations and in the form of high-performance computing simulation, and leveraging that, but recasting those problems to the world of AI and to the world of quantum algorithms. And the power will be in the combination of workflows that span all three modalities. I like to say, as a way to remember, it's like the future of computing is bits plus neurons plus qubits, just as a way to remember.
It's a good way.
That these things are coming together.
Yeah, I love hearing you describe it, really. In fact, when you described it at Stevens Institute like a year ago, it's the first time I personally conceived that information theory, computing, and software all had their three separate histories that are kind of converging. And it's a fantastic way. Of those high-dimensional representations you mentioned, now fusion. So here we are, and for everybody in the audience, we have directors of national labs here, Kim Budil's here, Steve Cowley's here. They served on the Fusion Commission that wrote this report we published last week. And of course, the net positive breakout at Livermore created a star for a billionth of a second on the Earth. And so we're here now in this beautiful moment, right? How do you see the advancement of AI helping fusion become a delivered technology?
Yeah, I think that, and I've had wonderful discussions with Steve Cowley and, many others who have rightly made the case that of imagining a world where fusion is a technology that comes to maturity fully powered by AI. Imagining the world where we anticipate that AI is going to transform so many fields of science and technology. But could this be the example of a truly civilization-changing technology where AI was an integral part, right, of making that happen as it emerges into its full bloom? And the way you can imagine doing that is that thanks to extraordinary scientific work over many decades, there has been incredible amount of codes running in high-performance computing environments that have been validated by experiment. And that was a lot of extraordinary work to get to that point, right? On plasmas and on many other topics. Now, so that's the good news. The challenge of it is that running those codes is very computationally costly. So iterations, if one, for example, wants to be able to iterate, of many kind of system configurations and designs and so on, it's possible, but it's very costly. The cycles are so long, and when the cycles are so long, in the simulation world, it's always a tension of like, should you just build it and try it through that, or do you do it through simulation, or what combination of those two factors should we use? What's happening right now with AI is that based on that ground truth, right, you can actually create surrogate models or models that have learned sort of that ground truth that produce very accurate results, but at a fraction of the computational cost.
Okay.
So once that happens, then that opens a whole new paradigm of how many cycles of learning can you do, how many configurations can you explore. And so that on its own right is a vector that I think from a sort of system design perspective is going to be really, really important. The other dimension, of course, is a materials discovery and innovation. And that's another area where, again, what is happening in applying AI techniques to the world of, in chemistry and materials is also very interesting and profound. And obviously, this is a field in Fusion where materials innovation is the lifeblood of, a lot of the seminal advances. So that's another one that you can see. You can also see, and people have done nice work around that, on control, right? On, once you have situations where you have, obviously an enormous number of parameters that you have to be able to control, that's another area where, you can see, sort of modern AI techniques prove particularly useful. So, and I think that, I'm just giving some sketches of areas, but I think that the degree of applications that are going to be possible are going to touch quite literally every aspect of the whole fusion industry and the life cycle.
It's such a good sketch in going from the idea of modeling, so some world model for individual aspects of the fusion reaction, to material science, which you started your journey in when you got your degree, to the idea of actually being able to control the reaction. I think this is maybe why, for the audience, if you understand in the report, it says this may be one of the first technologies that's been delivered by AI, by taking down those R&D barriers. Which brings in another interesting thought, which is just, we'll turn back to, I'd love to get your thoughts on ambitions, and moonshots. But also in that space, like AI will be used to advance other sciences as well.
That's right.
And so fusion is but one. Do you have general thoughts on what a nation's ambition should be in that space? Not just fusion, but all R&D barriers.
So yes, I am a tremendous believer that in this midst of this computing revolution, that one of the most important things we could do is to channel that energy and that capability to transform how science is done. And that there is a future that we can imagine where the scientific productivity, the R&D capacity of the nation, we are able to imagine a world where we multiply its productivity and impact. And I really believe this is going to be possible. There are many examples where, research institutes and academia, in national labs, in the private sector, are already pushing this frontier very ambitiously, discipline by discipline, in physics and in chemistry, materials, in astronomy. I don't think there will be a single scientific discipline that is untouched by the transformation that will be unfolding.
Amazing.
And therefore, if that's the hypothesis, right? If one lays out that is something that is likely to happen, I think then the appropriate question is, what is the level of ambition that we should have? And how should we mobilize the entire capacity of the nation to accomplish that goal? And I always like to remind people of just the scale of the R&D capacity of the country. I mean, we spend close to $1 trillion a year in R&D. It's a little bit shy of that. And if you look at how the R&D ecosystem of the United States has changed in its current configuration to, say, right after World War II, a time of the Manhattan Project and so on, is at that time, to carry out a national mission, you could only essentially accomplish it as something led almost exclusively by the federal government, marshaling the resources, and then accomplishing that goal. Well, if you fast forward to today, this ecosystem, 70% of the trillion is spent by the private sector, right? So now you have academia, you have philanthropy, you have the private sector, you have the federal government and the national laboratories. And my thesis is that anything that is of great ambition, that has the potential to transform the direction of the country and of the world, is going to require that we're able to marshal and cumulatively invest across the three sectors, across all of these sectors. That's easier said than done. That's not easy to implement, but I think that is the task at hand, is to recognize the extraordinary moment that we're living in, where I really believe there'll be this transformation of how science itself is done, but that to accomplish that goal, we are going to have to be able to rally and align on certain national objectives. And that is our aspiration, right? Our aspiration is to lay out a set of areas of which, fusion is going to be one of them, where we can undertake a national effort to accomplish the mission, but recognizing the fact that aligning on roadmaps, figuring out how to co-invest, ways in which we're going to collaborate and partner are things we're going to have to solve creatively, and probably not with the same or not the only tools that we have had in the past.
I feel like with the combination of everyone from the president to the secretary to you, we have this alignment of people who can think like that. Like, we can do these big programs again. And so that the idea that Manhattan and Apollo and Human Genome and even Warp Speed were these massive unifying events to achieve something big. And so I love to hear that in you. With the time we have, what would you say are some of the essential ingredients of such a good program? Like, either how you build them or how you identify the ambition, like what makes them them?
So it's, I think, a few ingredients around that. Like the trap on when we do parallels of the past, and all of us in the scientific community detect it very quickly, is when they're just, slogans or like a thing that you put on top of something, and it lives well on PowerPoint, but not in reality, right? So the first element is not only the clarity of what we're trying to accomplish, but also that there is then the commitment to work and to unify leadership to accomplish that goal. One characteristic that many of those things had is that there was very clear leadership. It wasn't a distributed, there weren't 50 owners, right, to execute the Manhattan Project or to execute the Apollo program.
Right.
So, and that's easier said than done, but again, I think it's very important that we have clarity of what are the must-win, either technological frontiers, right, like fusion or quantum or in AI, and that we have clarity on the methodology and the approach we're going to take, and then we also have clarity on leadership, on how to make it happen. I think that that's an ingredient that without it, you cannot succeed.
Right.
Once you have that, then there also has to be the appetite in our current ecosystem to invest together. And that requires that we also rethink how partnerships are done, and how we build programs, and how we build roadmaps, and how we celebrate the success of everybody that is a co-participant in the roadmap, independent of what institution they are in, for things that are of national objective. And if we can meet those two conditions, like the clarity on we're only going to do a few things at that level. Also, we don't typically execute 5 Manhattan projects at a time. Right? So you have to choose a few or very few things, have unified leadership, and mobilize the entire resources of the nation to get it done. I think if we did all of those 3 things, and we can realize it, and it's certainly our ambition to do things because the moment calls for it. It is, we all know, you're all here as part of an industry that you see yourselves in the cusp of doing something extraordinary. So if we were in a different setting and we were talking about people trying to build, quantum supercomputers, they would feel that if you go to an AI, they would feel the same way. So it's extraordinary that we're in this moment where some of those things that are going to be so transformational, people are seeing in horizons that range between happening now, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years out. So when that happens, we just have to deliver it. And we have a formidable competitor and adversary that also sees that future, and it is our destiny to be successful in that. We have to do it through the hard work that is required and by bringing everybody together on a shared roadmap and goal.
It's so good to hear your equation of what's the ingredients. It really is, sir, with the time we have left, just a few minutes, I thought we began by getting to know you a little. it would be nice to end a little bit by just asking you why you chose to serve. You know, you have such a cool background. There's like so many options for you. You spent a big life in IBM, and you chose to come into government. You chose to move the ball forward in the ways that you're describing right now, which is inspiring. Why did you do that?
Well, first is that, I mean, I was always inclined, you know, temperamentally and intellectually to not only to work on the problems I was working. I loved my work as the director of IBM Research and what I was doing, but also I was always interested in policy matters of how do we get certain things right as a country. And I had the privilege over the last decade to participate, you know, in PCAST, in the National Science Board, on a number of environments that allowed me to contribute on that. But it came to a moment where, you know, I've been offered at different times, you know, opportunities in government, but it came at a moment where I felt I had accomplished and done enough things in the private sector after 22 years that I could devote myself to some of these larger topics that I felt I could contribute to. I felt I owed a lot to my country and to be able to serve and give back, but also that the moment called for it. That some of these very technologies that we are talking about, right, of, you know, AI and quantum and, you know, implications to fusion and to many other areas, are things where I could bring an experience, a network, and a way of doing things to accomplish things that I couldn't do in a different environment. I mean, you can do a lot in the private sector, and it's incredibly important, but the public sector also plays an indispensable role. And bringing good leadership to the public sector in science and technology is really important. I'll tell you, like, if you have a great job and so on, it's not easy to make these transitions. There's a lot of complexity. There's a lot that you get back by serving and giving. There's a lot you have to give up, too.
Yeah.
And but I felt it would be, you know, it's kind of like preaching others to do things that I wouldn't do myself. I've always believed in like leading by role modeling and behaving that. So that was important to me to say, you know what, why are you not doing it? Why are you not serving now? And in the end, I said, I have to do it. and it is important, and it is a privilege to be able to do it. But that was my intent, my aspiration. But a lot of it, since we're talking about science and technologies, is the moment too. I just think that what we are going to witness in the next 10 years is extraordinary.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary. And I want to be part of it. I want to help all of you succeed. And I want to make sure that the United States wins. And for that, because there's a lot at stake,
yeah.
I say, you know, science and technology is the new currency of power. And in addition to all the things we love in science of discovering the new and understanding ourselves, it should also be understood from that lens. And what is at stake is really fundamental, and we're gonna need all of us to rally together to accomplish some core missions, and that's what we're gonna get done. And I look forward to helping this industry be wildly successful, right? Nothing could please me more.
Sir, thank you so much for making time to be with us on behalf of SCSP. Everybody who's come here to the Fusion event, will you please thank Dr. Dario Gil? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Such an honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making time to be here with us today. On behalf of Eric Schmidt, our chair, Eli Bayraktari, who was with us this morning, we want to thank you so much for making time to be a part of this mission to make commercial fusion energy reality in the United States. Our attempt is just to accelerate that, and to do so, we just want to thank, first of all, everybody in government, outside of government, in the VC community who has supported us, who has supported this commission and this summit today. Thank you for being here and for being a part of what we hope to be a really accelerated future together about this. I want to thank certainly Senators Risch and Cantwell for their bipartisan leadership. As you saw on the panel before, you've got leaders in the country, from Dario Gil to those in Congress who are ready to help make this happen. Our commissioners and advisors at SCSP for this Fusion Commission. Nadia Shadlow's here today. There are others who are with us. We just want to thank you for commissioners who are still in the room. Thank you so much for your time. It was volunteer, a lot of volunteer time, and we want to thank you for all the effort to do that. It wouldn't have been good without your minds. And so we want to thank you for that. I want to say special thanks also to SPSP's core fusion team. They've been laboring on this for almost over a year. Nick, Caleb, Abby, David, Naya, Jenny from our government affairs shop. You guys really were the engine of all of this, I know, as Illy had mentioned this morning. So to the rest of the SCSP team who put this event together, we bid you farewell. There's also time to be together outside and to continue to network. And again, thank you so much for your attendance today.
This concludes our programming for the AI Plus Fusion Summit. On behalf of the Special Competitive Studies Project, thank you for coming today. Have a great evening.